Chapter 889. Bang! As soon as she finished speaking, her figure was blasted flying and smashed through around 10 huge trees before finally crashing to the ground. Baifeng was shocked. He was just about to say something when he saw something flash before his eyes, and then he felt sharp pain come from his stomach. After that, he was blasted flying as well, and he crashed to the ground by Tang Xiera's side. The two of them had just stood up when Yang Yi appeared in front of them again, and then he grabbed both of them by the throat. Both of them were astounded by the sudden turn of events, and they gazed at Yang Yi with horror. After all, even an idiot would have realized that Yang Yi wasn't an ordinary expert. Tang Xiaoro spoke with a terrified voice. "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "I'm not interested in paying any attention to that crap between the two of you. Understand?" Roar. Suddenly, a huge black wolf jumped out from the forest, and it was extremely huge like a small hill. A ferocious glow flashed through its eyes when it noticed Yang Yi's group, and then it pounced at them. Bang! Tang Xiaoro and Baifeng hadn't even been able to see what happened before the enormous wolf smashed against the ground and twitched incessantly. This time, their figures couldn't help but start shivering, because the wolf was at the Exalt realm. Yang Yi released the two of them, and they immediately slumped down to the ground. Meanwhile, Yang Yi said, "Out of consideration for the fact that both of you might become become students of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, they'll let it go this time. I presume both of you won't dare to do this again." While Manly seemed like a pretty good guy, he didn't want to interfere in their private affairs, because he didn't know anything about it. Since he didn't, he naturally had no right to judge them. Moreover, even if he did understand the situation, he didn't want to interfere in something like that. "Who are you?" asked Tang Xiaoro. This time, her voice wasn't oppressive and aggressive, and it carried extreme fear instead. "Do you really want to know?" Yang Yi glanced indifferently at her. Tang Xiaoro seemed to have thought of something when she heard this, and her delicate figure shivered as she quickly said, "I don't want to know. I don't want to know." Yang Yi was slightly stunned before he felt quite amused. "Looks like she's afraid that I would kill her to keep her quiet." Yang Yi was about to say something when he suddenly turned around and looked towards the distance. "Show yourself." As soon as he spoke, a man who wore a luxurious robe and was biting on a weed appeared within their fields of vision. The man sized up Yang Yi and the others before his gaze descended onto Yang Yi, and a slightly evil smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. "What powerful senses. You immediately noticed me when I arrived. There really are all sorts of experts hidden amongst the people participating in the test." Yang Yi sized up the man and nodded slightly. The man was at the mid-rank of the Exalt realm before the age of 20, and his aura was quite thick and heavy. Obviously, had attained his cultivation through his own ability and hard work, and he hadn't relied on medicinal pills or other treasures to improve it by force. Suddenly, the sound of air being torn apart resounded, and then a man who held a spear arrived here. The black-robed man's gaze stopped on the man in a luxurious robe, and then he looked straight at Yang Yi and the others. "Don't waste my time. Just hand over all the inner cores you have, and you can avoid suffering while I can avoid wasting my time." Tang Xiaoro and Baifeng's expressions changed slightly, and they instinctively moved towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi asked, "You can seize them from each other?" "Of course." The man in a luxurious robe suddenly smiled. "Not only must we fight demon beasts on Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, we have to fight the other participants as well. Of course, while we can seize their inner cores, we're not allowed to kill. However, it doesn't matter if we heavily injure others." Hee. Yang Yi thought for a moment and nodded. He wasn't against it, nor did he feel disgusted by it, because it wouldn't just increase the test difficulty, it would make them compete against each other. Yang Yi moved aside when he thought up to this point, and he said, "Go ahead." He naturally refused to interfere, or wouldn't this test be completely meaningless? Tang Xiaoro and Baifeng were slightly stunned, and then their expressions became extremely unsightly. Even though the black-robed man was only at the mid-rank of the Exalt realm, his strength definitely far surpassed their own. So, if Yang Yi refused to help, then they would definitely lose. Both of them shot pleading gazes at Yang Yi. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "He's all alone while there are two of you. If both of you work together and fight him with all your might, then perhaps you'll be able to turn the tables. Surrender or fight. Make the choice yourselves. The black-robed man suddenly pointed at Yang Yi and said, I want yours as well. Yang Yi suddenly stomped his right foot against the ground. Bang! The entire ground shook violently while countless cracks instantly swept through the ground. Moreover, the huge trees in the surroundings were immediately blasted apart and were transformed into bits that sprayed through the air. Yang Yi gazed at the black-robed man and said, Are you sure? The black-robed man gazed at Yang Yi for a while, and then he withdrew his hand and said, I take back what I said. After that, he gazed at Tang Xiaoro and Bai Feng. Are you going to hand it over, or should I take it? Don't you dare. Suddenly, a furious howl resounded, and then Manly and Chu Yu arrived here. Manly walked over to Tang Xiaoro and protected her behind himself before he glared angrily at the black-robed man. Brother, the test is difficult for us all. Why don't you just spare us? If you have the ability, you can feel free to take mine instead. As soon as he finished speaking, the black-robed man's spear shot forward. Manly's expression turned grim. A huge hammer appeared in his grasp with a flip of his palm, and he smashed it towards the speak. Bang! A muffled bang resounded. Manly's figure was pushed backwards by almost 300 m before he finally stopped himself. Moreover, an extremely obvious and scarlet-red crack had appeared at the center of his palm, while blood covered his entire hand. But it didn't take long for Manly's figure to flash over and stand in front of Tang Xiaoro again. He used his left hand to hold the hammer this time, while he spoke solemnly, Xiaoro, leave with your cousin brother and Chu Yu. Bai Feng hurriedly nodded when he heard this. Don't worry, brother man'll definitely take good care of them. As he spoke, he turned around with the intention of leaving. However, had already taken 2 steps when he realized that both Tang Xiaoro and Chu Yu hadn't moved at all. Let's go, he shouted at them. Why are you so silly? Tang Xiaoro suddenly roared furiously at Manly. I don't live you at all. Do you realize that? I do. Manly continued. You like your cousin brother. Then why are you still treating me like this? Do you know that we've already been with each other? Tang Xiaoro howled. I even have his child. Manly had a trace of pain on his face when he heard this, and he nodded. I know everything. You. Bai Feng gazed at Manly with astonishment. Obviously, he hadn't expected that Manly knew about his relationship with Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro was stunned as well because she hadn't expected him to know. Manly took a deep breath and said, Xiaoro, I actually know everything. While I really like you, I know that you don't like me at all. You like your cousin brother. The reason you agreed to our marriage was because you were pressured to do so by your clan. I'm aware of it all. But what can I do about that when I have feelings for you? When he spoke up to this point, Manly took another deep breath and turned around to face her. I asked to be allowed to leave my clan when I left for the academy. In other words, I'm not a member of the Man clan anymore. Since I'm not, then the marriage between us has naturally been annulled. So you're free now. I'm free, Tang Xiaoro muttered while seeming to be in a daze, and Bai Feng quickly supported her. Manly grinned and said, You're free now. After that, he gazed at Chu Yu, and there was a gentle gaze filled with guilt in his eyes. Awe, I'm sorry. I only had Xiaoro within my eyes for the last few years, and I overlooked you. Give me a chance to make it up to you, all right? 2 streams of tears instantly rolled down Chu Yu's face when she heard him. Bai Feng wrapped his arms tightly around Xiaoro as he spoke with excitement. Xiaoro, we can finally be together in the open. However, he hadn't noticed that Tang Xiaoro's gaze was still on Manly and Chu Yu, who were in each other's arms. A long time passed before she withdrew her gaze and wrapped her arms tightly around Bai Feng. He was her final pillar of support. Both of you'll be together? Hee, that may not necessarily be the case. Suddenly, a voice resounded before a man in an embroidered robe appeared within their fields of vision. The man was handsome, with skin that was fair as jade, red lips, and pearl-white teeth. The other men here were utterly incapable of being compared to him. He was definitely a man that even women might find themselves inferior to. Lung Yuran, Bai Feng exclaimed when he saw the man. Lung Yuran was from the same area as they were. However, he was from a gold rank power while they were from a silver rank power, so they couldn't be compared at all. Yang Yi glanced at the man. In the end, he glanced at the man's chest before he withdrew his gaze. Lung Yuran's gaze descended onto Tang Xiaoro as he said, "You're Tang Xiaoro, right? You might be unaware of it, but your father has betrothed you to me. Of course, I'm not interested in used goods. However, your Tang clan is truly audacious to actually try to unite our clans in marriage with a womanhood entangled with another man and even has his child." Tang Xiaoro and Bai Feng's faces instantly turned ghastly pale when they heard this. Lung Yuran laughed coldly. In the future, the Tang clan and Bai clan will cease to exist. Especially your Bai clan. ITLL absolutely have to vanish. Otherwise, others might think that you, Bai Feng, made me, Lung Yuran, wear a green hat. Bai Feng's figure shivered, and he immediately knelt down before Lung Yuran. "Brother Long, please show mercy. I beg you, Brother Long, please show mercy." "Show mercy?" Lung Yuran continued, "I can." He pointed at Tang Xiaoro and said, "As a woman, you failed to maintain your purity, engaged in an illicit relationship, and even got pregnant. You truly deserve death. I don't want to kill you as I don't want to dirty my hands. Bai Feng, don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Kill her, and I'll let the matter go." Bai Feng's expression turned extremely unsightly, and he said, "Brother Long can? Don't even try to bargain with me." Lung Yuran spoke coldly, "If you don't do it, then just wait to witness the annihilation of your Bai clan." Bai Feng's figure trembled. A long time passed before he gazed at Tang Xiaoro. Tang Xiaoro was looking at him as well, and her eyes were filled with tender affection and despair. "Bai Feng, while we can't live together, let's die together." Bai Feng was visibly struggling for a long time, and then a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes. After that, a dagger appeared in his grasp before he swung it at Tang Xiaoro's neck, while speaking in a savage tone, "Bitch, just die on your own." Chapter 890. This scene had exceeded everyone's expectations, including Tang Xiaoro. A muffled bang resounded when the dagger was about to strike Tang Xiaoro's throat, and then Bai Feng's figure was blasted flying. Bai Feng crawled up from the ground and gazed with shock at Lung Yuran who'd attacked him. "Brother Long Yu?" Lung Yuran glanced indifferently at him and said, "Actually, I was lying. The Tang clan hasn't betrothed Tang Xiaoro to me. Just use that pig brain of yours. The Tang clan is only a silver rank clan. How could it possibly become united in marriage with my Lung clan?" Bai Feng roared furiously, "How dare you trick me?" Lung Yuran replied, "So what? Bite me." "You." Bai Feng's face flushed red with rage, but he didn't dare flare up. After that, he seemed to have thought of something and gazed at Tang Xiaoro, who had despair covering her face. "Xiaoro, I—" Tang Xiaoro glanced at him with a wisp of ridicule on the corners of her mouth. "Men." Meanwhile, Lung Yuran said, "Now, I presume you've realized that all he had towards you was desires of the flesh. You're someone who he can abandon at will under certain circumstances or situations of life and death. You gave up on the one who truly loved you and chose someone who didn't even have you in his heart. You are pitiable and sad. Xiaoro, give me a chance." Bai Feng suddenly walked over to Tang Xiaoro and wrapped his arms over her shoulders as he said, "I realize my mistakes. Please do it out of consideration for our child and allow me to—" Hiss. Bai Feng's voice stopped abruptly. He held his throat with both hands while he moved backwards repeatedly, and his eyes were filled with terror and disbelief. "Don't worry. They're coming right now to keep you company." As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly swiped the dagger at her own throat. It was so quick and unexpected that Manly and Lung Yuran's expressions changed because they weren't able to stop her in time. However, the dagger in her grasp was transformed into powder when it was just about to strike her throat. Lung Yuran and the others gazed at Yang Yi, while a slightly solemn expression filled their eyes. "Is it even worth it?" Yang Yi continued, "It isn't. Not even in the slightest. Once you die, it's your family that'll be hurt. It's very stupid to harm your family for the sake of someone who doesn't even love you. Now, if you still think you have to accompany him in death, then you can slit your own throat. Don't worry, I absolutely won't stop you. Moreover, I'll even beat up anyone who tries to stop you. Yang Yi hadn't intended to interfere in their business, but he felt that he had to interfere now, because they might be his students. While they couldn't be considered to be his students right now, they still might be. He was serious in assuming the position of instructor in the academy. After all, it was related to the enmity between him and the academy, and it was related to the ancient sword school's honor as well. Tang Xiaoro slumped down to the ground while despair covered her face. Manly seemed slightly unable to bear the sight of it, and he was about to step forward when Chuyu pulled him back. Manly grinned to her, and then he walked over to Tang Xiaoro. Xiaoro, you should be aware that you're the hope of your Tang clan. Both your parents hope that you'll be able to join the academy. If you take your own life now, then what would they do? What would your younger brother do? Tang Xiaoro raised her hand and glanced at him, and then she glanced at Chuyu in the end. She didn't speak a single word, but the intent to die was gone from her eyes. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly said, "Right. No one is a saint, so can anyone avoid making mistakes? If you realize you've made a mistake, then just rectify it." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi couldn't help but feel stunned. Have I gotten a little too into the role I'm playing? I'm still not an instructor. Yang Yi shook his head and gazed at the black-robed man. Didn't you want to take their inner cores? You can do it now, right? You can beat them up. It's fine as long as you don't kill them. The others here were stunned when they heard this, and they shot strange gazes at Yang Yi. Manly and Chuyu instantly became vigilant because they were the weakest amongst the people here. The black-robed man glanced at Manly's group, and then he shook his head and said, "I'm not in the mood anymore. There's a wolf den not too far away from here, and there are over 20 Exalt Realm wolves there." Meanwhile, Lung Yuran spoke abruptly. "I wonder if the three of you are interested?" The three Lung Yuran spoke of was naturally Yang Yi, the black-robed man, and the man in an embroidered robe. Over 20? The eyes of the man in the embroidered robe lit up. Tisk. Over 20 inner cores. If I kill a few groups like that, then it would be almost sufficient for me to enter the A class. Yang Yi suddenly asked, "Is it very difficult to enter the A class?" The face of the man in embroidered robes froze when he heard Yang Yi, and then he glanced at Yang Yi yet didn't say a word. Meanwhile, the others glanced at Yang Yi with strange gazes again. Lung Yuran gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Brother, are you not here to take part in the recruitment test?" "I am. Of course I am." Yang Yi hurriedly guaranteed, "I'm an absolutely legit participant." Lung Yuran replied, "Then why do I feel like you don't know much about the academy?" Yang Yi said, "I came from a remote place, so I don't know much about all of that. Please excuse me, excuse me." All of them came to a sudden understanding when they heard him, and then Lung Yuran explained, "We have to hunt and kill at least 50 Exalt Realm demon beasts to enter the A class. Brother, do you think that's a simple goal to accomplish?" Yang Yi spoke instinctively, "It isn't that difficult." Lung Yuran and the others revealed quite unsightly expressions on their faces when they heard him. Only Tang Xiaoro fully agreed with Yang Yi because the Exalt Realm demon beast from before had been instantly killed by a single punch from Yang Yi. Of course, she didn't dare speak about it, because while the man who stood before her seemed to be completely harmless, she would never forget how he was like when he was angry. Yang Yi noticed that what he said wasn't very suitable as well, so he smiled embarrassedly and said, "I'm saying that it wouldn't be difficult for us to gather around 50 each with our joint forces." Lung Yuran glanced at him and said, "So all of you agree?" "No problem." The man in an embroidered robe replied, "The strength of a single person is too weak in the end. If we join forces, then we'll definitely be able to gain much more than we would have been on our own." The black-robed man said, "I have no problem as well." Manly suddenly said, "Everyone, then we'll be taking our leave." After all, he didn't feel safe at all while being amidst these fellows. As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at Tang Xiaoro and said, "Xiaoro, will you be coming with us, or?" Tang Xiaoro glanced at Chuyu and said, "Both of you go on your own. I intend to go with Brother Yi." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yang Yi and the others. "Don't worry, I definitely won't cause trouble for all of you." Lung Yuran pondered deeply for a moment and said, "You can go with us. However, we won't take care of you if you encounter any danger. Moreover, you have to help if you want to get a share of the inner cores. Otherwise, we won't give it to you for nothing." "All right." Tang Xiaoro hurriedly nodded. "Take care." Manly and Chu Yu vanished from their fields of vision. "Let's go." Lung Yuran's figure flashed towards the distance once he finished speaking, and the others immediately followed behind him. It didn't take long for them to sense over a dozen powerful auras, and besides the auras of demon beasts, the auras of humans were present there as well. Lung Yuran stopped moving and spoke in a low voice. "We're too late." In the blink of an eye, his eyes lit up as he said, "We're just in time." Hee hee. There were two men and a woman locked in intense combat with over a dozen demon beasts there, and the corpses of a few demon beasts were lying on the ground. However, it was clearly quite strenuous for them, and they were completely suppressed by the joint forces of those demon beasts. So not to mention turning the tides of the battle, even escaping was a problem for them. After all, the speed of Exalt Realm demon beasts wasn't inferior to the speed of humans at all. "Let's wait and reap the benefits." The man in an embroidered robe had a slightly evil smile on the corners of his mouth. "Of course." The black-robed man nodded in agreement. Yang Yi didn't speak. The test was cruel from the moment it began, or it should be said to be one where they could use every means at their disposal. While it was quite cruel, Yang Yi had no doubt that those who passed the test in the end would definitely be elites amongst elites. "Brothers who are watching from afar, we are friends of Feng Wuchao. We'll definitely reward you heavily if you lend us a hand." A voice suddenly resounded from afar. "Feng Wuchao?" Yang Yi's brows knit slightly together. He gazed at Lung Yuran and the others, and he noticed that they had slightly unsightly and solemn expressions on their faces. There are many participants in the recruitment test, but only 4 can be considered to be the strongest. Those 4 are Li Maozhen, Yu Wujiao, Mo Xinyu, and Feng Wuchao. Every single one of them is a genius amongst geniuses. Not to mention Exalt Realm demon beasts, they are even capable of killing Monarch Realm demon beasts. Lung Yuran noticed Yang Yi's bewildered expression and explained, "Li Maozhen is here as well?" Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, "So what does that have to do with us?" Lung Yuran rolled his eyes at Yang Yi and said, "Do you think Feng Wuchao would let us live if he found out that we didn't just stand by idly, and we even took advantage of the situation? Alas, what bad luck. I thought we'd encountered something good, but I never expected it to be trouble instead." As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Yuran charged towards the group of demon beasts. The black-robed man and the man in an embroidered robe immediately charged over as well. Meanwhile, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before he followed after them. Once they joined the battle, the situation was instantly turned around, and those demon beasts were killed in a short while. After they finished killing all the demon beasts, the white-robed man who led the group cupped his hands towards Yang Yi's group. "Thank you for the assistance." While he was expressing his gratitude, Head put away all the inner cores of those dead demon beasts into his own pockets. "Why are you even thanking them? They were hiding in the shadows waiting for a chance to take advantage of the situation and reap the benefits. They might have even stabbed us in the back if they hadn't heard us speak of my cousin brother's name." It was the woman who spoke these words. She was around the age of 20 and rather beautiful. However, her face was currently covered in an icy cold expression of ridicule, and she seemed to be angry that Lung Yuran and the others hadn't lent them a hand right away. The faces of the black-robed man and the man in an embroidered robe became gloomy when they heard this. They were about to speak, but Lung Yuran stopped them and said, "It's fine. We only lifted a hand. Farewell." As soon as he finished speaking, Lung Yuran turned around and led them away. "Good riddance." The white-robed man who led the group grinned. Suddenly, the woman said, "Wait." Lung Yuran and the others stopped before turning around to gaze at her. She pointed at the violet mink who had its paws around Yang Yi's neck while it slept soundly and said, "All of you can leave, but leave that little fellow behind." Lung Yuran and the others gazed at Yang Yi. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "No, she prefers to be with me." She suddenly walked towards Yang Yi while coldness filled her eyes. "You should feel honored that I'm asking for her from you. Don't act like that, all right?" Yang Yi continued. They told me that I should keep a low profile. They'll be in a really difficult position if you insist on acting like this. She stopped moving and said, I've changed my mind. Yang Yi smiled. That's right. However, she continued, not only must you give me that little fellow, all of you must hand over the inner cores in your possessions. Yang Yi's smile froze on his face. Chapter 891. Their faces fell when they heard the woman. Yang Yi glanced at the three of them and said, All of you encountered danger, and we lent a hand. But not only do you express no signs of gratitude, you intend to rob us as well. Isn't that quite inexcusable? A sign of gratitude? The woman and the others seemed like they'd heard something amusing, and ridicule covered their faces. The woman said, Didn't all of you lend us a hand because of my cousin brother? If it wasn't for my cousin brother's name, all of you wouldn't just refrain from helping, you would have taken advantage of the situation, right? When she spoke up to this point, she laughed coldly. Since it's like that, then why should we thank all of you? All right, cut the crap. If you don't want to be crippled, then hand over all the Exalt Realm inner cores in your possessions and that little fellow on your shoulder. Remember, I want you to come over and give it to me while on your knees. Yang Yi said, ID intended to place education as my main focus and complement it with the fist. But now it would seem like I've completely failed. So, I've decided to try making education a complement to the first. As soon as he finished speaking, slap. The sound of a clear and resounding slap resounded, and then everyone here watched with astonishment as the woman flew over 1 kilometer away and smashed through almost 20 trees before finally crashing to the ground. All of them were utterly dumbstruck. Firstly, they were shocked by Yang Yi's strength because they practically hadn't been able to see how Head attacked. Secondly, they were shocked that Yang Yi actually dared to attack her. After all, she was Feng Wuchou's cousin sister. Is he not afraid of Feng Wuchou's revenge? Do you realize that she's... The white-robed man who led the group intended to say something, but he hadn't even finished speaking when he felt sharp pain come from his stomach, and then his figure was blasted flying as well. He wasn't able to escape such a fate as well. They didn't have the ability to resist at all. Lung Yuran and the others were beyond shocked, and their gazes towards Yang Yi didn't just become solemn, it even carried vigilance. Meanwhile, the woman had stood up once more. At this moment, the right side of her face was completely swollen like the head of a pig. She was clearly quite dazed, and it took her a good while to return to her senses. She gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and roared hysterically, How dare you hit me? You actually dared to hit me. My cousin brother will kill you. He'll kill your whole family. Slap. Another clear and resounding slap resounded while her figure was blasted flying once more. This time, the left side of her face had swelled up as well. So, her head didn't just look like the head of a pig, it was completely like one now. Yang Yi walked over to her and said, What's your name? You. She glared angrily at him and seemed to intend to say something. However, Yang Yi raised his right hand, and it made her delicate figure shiver. She didn't dare talk back again and spoke softly. I am Xiaobingwei. Feng Wuchou is my cousin brother. Yang Yi shook his head. You've obviously been spoiled by your family, and that's why you act so fearlessly. If it was based on the way I usually did things, then I prefer to annihilate people like you. However, I've decided to educate you properly. Will you accept my education? Xiaobingwei was about to speak when Yang Yi just casually raised his hand, and it caused the corners of her mouth to twitch violently before she said, I accept. Yang Yi smiled as he nodded, and then he looked at the other two men. What about the two of you? The white-robed man who led the group spoke gloomily. Feng Wuchou won't forgive you for treating Bingwei like that. Yang Yi suddenly vanished on the spot, and he was in front of the white-robed man when his figure appeared again. After that, the others watched as Yang Yi grabbed the man's hair and smashed him against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart while a shrill cry resounded. Moreover, this repeated for over a dozen times. The entire ground had cracked apart, and the man's shrill cries resounded incessantly. Everyone in the surroundings shuddered when they witnessed this scene, and it was especially so for Xiaobingwei. Her entire body was trembling. At the same time, she felt fortunate that Shed agreed to be educated by him. I, I, I accept. A weak voice sounded out. Yang Yi stopped and tossed the man aside. At this moment, his entire body was swollen while blood was flowing out of all of his 7 apertures. Fortunately, he was still alive. Yang Yi patted his hands together and said, "Isn't that better? Why did you have to force me to use my fists?" When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at the other gray-robed man. The gray-robed man shuddered and quickly said, "I am willing to be educated. Am absolutely willing." Yang Yi nodded and smiled. "Very good. You have potential. Now, let's talk about what just happened. We saved all of you. Yet not only did you refuse to express any form of gratitude, you turned on us and wanted to seize our possessions. Tell me, is that the right thing to do?" They hurriedly shook their heads. Yang Yi continued, "I know that all of you are unafraid because you have the support of others. But have all of you ever considered how all of you would die a graveless death if you encountered a ruthless person or someone with greater backing? Just like this very moment, my strength is absolutely superior to all of you. Wouldn't all of you be finished if I refused to be reasonable?" "Right, you're right. It's absolutely right." The gray-robed man quickly nodded with agreement. Yang Yi gazed at the white-robed man and Xia Bingwei. "What about you too?" It's right." Xia Bingwei's voice was very soft, as if she was very afraid of infuriating Yang Yi. "It's right." The white-robed man's voice was very weak, and he seemed like he was on the verge of death. Yang Yi nodded and said, "Since all 3 of you think it's right, then tell me, what should you do after being saved by us?" "We should repay your kindness." The gray-robed man hurriedly withdrew 5 inner cores and passed them to Yang Yi. "A person can't be ungrateful. Since you've saved us, we should repay your kindness. Big brother, these are the inner cores I obtained earlier. You must accept them. If you don't, then it'll become a burden on my conscience, and it would be like expression disdain towards me." Yang Yi was amused and said, "What's your name?" The gray-robed man spoke hastily, "Big brother, my name is Masakap." "Suck up." Yang Yi nodded. "That's a good name. You have potential." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi gazed at Xia Bingwei and the white-robed man. Xia Bingwei hesitated for a moment before she withdrew 5 inner cores as well, and she passed them to Yang Yi. "Thank you." The white-robed man handed 5 inner cores over with a trembling hand. Yang Yi took the inner cores and said, "Very good. All of you aren't beyond saving, and my effort wasn't wasted as well." When he spoke up to this point, he flicked 3 inner cores each to Lung Yuran and the others. "This is our compensation. Don't be shy." Lung Yuran and the others were at a loss for words. TSK. What happened here? Suddenly, a voice resounded before a man who held a sword arrived here. The man glanced at the demon beast corpses in the surroundings and said, "I heard a huge amount of noise coming from here, so I knew that someone definitely encountered demon beasts here. Unfortunately, I was still too late." When he spoke up this point, he glanced at Yang Yi's group before his gaze descended onto Xia Bingwei in the end. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes as he said, You are Bingwei?" Xia Bingwei nodded fiercely and said, "Big brother Yufeng." When she spoke up to this point, tears instantly started flowing down her face, but she didn't dare speak a word. The man's face fell when he saw that, and he said, "Who did it?" Xia Bingwei's tears started pouring down even more quickly. Yang Yi actually had a slight feeling that Head committed a sin when he saw the woman's tears stream down her face. It was like Head done something to her that would even incur the indignation of the gods. The man's face turned completely gloomy. He glanced at Yang Yi and the others before he said, "Don't worry. You're Brother Feng's cousin sister. So you're my cousin sister as well? Anyone who bullies you is bullying me and Brother Feng. Just go ahead and tell me who it was. I'll uphold justice for you today, even if the top 5 geniuses of the prefecture come." Xia Bingwei shook her head while tears continued pouring down her cheeks, and she even tried her best to use her eyes to tell him to stop. Even though she didn't know how strong this man whom Shed offended was, he was absolutely not someone who Yufeng could resist. Unfortunately, Yu Hong's face grew even more ferocious. He glanced at Yang Yi and the others before he said, "How dare you? Since you dared to bully her, then do you know who she is? She is Feng Wuqiu's cousin sister. Do you know who Feng Wuqiu is? He's the future #1 genius in the outer court of our Ocean of Clouds Academy." As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Yi and the others and said, "Who did it? Step forward yourself and cripple your own hands. No, cripple all your limbs, kneel down here, and wait for Brother Feng to arrive." Lung Yuran and the others gazed at Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Looks like there's another one who needs some education. Now, allow me to ask you a question. Are you willing to be educated by me?" The body of the white-robed man who laid on the ground there immediately started twitching when he heard Yang Yi. "Education?" Yu Feng's figure flashed explosively towards Yang Yi. "I don't need any education, but it seems to me that you do. Today, I'll act on your mother's behalf and educate you." Chapter 892. Bang! A figure was blasted flying, and it was Yu Feng's figure. One move again. At this moment, they weren't shocked anymore. They were utterly astounded. After all, Yu Feng was at the peak of the low rank in the Exalt realm. But such an expert had actually been unable to even fight back. How strong is he? Yu Feng was completely dazed when he crashed to the ground, because he hadn't seen how Yang Yi attacked at all before his figure was blasted flying. Quite some time passed, and he was just about to stand up when Yang Yi arrived in front of him and grabbed his hair. Yang Yi said, "Looks like you really don't need any education." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised Yu Feng up and smashed him against the ground. Bang! This continued for a few hundred times. In the beginning, Yu Feng was still letting out shrill cries. But in the end, he didn't make a single sound anymore. It didn't take long for Yu Feng's body to be transformed into a pile of mush, while his head still remained in Yang Yi's grasp. Yang Yi casually tossed the head away, and then he glanced at Xia Bingwei's group and said, "See? If you don't know how to keep a low profile, then it's very likely for that to happen to all of you." Xiao Bingwei and the others instantly shuddered. This time, they were truly terrified. "You're very right." Suddenly, a man walked over from afar. He wore a black robe, and there was an over 10-centimeter long scar on his neck. It was quite a hideous sight. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Yang Yi, and there was horrifying killing intent within them. There was a green-robed man by the black-robed man's side, and he had a cold expression on his face and a sword chest on his back. "Cousin brother?" Tears immediately erupted from Xia Bingwei's eyes when she saw him, and she immediately leaped into his arms and held tightly to him. Her tears truly surged even strongly than a river. Lung Yuran and the others' expressions changed drastically when they heard her, and they gazed at the black-robed man with astonishment. They hadn't imagined that the black-robed man was the legendary Feng Wuqiu. While Feng Wuqiu wasn't as famous as the 5 great geniuses of the prefecture, he was extremely well known in an area of hundreds of thousands of kilometers around Ocean of Cloud City. Even though he was only at the Monarch realm, had once fought a half-saint as well. Lung Yuran and the others were quite strong, but the gap between them and a half-saint was still extremely large. So, Feng Wuqiu was definitely an existence who they could only look up to. That was exactly why they didn't dare stand by idly and had lent a hand to Xia Bingwei's group. Now that they saw Feng Wuqiu in the flesh, it was absolutely a lie if they said they weren't afraid. But while they were afraid, they didn't leave. They moved closer towards Yang Yi and indicated their intent to support Yang Yi until the end. The black-robed man slowly stroked Xia Bingwei's back while he consoled, "Don't be afraid. No one can bully you while I'm here." Xia Bingwei cried as she pointed at Yang Yi. However, she quickly withdrew her hand when she noticed Yang Yi's gaze, and then she didn't dare speak another word and just cried. How terribly was she bullied to be in such a state? The black-robed man's face grew even gloomier, and he raised his head to look at Yang Yi before he said, "I've never had the heart to scold her since she was young, but you actually hit her. Haha. Tell me, how do you want to die?" Yang Yi gazed at Xia Bingwei and said, "Did I bully you?" Obviously, Yang Yi was still quite deterring and terrifying because she merely glanced at him, yet didn't dare speak a word. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Actually, I did it for her own good." "You hit her for her own good?" Feng Wuchao was furious. "Good? Very good. I know what an arrogant fellow is like now." When he spoke up to this point, he pushed Xia Bingwei away lightly, and then he walked towards Yang Yi. "Now, I want to do something for your own good as well." Feng Wuchao was about to attack when a voice suddenly resounded from afar. "Madman, who offended you? You seem so furious." As soon as the voice finished resounding, a woman arrived here. She wore a black dress and held a black umbrella while a playful smile hung on her face. Fen Wuchao spoke in a low voice, "Emo Sinew." The woman called Emo Sinew grinned, and then her gaze lingered on Xia Bingwei for a moment before she said, "Interesting. Someone actually dared to hit that precious cousin sister of yours." When she spoke up to this point, she turned to look at Yang Yi and said, "You did it?" Yang Yi nodded while he sized up Emo Sinew as well. Needless to say, both she and Feng Wuchao were really not bad. Both of them were at the peak of the low rank in the Exalt realm, but their strengths were absolutely far superior to some Monarch realm experts. A fierce smile arose on the corners of Emo Sinew's mouth. "I hate men who hit women. No matter why you did it, you still deserve death." As soon as she finished speaking, her umbrella started spinning before a few dozen rays of silver light shot explosively towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi waved his right hand, and the silver rays of light were completely dispersed in an instant. Emo Sinew and Feng Wuchao's eyes narrowed slightly when they witnessed this scene. "Brother Feng, young Miss Emo, looks like you've encountered an expert." Meanwhile, a green-clothed man who carried a sword chest on his back spoke abruptly, "I didn't intend to interfere, but I truly agree with young Miss Emo. No matter why, it's wrong to hit a woman." As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his middle and index fingers together before pointing them at Yang Yi. A ray of light shot into the sky from the sword chest on his back, and then it slashed straight towards Yang Yi like a bolt of lightning. Peak 9th level sword intent. Emo Sinew and Feng Wuchao had solemn expressions in their eyes when they witnessed this scene. However, Yang Yi stretched out 2 fingers and clamped down lightly. Just like that, the sword which carried 9th level sword intent was clamped between his fingers. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Your sword intent isn't condensed sufficiently, and it isn't fast enough as well. You have to practice more." All of them were speechless. This time, it wasn't just a solemn expression that filled their eyes, it was an extremely solemn expression, and it was especially so for the man with the sword chest. Meanwhile, Yang Yi flicked his fingers, and the sword transformed into a ray of light which shot back towards the man. His expression changed, and then profound energy within him instantly surged into his right hand. After that, his hand swept forward and took hold of the sword's hilt. Oem! The sword trembled violently while his right hand cracked apart. Moreover, he was even pushed back by the powerful force carried by the sword. "You!" The green-clothed man gazed at Yang Yi with astonishment once he finally stopped himself. At this moment, his confidence had collapsed because he had almost been unable to resist even a single attack from Yang Yi. Feng Wuchao spoke in a low voice, "Who are you?" Yang Yi smiled. "Why don't you guess?" "There's no need to guess. You aren't a participant of the test at all." Suddenly, a voice resounded, and an old man appeared here. "Elder Shi." The others here quickly bowed respectfully to the old man, and even Feng Wuchao's group was no exception. While Elder Shi was only an elder of the outer court, his authority in the outer court was huge. So, how could they dare to offend him? Yang Yi glanced at the old man and asked, "Who are you?" The old man laughed with ridicule and said, "You don't even recognize an elder of the outer court like me. How laughable! How dare you sneak into my academy? You would absolutely be unable to accomplish this on your own. So be truthful and tell me if you have other companions." Yang Yi turned around to look at Lung Yuran before he asked, "Are the elders of instructors more powerful in the outer court?" Lung Yuran glanced at Yang Yi, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, "The instructors." The instructor manages the entire outer court and enjoys a position that's above the elders. You know the instructor of our outer court? So the instructor's status is above the elders. Yang Yi nodded and said, Actually, actually, he's a student who has come to participate in the recruitment test. A voice appeared abruptly out of thin air. He wasn't earlier, but he is now. Elder's eyes' expression changed. That's against the rules. However, there was no reply from the voice. Elder's eyes' face grew even more unsightly. Yang Yi looked up into the sky, and then he grinned. All right, I accept. He knew that the person who spoke should be aware of his identity, and the reason that person had made such a decision was probably because that person didn't want him to use the situation as an excuse to beat up a member of the academy. Elder, she gazed at Yang Yi and spoke gloomily. Looks like you have some backing in the academy. Yang Yi smiled. It's all right. Elder, she gazed at Yang Yi with a gloomy expression on his face. Don't even think that you can act arrogantly because you have backing in the academy. The outer court belongs to me, she manphoned. Not to mention whether you'll be able to pass the test. Even if you do, I can still get you killed. As for your backing, do you think that I don't have any backing in the academy? The smile on Young Ye's face gradually vanished as he said, Do you really have to be like that? He knew that the reason the old man intended to do that was none other than because that mysterious person from before had overruled him. So, the old man was venting on Yang Yi instead. Such lack of tolerance. No. A cold smile arose on the corners of Shi Manfeng's mouth. But I can't stand the sight of you. You're Yi Yang, right? Just you wait. Looks like we don't have to do anything. Feng Wuchao laughed coldly, and then he turned around and flashed off with Emo Sinew and the others. Lung Yuan suddenly said to Yang Yi, You're finished. Yang Yi was puzzled. Why? Lung Yuan replied, The outer court doesn't have an instructor now, so the outer court elders can be said to possess absolute authority. So, aren't you finished because you've offended him? Besides that, the academy has been in contact with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range for so many years, so that Elder definitely knows the demon commander of the mountain range. He wouldn't even have to wait for you to enter the academy before he deals with you. He just has to notify the demon commander, and you'll definitely die a graveless death. Roar. Lung Yuan had just finished speaking when a roar resounded from afar, and then a monarch realm wolf demon led over 40 exalt realm wolf demons in a dash from afar. Their target was Yang Ye's group. Chapter 893. He's playing dirty tricks on me? Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed at those demon beasts which were charging towards them, and there was a trace of icy coldness in his eyes. Flee. Lung Yuan spoke solemnly. After all, they had no chance of winning against a monarch realm demon beast and over 40 exalt realm demon beasts. The man in an embroidered robe and the black-robed man nodded with agreement as well. Why flee? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's figure shot forward, and they watched as he collided with the monarch realm demon beast. Tang Xiaoro and Lung Yuan's expressions changed when they witnessed this scene, and they couldn't help but avert their gazes. Bang! Unexpectedly, it wasn't Yang Yi who was blasted flying. It was the monarch realm demon beast instead. Bang! 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 Numerous muffled bangs resounded as huge figures were ceaselessly blasted flying. Less than 10 breaths of time passed before all the demon beasts, including the monarch realm demon beast, were put down. The black-robed man suddenly spoke after he witnessed this scene. He isn't human. The man in an embroidered robe nodded and spoke in agreement. Indeed. Lung Yuan took a deep and long glance at Yang Yi, yet didn't speak a word. Yang Yi patted his hands together and was just about to speak when his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up towards the sky. Roar. A powerful roar resounded through the air, and then the entire sky dimmed down. Roar. 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 After that, countless roars resounded throughout the mountain range, and then the entire mountain range started to tremble while the sound of demon beasts dashing could be heard from all around them. The sky has been blotted out and all the wolves have set out. Lung Yuan's expression suddenly changed as he spoke with shock. Shit. The Welkin Wolf Demon King intends to attack Ocean of Cloud City and the Academy. Suddenly, a deep voice resounded through the sky. Students of the Academy who are participating in the test quickly returned to the Academy and The voice hadn't even finished speaking when it was dispersed by the howl of a wolf. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. Wasn't the relationship between Welkin Wolf Mountain Range and the Academy considerably friendly? Friendly? Lung Yuran shook his head and said, how could humans and demon beasts have friendly relationships? The reason both sides remained safe and at peace was because both sides were unable to do anything to the other, and both sides feared each other. Now that Welkin Wolf Mountain Range has suddenly seized the opportunity when the Academy is carrying out its recruitment test to attack, they are definitely very confident in their chances of success. We might have been dragged into deep trouble. Yang Yi closed his eyes slightly while his consciousness swept towards the surroundings. Quite some time passed before he finally opened his eyes once more, and he spoke seriously. There's a strange and powerful force all around here, and it's capable of obstructing spiritual energy. My spiritual energy is unable to sense anything more than 300 m away from me. Looks like Welkin Wolf Mountain Range came prepared. Tang Xiaoro suddenly asked, what should we do now? Lung Yuran and the others exchanged glances before looking at Yang Yi. The man in an embroidered robe said, you're the strongest here, so you make the decisions. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, we're at the outer ring of the mountain range, so it's quite difficult for us to reach Ocean of Cloud City. But we have to get back there. Moreover, we have no choice but to walk because we'll be moving targets if we fly. Tang Xiaoro suddenly asked, why must we return to the Academy? Yang Yi answered, it's either the Ocean of Clouds Academy or Welkin Wolf Mountain Range for over 1,000,000 kilometers in all directions. Where would you flee to during a war between these two extraordinary powers? Moreover, all of you can be considered as partial students of the Academy. Could it be that all of you intend to flee when the Academy is in trouble? Tang Xiaoro gazed at Yang Yi with slight fear in her eyes. I didn't mean that. I just feel that the city would definitely be surrounded by demon beasts now. Wouldn't we have to face them head-on if we return to the city now? While we're all at the Exalt realm, it's far from sufficient when facing platinum rank powers. She's right. Lung Yuran nodded with agreement. If we return to the city right now, then we will definitely meet those demon beasts head-on. Any half-saint realm demon beast would be able to crush us with ease. Then what do all of you intend to do? Yang Yi continued, look for a place to hide or flee. How will all of you escape this boundless mountain range without any ability to scan your surroundings? All of them fell silent. Yang Yi continued, our group really isn't strong, but are we weak? Since we aren't weak, then why don't we kill our way back? Weren't all of you worried about being unable to find Exalt Realm demon beasts to kill? Now they are all around you. Moreover, the Academy will definitely dispatch experts to save us if we return to the city. I refuse to believe that Welkin Wolf Mountain Range is so powerful that it's able to destroy the city and the Academy in a short period. A long period of silence ensued before the black-robed man gazed at Yang Yi. My name is He Sha. I'll go with you. The man in an embroidered robe spoke as well. They call me Hao Shuaibua, but you can call me Hao Shuai. I'll go with you as well. Yang Yi nodded, and then he looked at Lung Yuran and Tang Xiaoro. I'm definitely heading back to the Academy. Both of you can follow me if you want, and you can leave if you don't. But I guarantee that both of you'll be blacklisted once the Academy gets through this situation. You can take it as a threat? Lung Yuran glanced at Yang Yi and said, I'll go with you. Tang Xiaoro stated, Me too. Yang Yi nodded. Since you've decided, then all of you'll obey my commands for now. All of you have no objections, right? They shook their heads. Yang Yi said, Little Long, around how many are participating in the recruitment test? Lung Yuran seemed to have never expected that Yang Yi would call him Little Long, and he was slightly stunned before he replied, There were countless in the beginning, but most of them were eliminated during the elimination rounds. Presently, there are around 300 or 400 participants in this live combat test. You intend to gather all of them? Yang Yi nodded. He intended to gather them, of course. After all, wouldn't he have no students if he didn't save them now? But he really couldn't help but sigh with emotion, because he only knew how to kill in the past, yet now, he had to save people, and he was quite unaccustomed to it. It's very difficult to gather all of them. Lung Yuran spoke seriously. They are definitely scattered all around the mountain range, so we have to find them in order to bring them together. It's impossible to guarantee that we won't be attacked by powerful demon beasts during that time, especially if they are half-saint realm demon beasts. Just one of them can crush our entire group. When he spoke up to this point, he paused for a moment and said, even if we find them, so what? They are arrogant and proud people, so they will definitely refuse your leadership. Gathering all of them together might even cause a huge amount of problems instead. Yang Yi said, that's not a problem. If they refuse to obey me, then I'll beat them until they do. As for those who look for trouble with me, I'll beat them until they are obedient. You're great. Hao Shuaibua gave Yang Yi a thumbs up. Indeed. Heisha nodded with agreement. Roar. Suddenly, a roar resounded from afar. It was like rumbling thunder that surged through the world, and they felt sharp pain in their eardrums even when they were almost 50,000 kilometers away. Lung Yuran spoke solemnly. It's a Saint Realm wolf demon. Yang Yi frowned. A Saint Realm wolf demon? The Demon King? Lung Yuran shook his head and said, the Demon King is the Demon King, and the Saint Realm wolf demons are just Saint Realm wolf demons. There are definitely over 100 Saint Realm demon beasts, and there might even be more. However, there are only 12 Demon Kings. These 12 Demon Kings are existences at the peak of the Saint Realm, and they are only a step away from breaking through and arriving above the Saint Realm. When he spoke up to this point, Lung Yuran raised his head and looked in the direction of the city. If I'm not wrong, the Welkin Wolf Demon King is probably keeping the Dean busy right now. It's very difficult to kill existences at their level. I'm only worried that since the Welkin Wolf Demon King dared to launch a large-scale attack against the Academy, it definitely possesses some sort of trump card, and that's the most terrifying part of the situation. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a slightly bitter expression could be seen on the corners of his mouth. After all, he hadn't even officially taken his position in the Academy, but had encountered such a difficult situation. Needless to say, he was quite unlucky. Actually, he could choose to just leave, but he hadn't. After all, he would definitely not allow himself to be dragged into this troublesome situation if he was all on his own. However, he was representing the ancient sword school now. It wouldn't be a problem if the academy was destroyed, but if it wasn't, then wouldn't the ancient sword school be completely disgraced if he left now? He didn't care about reputation and face at all, but he had to think about it for the ancient sword school's sake since he belonged to it now. I have a way to gather all of them together. Lung Yuran suddenly said, we're definitely unable to split up now. So, the only way is to set up a meeting point, and then use others to find even more people and make them gather at the meeting point. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, that works. Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded from not too far away from them. After that, a few figures appeared in the distance, and there was a black wolf demon chasing after them with a ferocious gaze in its eyes. It was an Exalt Realm Demon Beast. Hai Shuaibua laughed coldly when he saw the Exalt Realm Demon Beast, and he said, it's just an Exalt Realm Demon Beast. Just watch this young master crush it. As he spoke, he started walking towards it. Bang! However, countless black wolf demons suddenly dashed out from the forest behind it, and the forest was instantly torn apart. There were over 1,000 demon beasts in the pack. Hao Shuaibua's figure stiffened, and then he walked over to Yang Yi and said, I think it's better for you to do it. Chapter 894. Yang Yi suddenly spoke solemnly. All of you run first. Lung Yuran and the others were slightly stunned, and they gazed at Yang Yi with bewilderment. All of them were waiting for him to make an awesome show of strength and deal with all the demon beasts, but they hadn't expected him to actually ask them to run. Are you still not running? Do all of you want to die? Yang Yi glanced coldly at Lung Yuran and the others. They hesitated slightly before their figures flashed off towards the distance. Meanwhile, the group of 4 that ran over from afar didn't need Yang Yi to tell them anything before they continued dashing madly towards the distance. Yang Yi took a step forward, and then a terrifying pressure surged out from within him. The pack of wolves that were dashing over from afar were immediately stopped in their tracks when they sensed the pressure he emanated. While their eyes still carried a ferocious glow when they looked at Yang Yi, there was even more fear within them. Yang Yi glanced coldly at them and said, fuck off. His voice carried an imposing aura that caused the pack to be instantly forced back. Wu, the huge wolf that led the ground, howled before it leaped at Yang Yi. A cold glow flashed through his eyes as he smashed his fist forward, and the air around his fist rumbled while the surrounding space rippled. Bang! The huge wolf was blasted flying. In the end, its huge figure transformed into a pile of mush at a speed that was visible to the eye. Yang Yi pointed at the pile of mush and gazed at the pack as he spoke. They'll give all of you one last chance. That's what will happen if you still refuse to fuck off. Wu, the pack howled, and then they retreated like a receding tide. Once the pack retreated, Yang Yi suddenly gazed towards a huge rock in the distance. At the very same moment that his gaze descended onto the rock, his figure had arrived before it as well, and he smashed his fist forward. Bang! The rock was instantly blasted into powder. At the same time, a fist smashed against Yang Yi's fist. Bang! An explosion resounded while the space around the point of collision warped. Meanwhile, Yang Yi took around 10 steps back. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he relaxed his clenched right fist, and then clenched it tightly once more. There was a robust man standing not too far away from him. The man's figure was extremely robust, and at least 3 times larger than Yang Yi's own. The fist on the man's hand was simply 2 times thicker than Yang Yi's thigh. Besides that, the man was wearing a ghost mask, and the mask had a mysterious force covering it. So Yang Yi's spiritual energy was utterly incapable of seeing through it. "Who are you?" asked the masked man. His voice was low and slightly unclear. It sounded like a child who had just learned how to speak. Yang Yi didn't speak. He just took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the man before his fist shot forward once more. The masked man's fist shot forward as well. Bang! Yang Yi took 10 steps back while the masked man didn't move at all. There was a trace of a solemn expression in Yang Yi's eyes. The masked man was only at the peak of the low rank in the monarch realm, but the masked man's physical strength was so terrifying. After all, while he hadn't used his full strength, had used at least 60% of it. Such force was even sufficient to instantly smash an ordinary monarch realm expert into mush. However, the masked man hadn't moved at all, and had been pushed back instead. Most importantly, the masked man hadn't used his full strength as well. "I sense the aura of a demon beast and a human on you." Yang Yi gazed at the masked man with a slightly bewildered gaze. "Are you a human or demon beast?" The masked man didn't speak a word. He just swung his fist at Yang Yi from afar. An energy fist instantly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and the imposing aura it carried instantly obliterated the forest behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly while the profound energy within his body surged into his right fist, and then he smashed it forward. Bang! The energy fist's aura was instantly dispersed. Meanwhile, Yang Yi retracted his fist and launched it forward again. Bang! The energy fist was immediately blasted apart. This time, Yang Yi wasn't pushed back because Head used his full physical strength. The masked man said, "Your physical strength is very strong." Yang Yi replied, "Yours is very strong as well." The masked man pondered deeply for a short while before he said, "Are you willing to join my Sky Divine Hall?" Yang Yi's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "You are from Sky Divine Hall? Then it means that you know Luo Qianxiao, huh?" The masked man said, "He was once the strongest in the younger generation of my Sky Divine Hall. Now I am." "Then what about in Nanjing?" Yang Yi asked. "Can you defeat her?" "She can't be considered to be a member of my Sky Divine Hall." The masked man continued. "You know her?" Yang Yi asked. "Is she doing well?" "Of course." The masked man replied. "She's about to marry Qianxiao and become the wife of the next divine lord of my Sky Divine Hall. How could she not be doing well?" Yang Yi raised his head and looked up into the sky. "I have one last question. You were hiding amidst the pack earlier, but they didn't attack you even after they noticed you. In other words, you're on the same side." "No, I should say that your Sky Divine Hall and the Welkin Wolf Mountain Range are on the same side, right?" "Yes." The masked man said, "Your strength isn't bad. It would truly be a pity for you to die just like that. You can join my Sky Divine Hall if you want." You'll definitely be valued with the strength and natural talent you possess. Yang Yi said, "What if I refuse?" The masked man replied, "Do you know why I've answered so many of your questions?" Yang Yi said, "Please do tell." The masked man answered, "Because only one of our own or a dead man can keep secrets. Do you want to be one of us, or do you want to be a dead man?" Yang Yi suddenly asked, "You think your physical strength is very formidable? I've never seen anyone stronger than me in the same realm of cultivation throughout Pine Prefecture." The masked man continued, "Even demon beasts in the same realm of cultivation." Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. "I'll let you experience it today." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot forward explosively. Because he was too fast, he left numerous material afterimages all along his path. Yang Yi arrived in front of the masked man in less than a 10th of a breath of time, and then the Herculean sword swept horizontally towards the masked man. The masked man couldn't dodge at all, so he clenched both his fists tightly and smashed them towards Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded. The masked man's feet were dragged against the ground as his figure was pushed back by the force of the collision, and he was pushed almost 1.5 kilometers back before he finally stopped himself. A deep trench could be seen from where Yang Yi stood to beneath the masked man's feet. Moreover, the masked man's hands were shivering. "You." The masked man's voice carried a trace of shock. He wanted to say something, but Yang Yi didn't give him the slightest chance. Yang Yi had appeared in front of him at the instant his figure stopped moving backward, and the Herculean sword smashed down towards his head. This attack was like a mountain descending upon him, and the powerful aura and force it carried caused the ground beneath the masked man to collapse over 30 m down. There was a trace of astonishment in the masked man's eyes. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and an iron hammer appeared in his hand before he raised it to block Yang Yi's sword. Bang! A huge bang resounded as both Yang Yi and the masked man's figure went beneath the surface. Suddenly, a hole cracked open in the sky, and then a huge hand stretched out from it and shot into the ground. Bang! A loud explosion resounded from beneath the ground, and then the huge hand shuddered before it exploded apart. Meanwhile, Yang Yi leaped up to the surface. At the same time, the masked man leaped up to the surface as well. The iron hammer in the masked man's grasp was severely out of shape right now, and his hands were trembling violently. Hiss! The sky suddenly split apart once more, and then another huge hand stretched out from within space. The hand was clenched tightly into a fist before it smashed down towards Yang Yi, a high-rank half-saint. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he flicked the Herculean sword upward to collide with the fist. Bang! The huge fist was blasted apart while Yang Yi moved backwards repeatedly. The sky cracked open again. This time, it wasn't just one hand but two. Two high-rank half-saints. A wisp of ferocity surged into Yang Yi's eyes, not to mention two hands. "What can both of you do to me even if you're standing right before me?" As soon as he finished speaking, he swung the Herculean sword swiftly, and a strand of sword energy shot up and struck the huge hands. Bang! The sword energy flashed through them while the huge hands exploded into pieces. This time, the sky returned to calm, and the masked man had vanished on the spot. Yang Yi looked up into the sky for a short moment while a solemn expression filled his eyes. Those high-rank half-saints were naturally not afraid of him. The reason they hadn't torn through space and came here themselves was definitely because the battle in Ocean of Cloud City had definitely begun. They weren't able to leave the battle at all. Of course, that wasn't the main point. The main point was that the Welkin Wolf Mountain Range and Sky Divine Hall had joined forces. Will the Ocean of Clouds Academy be able to resist their joint forces? If the Academy fails to hold them off, then I would really be leading these fellows back to their deaths. Suddenly, a terrifying pressure suddenly appeared in the sky above Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression changed violently when he sensed the pressure because it belonged to a Saint Realm expert. A finger suddenly appeared in the sky above him. It hadn't even started descending towards him, but the imposing aura and force it carried caused the space around him to split apart. A moment of silence ensued before the finger suddenly descended. Yang Yes' pupils constricted violently while the profound energy and sword intent within him instantly surged out from within him. Right at this moment, a palm suddenly traveled through space and smashed against the finger. Bang! Both of them were dispersed, and a terrifying wave of energy erupted from the point of collision. However, it didn't take long for a pitch-black spatial rift to appear in the sky, and the wave of energy was instantly swept into the rift. The sky returned to normal. Bring them back, and it'll help you improve your sword intent to the void rank. The Dean. A slightly old voice suddenly resounded in Yang Yes' mind. The corners of Yang Yes' eyes twitched when he heard this. He pondered deeply for a moment, and then he raised his head and looked up into the sky. It'll do it. Chapter 895. Actually, Yang Yi was quite hesitant about whether he should allow himself to be dragged into this troublesome situation. After all, it was two extraordinary powers that were acting against the Academy, and it wasn't just Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Yet now, had decided to head to the Academy. Besides the promise the Dean had given him, there was another reason, and it was the Dean's strength. It was a Saint Hood attacked him earlier, but it was obvious that Saint's strength was inferior to the Dean. So, had decided to make a gamble. While it was quite risky, attaining void rank sword intent was worth the gamble. Yang Yi placed the Herculean sword back within his spatial ring, and then he flashed off towards the distance. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to catch up to Lung Yuran and the others. However, he immediately frowned when he saw them. At this moment, Lung Yuran's group was in confrontation with those four fellows who were running for their lives just now. Moreover, Lung Yuran had a furious expression on his face, while Hao Shuaibua and He Sha's faces were gloomy, and their eyes were icy cold. As for the other four, they were sizing up Lung Yuran incessantly with teasing expressions on their faces. The profound energy within both sides' bodies were surging while their imposing auras collided incessantly. They were simply on the verge of battle. Yang Yi spoke in a low voice, "What's going on?" Lung Yuran and the others' expressions eased up slightly when they saw him. However, they hadn't even had a chance to speak when the white-robed man who led the group of four said, "You actually survived." All of their eyes had a trace of surprise in them. Hao Shuaibua spoke in a low voice. "They teased little Long." "Teased?" The white-robed man chuckled and said, "How could you call that teasing? Brother Long is clearly a man. Since he is a man, then it shouldn't be improper for me to ask for a hug, right?" Yang Yi glanced at Lung Yuran, and he roughly understood what had happened. So long as one had a little bit of strength, it would be obvious that Lung Yuran was a woman dressed as a man, and that white-robed man had probably realized that as well. So, he might have spoken in a slightly offensive or teasing manner, and that was what had offended Lung Yuran and the others. When he thought up to this point, Yang Yi gazed at the white-robed man's group and said, "Apologize and he'll forget it ever happened." "Apologize?" The white-robed man was slightly stunned, and then he sized up Yang Yi and said, "Throughout my entire lifetime, I, Zhang Qingyun, have never apologized to anyone. Why don't you teach me how?" Yang Yi raised his head to look at the white-robed man. "Are you sure?" Zhang Qingyun laughed coldly. "I'm very sure and certain." Slap. A resounding slap resounded as soon as Zhang Qingyun finished speaking. Everyone watched as the right side of his face swelled up, but he wasn't blasted flying because Yang Yi was standing in front of him and holding his collar. "I'll teach you right now." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he swung his palm repeatedly. Slap, slap, slap. 3 breaths of time later, Zhang Qingyun's entire face had swelled up like the head of a pig, and he was completely dazed. It wasn't just him. The others standing behind him were completely stunned as well. As for Lung Yuran and the others, they were used to it. Yang Yi tossed Zhang Qingyun over to Lung Yuran and said, "Now, do you know how to apologize? If you don't, then I won't mind teaching you again." Zhang Qingyun gazed resentfully at Yang Yi and said, My grandfather is an elder in the outer court. You." Because Yang Yi had crushed his teeth and even slapped him to the point his mouth was crooked, Zhang Qingyun wasn't able to speak smoothly right now. Yang Yi gazed at Zhang Qingyun and said, "Are you trying to tell me that your grandfather is an elder of the outer court, and he will definitely come for me because I bashed you up? Right?" Zhang Qingyun hadn't even finished speaking when Yang Yi swung his palm against Zhang Qinjian's face again. The powerful force in the swing caused Zhang Qinjian's figure to be dragged against the ground as it flew off into the distance, and his figure tore open a trench that was over 300 m long before it finally stopped. He wasn't dead because Yang Yi controlled his strength well. Yang Yi walked towards Zhang Qingyun, but Leng Yuran suddenly grabbed his arm and said, "Forget it." She was very angry in the beginning, but the anger in her heart had dissipated when she saw the miserable state Zhang Qingyun was in, and all she felt was pity now. Yang Yi stated, "Men should respect women. It's fine if he doesn't. He can have a chance to change that. But I'm sure you've realized that he doesn't intend to. So, I think that I should educate him. If he really refuses to listen, then he'll have no choice but to end him. Otherwise, if he's allowed to live, then he might rely on that grandfather of his to do even more excessive things." When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi walked over to Zhang Qingyun, and he was just about to raise his hand when Zhang Qingyun spoke weakly. I'll apologize. He asked for it. Heisha spoke abruptly. He didn't just ask for it. He even was a fool about it. How Shuaibua added. Leng Yuran shook her head and glanced at Yang Yi. There was a slightly complicated expression in her eyes because she felt that he was a little too violent. Yang Yi picked Zhang Qingyun up from the ground and walked over to Leng Yuran while he pointed at the others from Zhang Qinjian's group. "All of you have to apologize as well. I don't have to teach you how, right?" No. All of them shook their heads. What a joke. Zhang Qingyun was a high-rank Exalt Realm expert, but he hadn't even been able to fight back against Yang Yi. They could imagine how strong Yang Yi was, so how could they dare to go against his word? After they apologized, Yang Yi casually tossed over a few extreme-grade energy stones and said, "I've taken a glance at the surroundings, and we should be safe for now. So, all of you recover first, and we'll set out immediately once you're all done." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at Zhang Qingyun and the others, and he said, "If all of you want, you can come with us. However, you must obey my orders. You can leave right now if you refuse." One of the men said, "We will go with you." The others hurriedly nodded. After all, the mountain range was covered in demon beasts right now, and the slightest misfortune might cause them to encounter a powerful demon beast. That would definitely end in them dying a graveless death. It was certainly much safer to follow an extraordinary expert. Obviously, Yang Yi was an extraordinary expert in their eyes. Yang Yi looked up into the sky. At this moment, it was clearly still daytime, but the sky was still pitch black. So, it was easy for him to imagine how terrifying the Welkin Wolf Demon King's strength was. "Old man Dean, you better succeed. Don't let me find out that you're dead when I bring them back to the city. Then I would truly be fucked." Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, sat down cross-legged, and took out a few extreme-grade energy stones to recuperate. Meanwhile, Leng Yuran suddenly walked over to him and said, "I think Pine Prefecture might be falling into chaos." Yang Yi asked, "Why?" Leng Yuran spoke solemnly. The Academy has always maintained its neutrality and never participated in the battles between the various powers, including the demon race. But this time, Welkin Wolf Mountain Range has actually attacked, so there's definitely something fishy going on. Yang Yi nodded. She wasn't aware of it, but he knew that it wasn't just Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. Sky Divine Hall was participating as well. Why has Sky Divine Hall acted against the Academy? What's their goal? Yang Yi shook his head, restrained his thoughts, glanced once more at her, and then said, "What are you trying to say?" Leng Yuran glanced at him and said, "You have a very good chance of escaping with the strength you possess. Or I should say that it wouldn't be difficult at all. But why are you leading a group of burdens like us?" Yang Yi said, "Are all of you considered as students of the Academy right now?" Leng Yuran glanced at him and said, "We've passed the once test. Strictly speaking, we're considered students of the Academy. Actually, this test wasn't difficult to us at all, and the only reason we're being tested is so that we can be separated into classes upon entering the Academy." Yang Yi smiled. "That's right. Since you're all considered to be students of the Academy's outer court, then it's definitely my business." He would naturally not take responsibility for these students if he hadn't accepted the letter of appointment from the Ocean of Clouds Academy. But the problem was that he had. In other words, they could actually be considered to be his students. Lung Yuran asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Why? Bang! Right at this moment, a huge explosion resounded from afar, and then countless explosions resounded incessantly. Suddenly, two women dashed in panic from afar. Yang Yi was immediately stunned when he saw them because he knew both of them. They were Li Qingyi and Yu Wushuang. It's you. It's you. Both of them simultaneously pointed at Yang Yi and spoke with astonishment. Yang Yi nodded and said, It's me, Yi Yang. Quickly save my big sister. Quickly save my big brother. Both of them ran over to him, and then each of them grabbed one of his arms and started running back from where they came. Lung Yuran and the others were stunned. It didn't take long for Yang Yi to see Li Maozhen and a woman who held a whip in her grasp. There was a robust man standing not too far away from them. Of course, the man wasn't human because he emanated the thick aura of a wild beast. Moreover, the man was a half-saint. Li Maozhen roared furiously when he sensed that Li Qingyi had returned. What are you doing back here? Wushuang, what are you doing? Are you looking for a beating? The woman with a whip glared angrily at Yu Wushuang. Big brother, see who it is. Li Qingyi pushed Yang Yi forward as she spoke. Yang Yi was speechless. Yu Wushuang spoke as well. Big sister, this fellow is very strong. You can rest now. Yang Yi was at a complete loss for words. Chapter 896. The woman with a whip tapped her right foot against the ground, and then she moved over 10 Embark. After that, her gaze descended upon Yang Yi as she said, Who the heck are you? As for Li Maozhen, he was delighted when he saw Yang Yi and spoke happily. Brother Yang? The robust man didn't continue attacking, and his gaze carried a trace of vigilance as it descended onto Yang Yi. His instinct as a demon beast told him that the fellow before him was quite dangerous. Yang Yi nodded lightly to Li Maozhen and said, Both of you can continue. Yang, Yi Yang Yu. Li Qingyi and Yu Wushuang gazed at Yang Yi with puzzled expressions, and they seemed to be unable to figure out why Yang Yi refused to lend them a hand. Yang Yi waved his hand and didn't provide any explanation. They intended to say something, but Yang Yi just glanced indifferently at them, causing their hearts to instantly shudder. They didn't dare speak another word. Perhaps others didn't know how terrifying Yang Yi was, but they did. This man who stood before them was one who dared to challenge the entire Tao order. You're that fellow who Wushuang said is very formidable? The woman with a whip sized up Yang Yi and said, What a coward! Such a disappointment. As she spoke, she waved her whip towards the half-saint demon beast. Li Maozhen nodded lightly to Yang Yi and said, Brother Yang, please help me take care of Qingyi. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Maozhen's figure charged towards the demon beast. Yang Yi nodded slightly as he watched them enter into battle with the half-saint demon beast. Needless to say, their strengths were really not bad. While they joined forces and were still in a disadvantaged position, they could fight that half-saint demon beast. The reason he hadn't lent a hand was because they could only improve their own strengths through ceaseless battle. Just like this very moment, Yang Yi firmly believed that no matter which side won or lost the battle, both sides would definitely obtain great gains and improvements to their strengths. This improvement wasn't just limited to their cultivation, it also included their mental state, experience, and all sorts of other comprehensions. Yu Wushuang glanced at Yang Yi, and she seemed to understand something and didn't speak another word. However, Li Qingyi's eyes were filled with anxiety, and there were many occasions that she wanted to speak and ask Yang Yi to lend them a hand. Bang! Suddenly, Li Maozhen's figure was blasted flying and crashed to the ground. However, it didn't take long for him to leap back up, but he still spat out a mouthful of blood. Big brother! Li Qingyi's face turned pale. She was about to charge over but was stopped by Yang Yi. Let me go. Li Qingyi glared angrily at Yang Yi. Yang Yi said, Just watch obediently. Li Qingyi spoke angrily, Even if you refuse to lend a hand, on what basis are you stopping me from helping? Yang Yi replied, You'll only cause trouble for them if you join the battle. Li Qingyi glanced coldly at Yang Yi and spoke in a cold tone, That's none of your business. Yang Yi nodded, and then he let go of her and said, Then go ahead. Li Qingyi glanced coldly at Yang Yi and was about to charge over. However, Yu Wushuang stopped her. She said, "He's right. You'll only cause trouble for them."
But
Li Qingyi intended to say something. However, Yu Wushuang shook her head and said, "Actually, we don't have to worry at all. Look, even though my older sister and your older brother are in a disadvantaged position and are being suppressed by that fellow, their lives aren't in danger. Moreover, have you not noticed? They are in a much better situation than they were earlier. What does that prove? It proves that they are actually capable of fighting a half-saint realm demon beast once they regain their composure." Yang Yi glanced at Yu Wushuang and nodded with admiration. He felt that she really was quite intelligent, just like Ding Xiaoyao was all those years ago. Li Qingyi glanced at the battle, and she noticed that it was exactly as Yu Wushuang had said, so her expression immediately eased up. She glanced at Yang Yi but hesitated to speak. Because of the commotion from the battle, more and more participating students had converged here, and all were shocked when they saw Li Maozhen and Yu Wujiao in battle with a half-saint demon beast, while only at the Exalt realm. "It's Li Maozhen. That's Li Maozhen." Some recognized Li Maozhen and exclaimed involuntarily, "How strong! He's actually fighting a half-saint while at the Exalt realm. How could he not be strong?" According to rumor, he was the #1 genius from where he came from. Moreover, the academy even made an exception to directly recruit him as an outer court disciple. Unfortunately, he was poisoned by someone, causing his cultivation to decrease instead. He almost became an ordinary person. I never expected that he would actually be so terrifying once he recovered. I heard about that. Alas, if he hadn't been poisoned all those years ago, then perhaps he would be at the peak of the monarch realm now, or even the half-saint realm. What a pity. Right, who's the woman by his side? She isn't ordinary at all. Yu Wujiao. She's one of the 3 daughters of Matchless City's governor. Amongst the 3 sisters of the Yu clan, the eldest is heroic, the twin sister is unruly, and the younger is extremely intelligent. Yu Wujiao is already so formidable, so how terrifying would her eldest sister be? Hee, if I were to be able to marry all 3 sisters at once, that would truly be. Hee. In less than an hour, over 100 people had converged here because of the commotion from the battle. Yang Yi glanced at the demon beast, and there was a trace of a solemn and cold expression in his eyes. "Hey, can I ask you to do something?" Yu Wushuang suddenly moved close to Yang Yi and nudged his hand. Yang Yi said, "Go on." Yu Wushuang glanced at her older sister and said, "My twin sister's temper isn't very good. Can you forgive her if she offends you later?" Yang Yi replied, "A bad temper must be corrected." Yu Wushuang's expression changed slightly, and she said, "My eldest sister won't forgive you if you dare to bully her." Yang Yi spoke indifferently, "Then ill-educate both of them." Yu Wushuang was clearly quite infuriated, but it didn't take long for her to return to a calm state. "My eldest sister is from the secret court," Yang Yi suddenly said. "How does the secret court compare to the hidden path and the Tao order attendants?" Yu Wushuang's face froze. A short while passed before she suddenly pulled on Yang Yi's arm and spoke in a slightly charming voice. "Hey, you're a man. You can't just bully women, right?" Yang Yi asked, "But what if she wants to bully me?" Yu Wushuang glanced at her older sister, and then sighed softly. "Fine. My twin sister needs to be educated indeed. Otherwise, she'll never know her limits." Yang Yi chuckled when he heard this, and then he rubbed her head and said, "Why are you getting worried for nothing?" He had quite a good impression of the little girl who stood before him, because he might have been delayed for a very long time when he was rushing back to Martial Enlightenment City that day. Suddenly, someone exclaimed with surprise, "Isn't that Feng Wuqiao?" They looked over and saw that Feng Wuqiao was walking slowly towards them with over 50 people following behind him. Feng Wuqiao's face fell when he saw Yang Yi, while Xia Bingwei took 2 steps back subconsciously, and then she hid behind Feng Wuqiao. Mo Xinyu and that sword cultivator from the ancient sword school who stood by Feng Wuqiao's side glanced at Yang Yi as well, and there was a serious and fearful expression in their eyes. Yang Yi glanced at Feng Wuqiao's group before withdrawing his gaze, and then it descended upon the battlefield again while he spoke softly. "It's about time it ends." Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, the the demon beast blasted both Li Maojin and Yu Wujiao back. However, the demon beast didn't attack again. He glanced at the crowd here while a trace of an icy cold smile of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. "Kill him!" Someone shouted loudly. "Kill that half-saint! Kill that half-saint! Kill that half-saint!" More and more here started shouting. At this moment, there were over 200 here, and strength came in numbers. Coupled with the fact that there was only a single demon beast, so not only did they feel no fear, they were even excited instead. Many even took the initiative to surround the half-saint demon beast while they shouted. Only 3 people have slaughtered a half-saint demon beast throughout the history of the Academy's recruitment tests. Now, I'm going to be the 4th. Yu Wujiao waved her whip about while excitement covered her face. Li Maojin gazed at the demon beast while a solemn and bewildered expression filled his eyes. The demon beast glanced at them, revealed a strange smile, and then stomped the ground with his right foot. His figure instantly transformed into a ray of light that vanished from their fields of vision. He fled? All of them were slightly stunned, and then they started cheering. Everyone. Suddenly, a green-robed man walked out from the group behind Feng Wuchao, and he glanced at them before he spoke. "I presume all of you are aware of the situation we're in right now. The Academy has been attacked by Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, and the mountain range itself has been sealed off by the Welkin Wolf Demon King. Our spiritual sense can't detect anything around us, and we're unable to contact the outside world as well. We can be considered to be an isolated force that are without any backup. So, we can only rely on ourselves." A moment of silence ensued, but it didn't take long for someone to speak. "Brother, you're right. Now, we have to unite together in order to return alive to Ocean of Cloud City." Someone else spoke with agreement. "Indeed, we must be united as it's the only way we'll have a chance at survival." The green-robed man nodded and said, "Since all of you've said that we should be united, I'm sure you're all aware that we need a leader to stay united. I recommend Brother Feng to take up that role." When he spoke up to this point, the green-robed man casually waved his hand, and an inner core floated before him while he spoke. "See this? This is the inner core of a half-saint, and Brother Feng led us in battle to kill it." They killed a half-saint. Clamorous noise resounded in the surroundings. Many were quite hesitant before this, but they immediately started declaring their allegiances. "I'm willing to follow Brother Feng." "Me too." In next to no time, over 100 were standing behind Feng Wuchao. A slight smile arose on the corners of Feng Wuchao's mouth, and he gazed at Li Maojin and Yu Wujiao as he said, "Are the 2 of you willing to join forces with me and lead our brothers back to the city? Don't worry, both of you'll enjoy an equal status as me." Yu Wujiao was quite hesitant when she heard this, whereas Li Maojin gazed at Yang Yi and asked, "Brother Yang, what's your plan?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm returning to the city as well. Then Qingyi and I will go with you." Li Maojin said, "I hope you don't mind us burdening you." Clamorous noise instantly resounded throughout the surroundings. Chapter 897. He called himself a burden. Li Maojin called himself a burden. The gazes of everyone here instantly descended upon Yang Yi, and they frowned when they saw him, because they weren't able to see through Yang Yi's cultivation and strength. Yu Wujiao suddenly spoke coldly. "What makes him qualified to lead?" "Tuan sister," Yu Wushuang said, "come here. You are the one who should come here." Yu Wujiao said, "Why are you getting so close to that coward? Are you going to come over or not?" Yu Wushuang's face turned gloomy. While she was young, she had an imposing aura of her own. Yu Wujiao's face fell as well when she witnessed this scene. "You little girl, you better figure out who's the older sister here. Come over here right now, or I'll give you a good smacking on the butt." Yu Wushuang took a deep breath, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Do as you please." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "I don't have the time for that." As he spoke, Yang Yi withdrew a scroll, and it was his appointment letter. Under such circumstances, he had no choice but to reveal his identity in order to make them follow him willingly. After all, he wasn't stupid enough to think that just a few words could convince them to follow him. Yang Yi had just withdrawn the scroll when an old man suddenly arrived here. Yang Yi knew the old man, It was that elder Shi of the outer court. Elder Shi. All of the students here were instantly overjoyed when they saw the old man. After all, the old man was a half-saint, so his arrival represented that they would be saved. It was the same even for Li Maozhen, Lung Yuran, and the others. After all, they naturally felt quite safe when they had an elder at the half-saint realm by their sides in this boundless mountain range. Elder Shi glanced at them, and then he nodded. It's great that all of you are together here. The academy is being attacked by Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. I came here especially just to save all of you, so come with me. None of them raised any questions and just nodded. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly spoke. I'm really quite curious. This area has been sealed off by the Demon King of this mountain range. So how did you tear through space to arrive here while avoiding being detected by the Demon King and all the other saints on this mountain range? Many people immediately gazed at Elder Shi when they heard this, especially Li Maozhen, Yu Wushuang, and the others. Their eyes had a bewildered and questioning gaze in them. Elder Shi stopped moving, turned around, gazed at Yang Yi and said, Who do you think you are? Why should I give you an explanation? Yu Wushuang suddenly said, Then may I know if Elder Shi can give us an explanation? Elder Shi glanced coldly at Yu Wushuang and spoke in a cold tone. And who do you think you are? Meanwhile, Feng Wuchao spoke coldly. Elder Shi is a half-saint, so he naturally relied on his ability to get here. Why are both of you talking such nonsense? Just stay here if you're unwilling to go with Elder Shi. No one is stopping you. Wushuang. Yu Wujiao wanted to say something, but Yu Wushuang interrupted her. Indie sister, do you think you or I am smarter? Yu Wujiao's face turned quite unsightly while she cursed in her heart, Damnable little girl. Stop insulting me in public. Yu Wushuang said, Big sister, this situation is quite strange. Come over here. Yu Wujiao didn't move at all, and it caused Yu Wushuang's face to suddenly turn gloomy as she said, Have you forgotten what our eldest sister said? You must listen to me when it comes to important matters. Yu Wujiao's face grew even more unsightly when Yu Wushuang mentioned their eldest sister, and she hesitated for a long time before she took a deep breath and walked over to Yu Wushuang's side. Yu Wushuang gazed at Elder Shi and said, If I'm the Demon King of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, then I would definitely not allow anyone from the academy to enter the mountain range, especially a half-saint. It would still be explainable if Elder Shi snuck over. However, the problem is that Elder Shi openly tore space apart and teleported here. It's common knowledge that tearing space open will definitely cause powerful spatial fluctuations to arise. Are you telling me the experts of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range aren't able to notice these spatial fluctuations? Many people immediately shot their gazes towards Elder Shi when they heard her. This time, many of their gazes carried a trace of vigilance. Elder Shi fell silent for a moment, and then he suddenly started laughing and said, I heard that the 3rd young miss of Matchless City was an extraordinarily intelligent genius. You really do deserve your reputation. I don't intend to beat around the bush. All of you are geniuses amongst geniuses, so I truly can't bear to watch all of you die just like that. So, I want to save your lives. When he spoke up to this point, he suddenly removed his robe, and there was another cloud-white robe underneath it. Moreover, there was a small cloud on the left chest area of the robe. Sky Divine Hall. Someone exclaimed involuntarily upon witnessing this scene, and he pointed at Elder Shi and said, You're from Sky Divine Hall? Elder Shi glanced at them and said, I don't want to waste my breath. They'll give all of you a chance to live. So long as you're willing to join my Sky Divine Hall, then not only can you keep your lives, you will also be fostered well by my Sky Divine Hall. If you refuse, then all of you should know what the consequences will be. Yu Wushuang spoke in a low voice. It isn't just Welkin Wolf Mountain Range that's attacking the academy this time. The Sky Divine Hall is as well. Elder Shi waved his hand and said, Don't talk about such pointless things. Now, those who are willing to join my Sky Divine Hall can stand behind me. All of them remained silent, and none of them moved. Elder Shi laughed coldly and said, You think the academy will come save all of you? Don't be naive. The academy can't even protect itself now, so how could it possibly come to your rescue? All of you have natural talent and potential, and you'll definitely accomplish great things if you're able to survive. So, all of you should think it through. Yang Yi remained silent and just watched. He wanted to see how many would choose to join Sky Divine Hall. A moment of silence ensued, and then someone walked over to Elder Zai's side. Once there was a first, there was a second, and it didn't take long for over 100 to stand behind Elder Shi. Elder Zai's gaze shot towards Feng Wuchao, Li Maojin, Emo Xinyu, Yu Wujiao, Yu Wushuang, and the others who were the strongest amongst the people here, and he said, "All of you are the most outstanding students this year. Not to mention in the Ocean of Clouds Academy, you are rare geniuses even in my Sky Divine Hall. So long as you're willing to join my Sky Divine Hall, then I guarantee that my Sky Divine Hall will commit huge amounts of resources to foster all of you." Li Maojin shook his head and didn't speak a word. He just walked over to Yang Ye's side and made his stand clear. Yu Wujiao, on the other hand, didn't have any choice, because Yu Wushuang had immediately pulled her over to Yang Ye's side and even glared fiercely at her. This time, the little girl was extremely serious, and even her older sister, Yu Wujiao, didn't dare oppose her. "I'm a disciple of the ancient sword school. How could I possibly join another sect?" The green-clothed man from the ancient sword school shook his head and walked over to Yang Ye's side. There were over 100 people left here, and many actually walked over to Yang Ye's side. Yang Yi was quite surprised by this. After all, Elder Shi was a half-saint, so wasn't their decision equivalent to going against a half-saint? However, it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding. Many of them were like that disciple from the ancient sword school. They were utterly unable to join Sky Divine Hall because of their identity. Moreover, many of them had their pride. After all, if they were to join Sky Divine Hall under such circumstances, then how could they possibly gain the respect and acknowledgement of the disciples of Sky Divine Hall? As for the half-saint before them, he wasn't so terrifying when they had Li Maojin and Yu Wujiao on their side. Elder Zai's face became gloomy, and then he gazed at Feng Wuchao's group. Xia Bingwei glanced at Elder Shi and said, "Cousin brother, why don't we join Sky Divine Hall?" Feng Wuchao shook his head and said, "I'm already considered as a student of the academy right now. I would even look down on myself if I were to betray the academy and join Sky Divine Hall now." As he spoke, he walked over to Yang Ye's side as well. Xia Bingwei gritted her teeth and quickly followed behind him. "I'm willing to join Sky Divine Hall." Emo Xinyu, who was the last to choose, declared her decision and immediately walked over to Elder Zai's side. Yang Yi had around 150 people on his side right now, while Elder Shi had over 160. "Are all of you really sure?" Elder Shi gazed gloomily at Yang Ye's group and said, "This is your last chance." Yang Yi took a step forward, and then he gazed at the group behind Elder Shi and said, "I want to ask all of you the same question. Are all of you sure? Right? This is your last chance as well. If you miss this chance, then you won't have a chance to regret your decision later. I'm being serious right now. Kid, do you know that I've wanted to kill you for a very long time?" Elder Shi suddenly spoke ferociously. "Unfortunately, I didn't have a suitable opportunity earlier. Now that the saints of the academy aren't able to detect what's going on here, let me see who can save you now." As he spoke, he glanced at the others who stood behind Yang Yi and said, "Kill them. I need all of you to use their blood to declare your loyalty to my Sky Divine Hall." No one who stood behind Elder Shi dared to move upon hearing him. After all, Li Maojin, Yu Wujiao, and Feng Wuchao were on the other side. Elder Shi pointed at Li Maojin, Feng Wuchao, and Yu Wujiao as he said, "Leave them to me. All of you deal with the rest." The group behind Elder Shi was instantly filled with confidence when they heard him, and they charged towards Yang Ye's group. Meanwhile, Elder Zai's gaze descended onto Yang Yi as he spoke fiercely. "I've been unable to stand the sight of you for so long. Die." As he spoke, he made a clawing motion towards Yang Yi from afar, and the space around Yang Yi instantly started to war. Yang Yi laughed coldly as the Herculean sword appeared within his grasp, and then Elder Zai's aura was instantly dispersed with a light swing of his sword. At the same time, Yang Ye's figure flashed and instantly arrived in front of Elder Shi, and then the Herculean sword was already pressing against Elder Zai's throat before he could even react. Everyone here was stunned when they witnessed this scene, and it even included Elder Shi. At this moment, he was completely dazed. "You." Elder Shi was just about to speak. However, merely a single word had escaped his lips before his head was separated from his body. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, while the minds of everyone here went blank. He instantly annihilated a half-saint. A long time passed before Yu Wushuang was the first to recover from her shock. She walked over to Yang Ye's side, glanced at the group of cultivators in the distance who'd joined Sky Divine Hall earlier, and asked, "What should we do with them?" "Kill them all." As soon as Yang Ye's voice resounded, the Herculean sword left his grasp. Chapter 898. At the moment they chose to betray the Ocean of Clouds Academy and join Sky Divine Hall, they'd been listed as enemies in Yang Ye's heart. Enemies didn't need any education. The Herculean sword swept through the area, and over a dozen cultivators were instantly annihilated. It wasn't just those cultivators that had betrayed the academy who were stunned by this scene. Even the group behind Yang Yi were extremely shocked. All of them gazed at Yang Yi with extreme fear and even a trace of terror in their eyes. It was especially so for Xia Bingwei. She even wrapped her arms around her cousin brother, Feng Wuchao, while fear and seriousness filled Feng Wuchao's eyes as well. Even Yu Wushuang, who couldn't stand the sight of Yang Yi, had a gaze that was filled with fear. It wasn't terrifying when one was strong. It was terrifying when one was strong and so ruthless and cruel. That was horrifying. Some of those cultivators who'd betrayed the academy had finally recovered from their shock, and a shrill cry resounded from them before they fled madly towards the surroundings. As soon as the others recovered from their shock, all of them chose to turn around and flee madly without exception. Yang Yi didn't choose to chase after them. He turned around to gaze at the group behind him and said, "From now onwards, all of you will follow me and obey my orders. Does anyone have any objections?" Yu Wujiao instantly felt displeased when she heard such a practically commanding tone, and she questioned him instinctively. However, she had merely spoken a single word when the tip of Yang Ye's Herculean sword had arrived before the center of her brows. Its tip had pierced half a centimeter into her skin, causing blood to instantly seep out from her forehead and cover her pretty face. "You just have to say if you have objections or don't." Yang Yi gazed indifferently at her. The others couldn't help but take a step back. This time, it wasn't just fear in their eyes when they gazed at Yang Yi, it was terror. Yu Wujiao was slightly stunned as well. She hadn't expected that this man who stood before her would actually attack her just like that, and even act in such an overbearing and domineering manner. She had always been a proud person, so the unyieldingness in her bones instantly surged forward when facing Yang Ye's overbearing and domineering actions. She spoke furiously. "I strongly object." Yang Yi nodded. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly stood in front of Yang Yi. She didn't speak and just gazed at him. Yang Yi looked at her for a short while before he withdrew his sword, and then he glanced at the others and said, "I'm returning to Ocean of Cloud City. I can take all of you back if you're willing to follow me. However, you must obey my commands. If you object or aren't willing, then please leave." Li Maozhen, Li Qingyi, Leng Yuran, and the others immediately walked over to Yang Yi when they heard him. Li Maozhen and Li Qingyi were naturally confident in Yang Ye's ability. After all, they were aware of his true strength and identity. On the other hand, Leng Yuran and the others were confident in Yang Yi as well, because the strength Yang Yi revealed all along the way had convinced them. It didn't take long for many to walk over to stand behind Yang Yi. While Yang Yi seemed ruthless and cruel, his strength was definitely beyond doubt to them. So, if they wanted to get back to Ocean of Cloud City, then they would undoubtedly have a better chance if they went with him. In next to no time, over 100 were standing behind Yang Yi, and only a few were left standing in front of him. They were Yu Wushuang, Yu Wujiao, Feng Wuchao, Xia Bingwei, and that sword cultivator from the ancient sword school. "Are all of you sure?" Yang Yi glanced at them as he spoke. While his objective was to save them, he would absolutely not force them to come with him if they didn't want to. Feng Wuchao remained silent for a long time, and then he glanced at Xia Bingwei and said, "Well, go with you." They walked over to stand behind Yang Yi while he spoke, and then only Yu Wushuang and her sister remained standing in front of Yang Yi. "Come over there with me." Yu Wushuang pulled Yu Wujiao's hand and intended to walk towards Yang Yi. However, Yu Wujiao pulled her hand out of Yu Wushuang's grasp and said, "If you want to head over, then go there yourself. I can still head back safely even without him." Yang Yi suddenly walked over to Yu Wujiao and said, "Do you want a beating?" Yu Wujiao flipped her palm, and an arm-thick whip appeared in her grasp. She gazed coldly at Yang Yi and said, "Don't even think that I would lose to you. Do you think you would have succeeded earlier if you hadn't launched a surprise attack?" Yu Wushuang took a deep breath, and then she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Leave her with some dignity, all right? How dare you side with an outsider?" Yu Wujiao was furious. "You are the one who's courting death." Yu Wushuang paid no further attention to Yu Wujiao after she finished speaking, and she just walked over and stood behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi gazed at Yu Wujiao and said, "I would really pay no attention to you if it wasn't for Yu Wushuang." As he spoke, Yang Yi took a step forward, and he instantly arrived before Yu Wujiao. Yu Wujiao was astounded, but her reaction wasn't slow at all, and her whip swept forward. Everywhere it passed, even the space around it rippled, and it was a truly shocking sight. However, it didn't take long for her eyes to open wide. It wasn't just her. Even the others in the surroundings had their eyes opened wide. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. Because Yu Wujiao's whip was in Yang Yi's grasp, Yang Yi said, "Fight you is actually completely meaningless. Moreover, it even makes me feel sort of embarrassed, because you're truly too weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi suddenly appeared right before her, while his hand clamped down onto her throat. Yu Wujiao's face instantly turned purple, but Yang Yi immediately released her a moment later and returned to where he stood. Yang Yi said, "See? I wasn't lying, right? Who exactly are you?" Yu Wujiao stared fixedly at Yang Yi. This time, she had no desire to fight him anymore, because the strength of this fellow who stood before her wasn't something that she could resist at all. "I want to know who you are as well." Suddenly, a voice resounded from afar. The expressions of everyone here changed, and they looked towards the source of the voice. They saw a man who wore a ghost mask had suddenly appeared around 300 m away from them, and a few thousand eyes that emanated a dark blue glow could be seen behind the man. It was a pack of wolves, and all of them were at the monarch realm. Their expressions changed once more when they witnessed this scene. Yang Yi paid no attention to the masked man, and he looked at Lung Yuran instead. "How far are we from the city?" Lung Yuran pondered deeply before she said, "It'll take at least 3 days if we run at full speed." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Lead them towards the city." Lung Yuran spoke softly, "What about you?" Yang Yi replied, "They'll catch up very soon." Lung Yuran glanced at Yang Yi, and then her figure flashed towards the distance. The others behind Yang Yi hesitated for a moment before quickly following her. They were very well aware that if they were to stay, then besides being burdens, they would be of no help at all. "None of you is leaving." As soon as the man spoke, the sound of footsteps rumbled through the forest in front of Lung Yuran and the others, and then countless huge wolves leaped out from within it. There were over 1,000 of them, and they were all at the monarch realm. Moreover, the one who led the group was no unfamiliar face to them because it was that half-saint realm demon beast that fought Li Maojin and Yu Wujiao earlier. It's truly a waste of time to look for all of you, one by one. Now that all of you've converged together, I can save quite a bit of effort. That half-saint realm demon beast laughed coldly. "Is that so?" Yang Yi's voice suddenly resounded, and head appeared before that half-saint realm demon beast. At the same time, the Herculean sword smashed down like a mountain towards the demon beast. The demon beast's face turned grim when he sensed the terrifying force contained within the Herculean sword. However, he was utterly incapable of dodging because Yang Yi was truly too quick. So, he had no choice but to clench his fists tightly and smash them against the Herculean sword. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the half-saint demon beast's arms were blasted into pieces. The demon beast was horrified, and his figure shot over 1 kilometer backwards. "Kill!" Meanwhile, the masked man's voice suddenly resounded. "Aowu!" Countless wolves howled in unison before they pounced madly at Yang Yi's group. How terrifying was it to be attacked by thousands of monarch realm demon beasts. All of them here were extraordinary geniuses, and practically every single one of them could surmount their realms of cultivation to do battle. But at this moment, a wave of powerlessness had swept through their hearts because the gap between their strengths was too huge. Suddenly, Yang Yi appeared before them and said, "Follow me and kill our way out." As soon as he finished speaking, the Herculean sword spun as it left his grasp. Bang! A few dozen monarch realm demon beasts in the lead were instantly transformed into mush. The intent to fight instantly blazed in the hearts of the others when they witnessed this scene. Kill! All of them quickly followed behind Yang Yi and executed their strongest attacks. Just like that, they charged and killed their way towards the city under Yang Yi's lead. While they crushed through all obstacles before them, the situation they were in was constantly deteriorating, because more and more packs of wolves were arriving from the surroundings. Moreover, more and more half-saint demon beasts were arriving as well. While Yang Yi dealt with all the half-saints, some had still started to lose their lives. Everyone stay close together. Don't allow yourselves to get separated. Work together and follow Yi Yang. Yu Wushuang's voice resounded amidst the group. All of them quickly moved close together, and the group of over 100 instantly formed into the shape of a coiled rope. It didn't take long for them to charge out of the forest and arrive at a plain. However, their footsteps instantly slowed down upon arriving at the plain, and both the battle intent and hope in their eyes had vanished. Only despair could be seen in their eyes, because there was an endless ocean of demon beasts standing just over 1 kilometer away from them. There were tens of thousands of them, and most of them were at the Exalt realm and Monarch realm. A wisp of ferocity flashed through Yang Yi's eyes when he witnessed this scene. "Don't stop. Charge." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi stomped his right foot against the ground and relied on the counterforce to leap up. At the same time, over 100 rays of light surged out from within him. Sword energy shot into the sky, and then the entire sky seemed like it was about to be torn apart. Chapter 899. 100 swords shot up into the sky, and they remained silent for an instant before they descended towards the ocean of wolves. Bang! As soon as they descended, sword energy swept out from within them and instantly transformed over 1,000 wolves into chunks of flesh. Those swords seemed like they were alive while under Yang Yi's control, and they flashed incessantly through the pack. Rays of light flashed horizontally and vertically through the pack, while howls of sorrow resounded incessantly. Is that freak a body cultivator or sword cultivator? Yu Wujio's eyes were filled with shock. It wasn't just her, the others around her were the same. It was especially so for the green-robed sword cultivator from the ancient sword school. At this moment, he finally realized that what Yang Yi said about his sword energy being insufficient was no exaggeration. It really was insufficiently strong. No, it should be called very weak. Kill. Yu Wushuang's voice suddenly resounded. The battle intent within the group blazed once more when they heard her, and they sped up and hurriedly followed behind Yang Yi, who descended back to the ground. Ow! A howl suddenly resounded from within the pack, and then the myriad of wolves here howled in unison before they charged at Yang Yi's group. How terrifying was the aura emanated by tens of thousands of wolves that were dashing madly in unison. The pack hadn't even gotten close to them, yet many of them felt suffocated before the aura and pressure which came from the pack of wolves. However, they suddenly felt at ease because Yang Yi alone had completely blocked off the aura. As they watched him stand before the pack of wolves and resist their aura on his own, there was a trace of respect gradually forming in their eyes. It didn't take long for their group to charge into the pack of wolves. As soon as they did, they immediately transformed into a black within the ocean, because there were truly too many wolves around them, and the wolves were too huge. So, they were like grass within a forest when they entered the pack. Even though they were drowned within the sea of wolves, they still smashed through all obstruction with the help of Yang Yi's swords that were opening up the path ahead. Because no demon beast could stop Yang Yi's footsteps. What a human! You actually forced me to rush over from Ocean of Cloud City. Suddenly, a voice resounded, and then the wolves around them immediately stopped attacking and moved backwards instead. As for the wolves in front of Yang Yi, they moved aside and created a path. A middle-aged man appeared within their fields of vision. A high-rank half-saint. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the middle-aged man, whereas the expressions of the others standing behind Yang Yi had changed drastically, while they slowed down quite a bit. "Don't stop. Speed up." Yang Ye's voice resounded in their ears. All of them looked towards Yang Yi when they heard this, and the battle intent within their eyes blazed once more when they saw him speed up as well. A high-rank half-saint is nothing. Charge. How Schweiba Hood become immersed in the slaughter roared furiously while he increased his speed to its limits. A high-rank half-saint is nothing. Kill. 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 At this moment, their will to fight had risen to its peak. Even though they knew deep inside that they were no match for a high-rank half-saint, the pride and hot blood deep within them were aroused when they saw Yang Yi charge at the high-rank half-saint, so the fear they had towards that high-rank half-saint had been completely suppressed. What a futile effort! A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the middle-aged man's mouth. He took a step forward and used his right hand to make a clawing motion towards Yang Yi from afar. Bang! A huge wolf claw that was over 1 kilometer wide tore through space and appeared before Yang Yi and the others, and then it clawed down at them and intended to transform them into mush. The energy contained within the huge claw was terrifying to the extreme. The space around them had immediately started warping when it appeared in the air above them, and the ground beneath their feet started to crack apart and crumble, causing Yang Yi and the others to have no choice but to rise up into the air. Despair appeared once again in the eyes of the group behind Yang Yi when they faced the huge claw. After all, it wasn't something that they could resist. Don't stop and speed up. Meanwhile, Yang Ye's voice resounded once more, and a sword howl resounded along with his voice. They looked up and saw Yang Yi transform into a ray of light that shot into the sky, and the Herculean sword in his grasp smashed towards the huge claw. At the same time, the pressure which came from the huge claw had instantly vanished without a trace, and the comparatively weaker wolves in the surroundings were lying flat on the ground. Sword intent. 3 level heaven rank sword intent. All of them were stunned when they sensed Yang Ye's sword intent, and then they were shocked before feeling overjoyed. Bang! The sword smashed against the huge claw, and the space throughout the sky trembled violently before the huge claw exploded into pieces. A high-rank half-saint is nothing. Kill. Someone shouted loudly upon witnessing this scene, and the others felt their blood boil while their will to fight rose to an unprecedented height. The middle-aged man's face turned grim when he saw his attack being dispersed, and a ferocious expression surged onto his face. Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly transformed into a ray of light which arrived in the air above him, and then a huge sword smashed down towards him from above. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man roared furiously and smashed his fist forward. The sword and fist collided. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the ground beneath the middle-aged man's feet crumbled. However, the middle-aged man didn't fall down with it and stood in midair instead. Conversely, the huge sword was trembling violently and seemed like it was about to be bounced back. Even then, the middle-aged man had a solemn expression in his eyes. A moment of silence ensued before Yang Yi suddenly raised the sword, and then he swiftly smashed it down again. This time, he hadn't held back at all. As soon as the sword descended, space was instantly shattered apart. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He didn't dare act carelessly at all, and he raised both his arms to defend against this attack. Bang! All the students of the academy and the demon beasts in the surroundings watched as the middle-aged man was smashed into the ground. The demon beasts were astounded, and they couldn't help but move back repeatedly. On the other hand, the battle intent within Longyuan and the others grew even stronger. At this moment, those demon beasts were nothing to them. "Human, you've succeeded at infuriating me." Suddenly, a furious howl resounded from beneath the ground, and then an explosion resounded as a colossus shot up into the air. A huge black wolf that emanated a monstrous and terrifying aura appeared within their fields of vision. The wolf was over 50 m tall and 30 m wide, and just a single one of its claws was larger than the size of their entire group. With such a colossus obstructing their path, they couldn't charge forward anymore. You've gone back to your original form? A cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he gazed at the colossus, and then he patted the Herculean sword and said, "It's time for you to join the battle. Roar." As soon as he finished speaking, a dragon roar resounded, and then a huge dragon which wasn't inferior in size to the wolf flashed out from within the Herculean sword. A dragon! It wasn't just the group of students that were stunned by this scene. Even the demon beasts and the huge wolf were the same. There were no dragons in Pine Prefecture, and they only existed in the Central Divine Prefecture. So, they were truly shocked when a dragon appeared before them. Roar! The dragon raised its head up towards the sky and roared, and then a terrifying wave of dragon pressure rained down, causing many comparatively weaker demon beasts to immediately start shivering incessantly and lay flat on the ground. A dragon? Human? Who exactly are you? The huge wolf stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and besides a solemn expression, there was a trace of fear in his eyes. After all, besides the bloodline of their own race, the bloodline of other races wouldn't really affect existences at his level, unless that existence of another race was much stronger than him. So, the dragon pressure was utterly useless towards him. Kill. Yang Yi never had the habit to waste his breath on his enemies, so he immediately gave the order. The dragon roared upon receiving Yang Ye's orders, and then it smashed towards the wolf. Yang Yi immediately charged over as well. Bang! Numerous huge explosions resounded in succession throughout the sky. The dragon was only an ordinary half-saint, so it was much weaker to the huge wolf. So, it didn't take long for the dragon to be covered in injuries. However, the wolf was in a worse state, because every single time Yang Ye's sword descended upon it would cause its body to split open. It didn't take long for the wolf to be completely suppressed by Yang Yi and the dragon's joint forces. Or it should be said that the wolf could do nothing but receive a beating. In the beginning, the wolf only targeted the dragon. However, because Yang Ye's attacks were truly too terrifying and caused even worse injuries to him than the dragon did, the wolf started to target Yang Yi in the end. Besides that, the wolf had thought even if a human like Yang Yi could survive a single blow from him, it would be sufficient to heavily injure Yang Yi. But he was wrong. Not only did Yang Yi refuse to dodge his attacks, Yang Yi even went head-on against his attack, and he wasn't even able to gain the slightest advantage after numerous collisions with Yang Yi. So, retreat. The huge wolf's voice resounded, and then he immediately turned around and fled. Meanwhile, the pack of wolves on the ground below didn't hesitate to flee as well. Kill. Just like that, their group of over 100 pursued after the pack of wolves, while Yang Yi led them forward. 2 days later, a huge city appeared within their fields of vision. Brothers, we've arrived at Ocean of Cloud City. Kill. Let's annihilate these demon beasts. How Shuaibo ran over to Yang Ye's side, and then he waved his arms as he shouted loudly. The group behind him was filled with excitement upon hearing this. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to stop advancing forward, because a dense ocean of demon beasts was below the city, and there were at least a few million of them. Moreover, the weakest amongst them was at the Exalt realm, while there were many half-saints amongst them. There were at least a few thousand half-saints amongst the demon beasts. Besides that, there were even high-rank half-saints, and there were over 100 of them too. However, there were no saints in the ocean of demon beasts. Yang Yi was quite bewildered and puzzled by that. But it didn't take long for him to come to an understanding after he raised his head to glance at the sky, which was still pitch black. Brother Yi, why have you stopped? Let's charge. How Shuaibo patted Yang Yi on the shoulder and spoke with excitement. Yang Yi pointed at the dense ocean of demon beasts. How Shuaibo glanced at them before he withdrew his gaze and said, "Isn't it just a few demon beasts? We have nothing to fear. Brothers, let's kill them all." As he spoke, his figure flashed and charged towards the demon beasts, whereas the others behind him charged with excitement as well. Yang Yi was speechless. Yu Wushuang stopped when she arrived by Yang Ye's side and said, "Will they be fine?" Yang Yi was at a complete loss for words. Chapter 900. What do you think? Yang Yi rolled his eyes with a helpless expression on his face. After all, it was an army of a few million that had thousands of half-saints and over 100 high-rank half-saints. Not to mention him, even 100 of him wouldn't be able to resist such an army. How Shuaibua and the others' confidence had risen to an unprecedented level under his lead earlier, and when confidence arrived at a certain level, one would become completely fearless. So, not to mention an army of a few million demon beasts, they would probably even dare to charge at a saint, because their overconfidence had caused their minds to be quite cloudy. But it didn't take long for Hao Shuaibua and the others to slow down because countless demon beasts had suddenly turned to look at them. Their minds immediately cleared up under the gaze of over 1,000,000 demon beasts, and their footsteps gradually slowed down. In the end, they stopped completely on the spot. After that, they slowly walked back towards Yang Yi. Or it should actually be said that they walked back to the area behind Yang Yi. There was no fear on their faces, only embarrassment. Yang Yi shot his gaze towards the city. Ocean of Cloud City was very huge, and it was the largest city he had laid eyes upon until now. Even the army of millions of demon beasts seemed quite tiny before the city. On the walls of the city were numerous green ropes of light which seemed like bolts of lightning. They emanated a terrifying aura that wasn't inferior to lightning, and some Exalt Realm demon beasts were instantly scorched before they could even get close to the ropes of light. Besides that, the walls were covered in all sorts of cannons that were thick like pillars, and there were fiery red balls of energy within them. Every single ball of energy that was shot out from those cannons would transform at least 100 demon beasts into ashes. Yang Yi's gaze moved up towards the sky above the city. There were around 100 cultivators in cloud-white robes standing there. There were both men and women amongst them, and all of them were young and around the age of 20. However, their cultivations weren't low as all of them were at the monarch realm. Yang Yi noticed that they were holding scrolls of various colors while they chanted continuously. As they chanted, numerous attacks of varying elements shot out incessantly from the scrolls and descended into the army of wolves. These attacks of varying elements included lightning, fireballs, blades of wind, water dragons, and some other attacks that Yang Yi had never seen in his lifetime. These attacks were inferior to the ropes of light and cannons on the city walls, but they weren't weak. Besides some half-saints who could resist them, the other comparatively weaker demon beasts practically died on contact with those attacks, especially the demon beasts below the monarch realm. They are students of the inner court. Lung Yuran suddenly walked over to Yang Yi's side. Yang Yi nodded, not bad. Let's think about what we should do now. Yu Wushuang spoke abruptly because the demon beasts in the surroundings seemed eager to attack, and they seemed like they would pounce towards their group at any moment. Everyone looked at Yang Yi because he was the backbone of the group. Yang Yi flashed up into the sky and spoke in the direction of the city. I've brought them here. Come out and get them. A moment of silence ensued before a voice resounded in Yang Yi's mind. Bring them to the city gates. What? Yang Yi thought he'd heard wrongly and asked for clarification. The voice spoke again. Bring them to the city gates. Are you playing tricks with me? Yang Yi's face became unsightly. What a joke. The city gates? In other words, he had to lead them through millions of demon beasts? Moreover, there were thousands of half-saints and over 100 high-rank half-saints in the army. He could give it a try if the group behind him was filled with high-rank half-saints. Unfortunately, they were only at the Exalt realm. This time, the voice only spoke a short sentence. Void rank sword intent. The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. He glanced at the dense army of demon beasts while he was visibly struggling to decide. In the end, he said, 1,000,000 extreme grade energy stones, 10 saint rank techniques, and void rank sword intent. The voice carried a trace of anger. Why don't you just go rob someone instead? Yes or no? Yang Yi continued, if you refuse, then he'll take them back to the ancient sword school right now. I presume the sword school would definitely be very happy to keep them. Moreover, from today onward, word of how cold your academy is will spread throughout the prefecture. After all, you refuse to save your own people. TSK, TSK. Just think about it, how many students would feel disappointed in the academy? A long moment of silence ensued, and then the voice spoke again. a million extreme-grade energy stones, and 10 high-grade Dao rank techniques. I want Saint rank techniques. Yang Yi spoke flatly. The voice replied angrily, do you think it's like cabbage that can be gotten anywhere? Old man, this entire journey has been extremely arduous. Yang Yi sent a voice transmission along the path which the voice came from. Do you know how much strength and effort I exhausted to bring them here? Do you know? You know nothing. We encountered numerous demon beasts. Do you even know how many we encountered? You don't. You definitely don't. Shut up. The voice spoke abruptly. A million extreme-grade energy stones, and 1 saint rank technique. Yang Yi was about to speak when the voice continued. My academy has quite a few saint rank techniques. If you really want them, then rely on your own ability to get them. Yang Yi pondered deeply for an instant before he said, is the void rank sword and tint you promised true? The voice replied, I guarantee it with the academy's name. Yang Yi nodded and said, deal. The voice spoke once more. The saints of the academy and I are locked in combat with their saints, so their saints won't be able to act against you. However, you have to deal with the others below the saint realm. Yang Yi glanced at the dense army of demon beasts, took a deep breath, and then turned around to gaze at the group behind him. He pointed at the army of demon beasts and spoke loudly, tell me, are all of you afraid? They glanced at the army and remained silent. It would be a lie if they said that they weren't afraid, but if they admitted it, then wouldn't they be bringing shame to themselves? So, how could they possibly admit it? Yang Yi continued, I know that you're definitely scared, because I'm scared as well. How about I ask a different question? Do all of you want to die? They hurriedly shook their heads in response. How Schweibe said, Boss, just tell us what to do. We'll obey your commands. The others nodded. Yang Yi gazed at the area before the city gates and said, see that? The academy will open the gates if we get there, and they'll send out experts to get us. However, we'll have to endure the frenzied attacks of countless demon beasts until they can come out and get us. There will be numerous half-saints, and even high-rank half-saints amongst the demon beasts that will be attacking us. Why don't we just flee? A slightly cowardly voice resounded from the group. Yang Yi walked over and saw that it was Xia Bingwei. Her delicate figure trembled slightly when she noticed his gaze. However, she wasn't as fearful as she was before this, because after being in the same group with Yang Yi for so long, she noticed that he wasn't really that scary. Yang Yi said, flee? Where would we flee to? Or perhaps all of you still have the strength to flee? They remained silent. Actually, they were on the verge of hitting their limits after all the fighting and killing to get here. Now, they were relying on their intent to fight and burning emotions to hold on by force. Ow! Suddenly, a wolf howl resounded from afar, and then countless wolves charged towards them. It was at least a few hundreds of thousands of wolves. Even the ground was quaking. Yang Yi said, see that? They'll transform into mush if they're allowed to just charge over to us. Can you tell us who you are? Suddenly, Lung Yuran spoke. Amongst the 5 great geniuses of the prefecture, Lu Qianxiao and the Void Lord are in the north, so it's impossible for you to be them. I've seen Qing Daofu in the past, so you're not him as well. Your attainments in the Sword Dao are formidable. Unfortunately, you're a man, so you aren't Lu Weiner as well. I'm really curious about who you are. All their gazes descended onto Yang Yi when they heard this. Yang Yi didn't just possess formidable strength, he was extremely mysterious. At the very least, he was extremely mysterious to them. So, they wanted to know who he was at this moment of life and death. Of course, that didn't include Li Maozhen, Li Qingyi, and Yu Wushuang. A slight smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth when he heard Lung Yuran, and he said, all of you'll know soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Ye's gaze descended onto the violet mink on his shoulder. He carried the violet mink off his shoulder, and then lightly patted her face as he said, I need you help this time. The reason Head dazed to agree to the old man, the dean's, request was naturally because of the violet mink. Otherwise, even if Head attained the high rank of the half-saint realm right now, he would still be incapable of killing his way through an army of so many experts. Perhaps he could give it a try if he was alone, but it was absolutely impossible while taking so many along with him. The violet mink seemed to still be groggy. She rubbed her little head against Yang Ye's chin and seemed like she was unwilling to open her eyes. Such a scene caused the women here to feel quite a bit of pity and fondness for the violet mink. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and rubbed her head. "Stop sleeping. We're going to be squashed if you don't wake up." The violet mink opened her eyes slowly upon hearing him. She rubbed her eyes with her claws and then glanced resentfully at Yang Yi. Moreover, she seemed to still be unsatisfied and ceaselessly scratched Yang Ye's face with her claws. Meanwhile, the terrifying aura from the army of wolves had caused some of the others to be almost incapable of standing up. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and pointed at the city. "Can you take us in there?" The violet mink glanced at the city, and then she immediately shook her head. Yang Yi nodded, and then he pointed at the city gates. "Take us there." The violet mink nodded and waved her claws. A ray of violet light instantly enveloped them, and then they felt the scene before their eyes warped. When their vision cleared up, they were standing before the city gates. This scene exceeded the expectations of everyone here. It hadn't just exceeded the expectations of the students of the academy. Even those demon beasts were completely dazed. But it didn't take long for a howl to resound from amidst the demon beasts, and then countless wolves charged towards Yang Ye's group. Yang Yi flashed up into the sky above the city and shouted, "Open the gates!" A moment of silence ensued, and then a ray of dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the city gates. However, right when the city gates were about to open, an icy cold voice suddenly resounded from the city walls. "No one is allowed to open the city gates without my orders." As soon as that voice finished resounding through the air, the city gates returned to its original state in just a few moments. Meanwhile, a half-saint realm wolf had arrived in the sky above Lung Yuran, and its claw slapped down towards Lung Yuran and the others around her. Moreover, there were countless other wolves behind that wolf. Chapter 901. At the instant they saw the city gates return to its previous state, Lung Yuran and the others' faces froze. Besides despair, there was boundless rage in their eyes. It was rage from having their hopes destroyed. Yang Ye's face became unprecedentedly gloomy because they'd missed the best opportunity to enter the city. Yang Yi looked towards the source of the voice, and he saw a man in luxurious robes looking at him. The man had an indifferent expression on his face, and there was a woman by his side. Yang Yi knew the woman. She was that woman, Qian Jiao, whom he had a little conflict with that day. At this moment, Qian Jiao was looking at Yang Yi while ridicule hung on the corners of her mouth, and her eyes were filled with resentment. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, stomped his right foot against the ground, and shot towards the half-saint demon beast like a cannonball. The latter howled with pain and was blasted back over 3 kilometers away, along with the other demon beasts that were behind it. The man's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene, while Qian Jiao's expression changed slightly. Obviously, they were shocked by Yang Ye's strength. After he blasted the half-saint flying, Yang Yi returned to where he stood earlier and gazed at the man in luxurious robes. "Was it the dean who asked you not to open the gates?" The man spoke indifferently. "Of course not. Then who gave you the fucking gall to close the gates?" Yang Ye's voice was quite ferocious. The man's face fell, and he said, "Do you know who you're talking to? Yi Yang. Don't you dare be rude." Meanwhile, Qian Jiao spoke abruptly. "He's the president of our inner court student council, Lu Nan. Since the dean and the elders aren't here, then he gives the orders here." Yang Yi paid no attention to them. He just looked up into the sky instead. However, the sky was completely pitch black, and he could only see through a distance of over a dozen kilometers with his eyesight. So, he couldn't see anything. However, he was able to sense that an intense battle was being carried out high above in the air. Yang Ye's face grew even gloomier when he couldn't contact the dean. Meanwhile, the wolves had arrived in front of them. Besides Li Maozhen, Feng Wuchao, and a few others who were comparatively stronger, the others were utterly incapable of fighting back before the pressure that pressed down upon them from all directions. Yang Yi patted the violet mink. The latter understood his intentions and flashed over to stand before Li Maozhen and the others, and then rays of violet light surged explosively from within her. Yang Yi flipped his palm in midair, and the letter of appointment from the academy appeared in his grasp. He waved it as he said, "I'm the outer court instructor of the academy. Now, I order you to open the city gates." The man's expression changed slightly when he saw the letter, and so did Qian Jiao's face. With the status they possessed, they were naturally aware that it was a real letter of appointment. It was exactly because it was real that their expressions had changed. Even though they were members of the inner court and weren't under the control of the outer court, it was beyond doubt that the status of the outer court's instructor far surpassed their own. "Lunan, why don't we open the gates?" Qian Jiao spoke softly. Actually, all of this was her fault. Shed recognized Yang Yi when she saw him. Because Shed harbored resentment towards him from that day, she immediately told Lu Nan to close the city gates when Yang Yi's group asked for it to be opened. Lu Nan was her grandfather's disciple, so he naturally didn't dare to deny her request. Or it should be said that had been always thinking of ways to curry favor with her. So, Lu Nan hadn't hesitated to immediately order for the city gates to be closed when she requested it of him. Actually, Lu Nan had received orders from the academy's higher-ups that he should open the city gates, but had closed it decisively because of her. Because besides the members of the secret court, no one in the entire academy dared to offend Qian Jiao. Not to mention that he was Qian Jiao's grandfather's disciple. Lu Nan's expression changed when he heard Qian Jiao. However, it didn't take long for a fierce expression to flash through his eyes. He raised his head to look at Yang Yi, and then he recovered his calm and said, "The dean left this part of the gates under the protection of our inner court, so we naturally have to take responsibility for the safety of the city. If we are to open the gates now, then what if the demon beasts were to seize the opportunity to charge in? Wouldn't the myriad of living beings in the city be slaughtered?" Head hesitated for a while but decided not to open the gates in the end. After all, wouldn't all the people outside the city become his enemies if he did open the gates right now? Moreover, it was just as Head said. It was very likely to provide the demon beasts a chance to enter the city. Yang Yi said, "Are you sure?" Lu Nan replied, "For the sake of the safety of the myriad of living beings throughout the city, I will absolutely not open the gates even if the vice dean is here." Yang Yi nodded, and then he pointed at Lu Nan and said, "Remember this. Your head is mine." Lu Nan's eyelids twitched, but it didn't take long for a cold smile to arise on the corners of his mouth. "Is that so? Then let me see if you have the chance." Yang Yi glanced at Lu Nan, and then he flashed over to the violet mink. At this moment, there was exhaustion on the violet mink's face. Yang Yi's heart hurt a little when he saw her, and he took her in his arms before placing her on his shoulder. "Let me deal with the rest." The violet mink rubbed her head lightly against Yang Yi's cheek, and then she raised her head to glance at Lu Nan while a trace of killing intent flashed through her eyes. Yang Yi rubbed her head, and then took a step forward. The entire ground trembled beneath his feet, and then a ray of sword energy shot out from the Herculean sword. The sword energy was like a flash of lightning that flashed through the army of wolves. Just that attack alone slashed over 1,000 demons beasts into two. Yang Yi flashed over to the army of demon beasts, and he pointed his sword at them. "Does anyone dare to fight me?" His current goal was to stall them until the dean wasn't locked in combat with his opponents. Otherwise, Yang Yi might be able to leave with his life, but not a single one of the others would be able to survive. "Human, you're very strong." Suddenly, a voice resounded. Yang Yi looked over towards its source and saw an old man walking slowly from within the army of wolves. A high-rank half-saint. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. While the old man was a high-rank half-saint, the old man's aura was much stronger than the middle-aged man from before. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment before he said, "You intend to fight me?" The old man shook his head and said, "While you're very strong, you're still no match for me." When he spoke up to this point, his gaze descended onto the violet mink, and there was a trace of shock and bewilderment in them. "Which Demon King's forces do you belong to?" The violet mink pointed at Yang Yi. The old man's face froze. He pondered deeply for a moment and said, "No matter which Demon King you belong to, I don't want to become enemies with you. You may leave." The violet mink gazed at Yang Yi. The old man replied, "He's an instructor of the Ocean of Clouds Academy, so he can't leave. The violet mink was furious, and she immediately raised her claw and sent a ray of violet light at the old man. However, the violet light had only just arrived in front of the old man before it was blasted apart by a mysterious force. The old man raised his head and looked up into the sky. "I'll give you an hour to consider." Yang Yi frowned a little because something was off about all of this. While he didn't know what was off, his intuition told him that there was something strange going on. Besides that, he noticed that the demon beasts were just launching probing attacks against the city earlier. Yet now, all of them had stopped and moved over 3 kilometers away. Even the part of the army which had charged to kill them had retreated. Even if they are worried about Zir's background, they still don't have to do that, right? Suddenly, Li Maozhen and the others walked over to Yang Yi's side, and Li Maozhen said, "Brother Yang, just leave on your own." Yang Yi turned around to look at them. All of their faces were covered in exhaustion. After all, the intense battles they'd experienced throughout such a long period of time had completely exhausted them. Yang Yi glanced at them and said, "How many are left?" Leng Yuran spoke solemnly, 81. Many died on the way. All of them fell silent when they heard her. After all, they were all strangers to each other before this. But after they fought side by side in such a bloody battle, they'd taken each other to be comrades whom they could trust. So, they couldn't avoid feeling slight sorrow and even more rage when they heard that some had died. Many of them raised their heads to look at Lu Nan, and they didn't conceal the killing intent in their eyes at all. Lu Nan's face grew even gloomier, and the killing intent in his eyes grew denser upon witnessing this scene. Yang Yi said, "Don't worry, I don't know if we'll die or not. However, I know that he will." Meanwhile, Hao Shuaibua suddenly asked, "Are you really the instructor for the outer court?" The gazes of the others instantly descended upon Yang Yi as well, and it included Li Maozhen, Li Qingyi, and Yu Wushuang. While they knew Yang Yi's true identity, they didn't have any knowledge about his appointment as an instructor in the Ocean of Clouds Academy. Yang Yi nodded. Their expressions were quite colorful when they saw him nod, especially Feng Wuchao and Xia Bingwei. After all, they'd wanted to seek revenge from Yang Yi. Hao Shuaibua laughed bitterly. "After all this time, you were our instructor, but aren't you a little too young?" Yang Yi joked. "What? Am I not worthy to be your instructor?" Hao Shuaibua hurriedly said, "You are. You absolutely are." The others quickly nodded as well. While Yang Yi was young, his strength was absolutely formidable, and he was especially violent. When they thought about how violent he was, their hearts were instantly filled with bitterness. After all, they would definitely have to suffer in the future if they could survive today. Suddenly, Leng Yuran said, "Shit, they're waiting for nightfall." Yang Yi frowned. "Nightfall?" Leng Yuran's face was pale. "Do you know why the Welkin Wolf Demon King blotted out the sky? It's because the wolf pack's strength would increase greatly at night, especially when the moon hangs up in the sky." As soon as she finished speaking, a ray of moonlight appeared in the sky above them, and it didn't take long for the boundless darkness in the sky to be dispersed as a bright moon appeared above them. The army of wolves instantly started howling in unison when the moonlight descended. "Attack!" A voice resounded from within the army of wolves, and then they charged towards the city. The ground was trembling, and it wasn't just the ground. Even the city had started to tremble. After all, the imposing aura created by the charge of millions of wolves was sufficient to crush a high-rank half-saint. Hao Shuaibua stared blankly at this scene while despair appeared in his eyes. "Can someone save me?" It wasn't just Hao Shuaibua, the others were the same. Yang Yi took a deep breath while a wisp of a serious expression flashed through his eyes. He put the Herculean sword away before clenching his right fist tightly, and then the profound energy within him surged madly and shot into his right fist. In the end, Yang Yi didn't walk towards the army of wolves. He walked to the city gates instead. After that, he slowly stretched his fist forward. "Since you refuse to open the gates, then I'll fucking do it myself." Divine Fist of Death. Chapter 902. Yang Yi would naturally not go face the army of millions of wolves, because that would be like courting death. However, he would be absolutely incapable of fighting so many experts even if he executed the true heaven rend. The only way was to break open the city gates and allow everyone to enter. Even though it would cause the city to be in danger of destruction, how could he be bothered about that right now? Since they wanted him to die, then he intended to drag them down with him even if he did. Yang Ye's fist smashed slowly towards the city gates. As his fist approached, a terrifying aura swept out from his fist, and the gates actually trembled violently before it. Lu Nan and the others were astounded when they witnessed this scene. "You're courting death," Lu Nan roared furiously as he waved his hand, and those white-robed students of the inner court instantly released numerous attacks towards Yang Yi. At the same time, bolts of lightning shot out from the city walls towards Yang Yi and the others. A trace of anger flashed through the violet minx's eyes, and then with a wave of her claw, countless rays of violet light smashed against the bolts of lightning. Meanwhile, the army of wolves were only a little over 1 kilometer away from them. A ferocious gaze flashed through Yang Ye's eyes. He was just about to attack, but a ray of dazzling blue light suddenly erupted from the city gates at this critical moment. After that, a small crack opened up between the city gates, and then Yang Yi and the others were instantly sucked through the crack. In an instant, the city gates returned to its original state. Bang! It had just closed completely when a half-saint realm demon beast smashed against it, causing the entire gates to tremble violently again. At the same time, countless other demon beasts smashed against the city walls in succession. Bang! The entire city was trembling. Meanwhile, more and more white-robed figures leaped up onto the city wall. Moreover, there were even numerous soldiers in black armor, and these soldiers weren't weaker to those inner court students at all. Every single one of them was at the monarch realm at least, while many were half-saints, and there were even some high-rank half-saints amongst them. As soon as they entered the city, an old man who held a long ruler appeared before them. He was a high-rank half-saint. "I'm an elder of the discipline department," the old man said. "I presume all of you are very tired from traveling all the way here. So leave the protection of the city to those fellows from the inner court. Head into the city to rest for now. Once you're all well rested, we'll get the elders of the outer court to give you your identification and arrange assignments for all of you." Yang Yi asked, "Why weren't the city gates opened earlier?" The old man frowned a little but still replied, "I wasn't in the city just now. I know that all of you are angry that Lunan didn't open the city gates, but I hope that all of you can show some understanding. After all, there are a myriad of living beings in the city, and many are the families of our students." "So," Yang Yi shook his head and interrupted the old man, "I wouldn't say a single word if those demon beasts would have been able to come in with us. However, he could have opened the gates and let us in right at the beginning. At that time, we would have entered the city without allowing any demon beast to enter the city. But he didn't." The old man pondered deeply for a short while, and then he said he did make a mistake, but he was doing it out of consideration for the city. "You're all members of the academy, so just let the matter rest, all right?" Yang Yi turned around and gazed at the others. "What do all of you think?" All of them shook their heads. They'd gone through all kinds of hardships just to arrive before the city gates, and they'd almost entered the city. However, their entrance into the city was stopped by Lu Nan. Even though none of them had died, what would the outcome have been if they didn't have Yang Yi on their side? They would have been transformed into mush. None of them could forgive this enmity. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the old man and said, "See, we can't just let the matter go. So, what do you think?" The old man gazed at Yang Yi with a slightly gloomy expression on his face. "I told you to drop it." A slightly ferocious smile arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth. "So, you don't intend to listen when I speak reasonably to you, huh?" The old man's eyes narrowed slightly. "Out of consideration for the difficulties all of you experienced to get here, I'll repeat myself one last time. Let the matter go. Don't make me repeat myself, understand?" Yang Yi grinned and said, "Since you refuse to do anything, then I'll do it myself." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi started walking towards the city walls, and the others immediately followed behind him. All of their eyes carried ghastly killing intent. "How presumptuous!" The old man roared furiously. He clawed at Yang Yi, and a powerful aura immediately locked down onto Yang Yi. Meanwhile, Yang Yi stopped moving, turned around and instantly charged over to the old man. After that, a huge sword smashed down towards the old man's head. The old man's expression changed when he saw Yang Yi fight back, and then he was overwhelmed with rage. He flicked his wrist and swept the ruler horizontally at Yang Yi's sword. At the moment Yang Yi's sword collided with the ruler, a powerful force surged through the ruler, and it caused the old man's entire hand to instantly feel numb. At the same time, he was even blasted over 500 m back by the force of the collision. The old man stomped his right foot against the ground and immediately stopped himself, but the ground beneath his feet had cracked apart completely. The old man raised his head to gaze at Yang Yi, and there was shock in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this student who stood before him would actually possess such terrifying strength. The old man asked in a solemn voice, "Who exactly are you?" Yang Yi paid no attention to the old man. He turned around and continued towards the city walls. As for Lung Yuran and the others, they immediately followed behind him again. The old man's face fell when he witnessed this scene, and then he flashed over to obstruct their path while he said, "What are all of you? Just fuck off." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he instantly appeared in the sky above the old man. At the same time, the Herculean sword smashed down once more. The ground beneath the old man's feet had instantly collapsed at the instant the sword started to descend, and the old man's pupils constricted beneath the terrifying pressure that came from the Herculean sword. This time, it wasn't shock that could be seen in the old man's eyes, it was astonishment. This isn't the strength of a human. This is even more terrifying than a demon beast. The huge sword had descended when the old man finally recovered from his shock, and he swung the ruler up towards it. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as the old man was smashed into the ground. Yang Yi didn't follow up with another attack after smashing the old man into the ground. He raised his head and looked up towards the city walls instead. Lu Nan was looking down from above, and there was a trace of fear in Lu Nan's eyes, but he had a wide and cold smile on his face. "You're laughing? You won't be able to in a moment." Yang Yi tapped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot up into the air. Suddenly, a figure shot out from beneath the ground, and then a huge ruler shot explosively towards Yang Yi from below. A ferocious expression arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth when he sensed the approaching ruler, and he turned around and smashed the Herculean sword down. Bang! The ruler immediately crashed to the ground upon colliding with the Herculean sword. Yang Yi didn't stop this time. He shot explosively towards the old man who had emerged from beneath the ground. "Since you want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi had arrived above the old man. At the same time, the Herculean sword was right above the old man's head, and Yang Yi was holding it with both hands this time. He hadn't held back this time. As soon as his sword descended, space was immediately blasted apart, and the powerful aura it emanated caused the old man's entire face to warp. Moreover, even the huge rocks on the ground beneath the old man were transformed into powder. The old man's pupils constricted before ferocity flashed through them. The profound energy within him surged into the ruler, and then he held it with both hands as he flicked it up, slash of judgment. As soon as his voice resounded, a dazzling ray of light surged out from the ruler, and the powerful glow it emanated instantly enveloped both Yang Yi and the Herculean sword. A moment of silence ensued before a sword howl suddenly resounded from within the glow of the ruler, and then a ray of light tore through the dazzling light. At the same time, Yang Yi swung the Herculean sword with both hands, and it smashed down towards the old man. When he saw his attack being destroyed, the old man seemed astounded for the very first time in this battle. At this moment, he knew that Head underestimated his opponent. Head truly underestimated his opponent. He didn't have the time to dodge anymore, so he had no choice but to use his ruler to block it. Bang! A huge explosion resounded, and then everyone watched as the old man was smashed into the ground again. Yu Wushuang shot a glance at Hao Shuaibua and He Sha. The two of them understood what she meant, and they hurriedly flashed into the ground. It didn't take long for them to emerge once more, but they had one more person with them. It was the old man. While the old man wasn't dead, he was heavily injured, and his ruler was bent like a bow now. It wasn't just his ruler. Even his hands had been bent into a shocking arc. How Shuaibua and He Sha placed a dagger against the old man's neck, and then how Shuaibua gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Leave him to us." Actually, they did this for Yang Yi's sake, because they were very clearly aware that Yang Yi was truly infuriated right now, and if they didn't do this, then Yang Yi's character would definitely push him to kill the old man. They were very well aware that Yang Yi would definitely be in deep trouble if he killed the old man. So, they had no other choice but to use this method to stop Yang Yi from killing the old man. "You actually dared to attack a disciple elder." Lu Nan stared fixedly at Yang Yi, and there were a few hundred inner court students around him. Yang Yi strode step by step through the air towards Lu Nan, and he said, "No one can stop me from killing you today. That old bastard is what will happen to anyone who dares to try." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot explosively towards Lu Nan. "Join attack." As soon as Lu Nan spoke, a dazzling ray of white light immediately erupted from him and all the other inner court students around him. The white light instantly transformed into a huge sword, and it was so swift that even Yang Yi hadn't been able to dodge it before it struck him. After that, everyone watched as Yang Yi was blasted over 3 kilometers away, and his figure smashed through over a dozen buildings and was buried beneath them. Lu Nan laughed coldly while a wisp of ridicule appeared on the corners of his mouth. "That's what the instructor of the outer court is like? How weak. He really is weak. He was actually killed by a single attack. We won't be punished for killing the outer court's instructor, right? It's his fault for being so weak." Many inner court students who stood behind Lu Nan immediately spoke in agreement. Chapter 903. They're finished now. Yu Wushuang shook her head when she heard them, and a trace of worry had appeared in her eyes. She knew that the matter was growing more and more troublesome. Li Maojin and Li Qingyi, who stood by her side, nodded with agreement. They were clearly aware of Yang Yi's character. Especially Li Qingyi, she'd been by Yang Yi's side for some time, so she was very well aware that Yang Yi was a complete and utter madman when he was truly infuriated. His actions of attacking the Tao Order was the best example of that. Lung Yuran and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw Yang Yi being blasted away. They weren't like Li Qingyi and Yu Wushuang. They weren't aware of Yang Yi's true strength and physical defense. So, they quickly charged towards Yang Yi when they saw him being blasted away. However, a white-robed man from the inner court obstructed their path. The white-robed man glanced at them and said, "Fellows from the outer court, don't say that we bullied all of you. We just wanted all of you to know that you should keep a low profile in the academy. Otherwise, that trash instructor of yours is the best example. Understand?" The white-robed man wasn't able to continue because Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of him and grabbed him by the throat. The faces of Lu Nan and the other inner court students changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. You're alive." The white-robed man gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Yang Yi asked, "Are you very disappointed?" The man intended to say something, but Yang Yi just slammed him down to the ground. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as the man's head was smashed into the ground, causing the ground to split apart while blood instantly seeped out from below the surface. He killed him. Everyone here had never expected Yang Yi to actually kill. "How dare you? You actually killed a student of my academy?" The disciplined elder glared angrily at Yang Yi, and besides shock, there was boundless rage in his eyes. Slap! How Shuaibua slapped the old man on the head and shouted angrily, "Shut the fuck up, or he'll even kill you." When he spoke up to this point, he turned around to gaze at the others, and he said, "Is anyone afraid?" All of them shook their heads. How Shuaibua roared angrily, "Then well, follow him until the end. Let's do it. Kill. All of you just stay there and don't interfere." Yang Yi glanced at them, and then he continued walking towards Lu Nan and the others. That joint attack was really not bad. "Do you want to give it another try?" Lu Nan spoke in a low voice. "You killed a student of the inner court. All of you wanted to kill me just moments ago." Yang Yi continued, "Since you want to kill, then you should be prepared to be killed. Let me repeat myself one more time. Your head is mine." As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot forward. "He has gone mad." He first injured an elder, and then killed a student of our inner court. Fellow students, hear my command. Kill him with all your might. Join attack. Lu Nan's gloomy voice resounded. Their profound energy surged out explosively, and a huge energy sword appeared once more above them. As their profound energy surged incessantly into it, the huge sword was growing incessantly in size while the energy it contained grew more and more terrifying. Kill. As soon as Lu Nan gave the command, the huge sword shook violently before shooting forward like a bolt of lightning. A ferocious expression arose on the corners of Yang Ye's mouth, and he held the Herculean sword tightly with both hands before slashing it down. Bang! A rumbling explosion resounded in midair, and then everyone watched as the huge energy sword trembled before exploding into pieces. It transformed into countless bits of energy that rained down from the sky. Die! Yang Ye's figure transformed into a ray of light that shot towards Lu Nan. Lu Nan's face turned grim, and he quickly shouted, "Defensive formation." Even though they were shocked by Yang Ye's strength, their reaction wasn't slow at all. All of them formed a seal with both hands upon hearing Lu Nan, and then they pressed the seal forward. A ray of white light instantly appeared around them and enveloped them. Meanwhile, Yang Yi just happened to arrive before the barrier of white light. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to swing the Herculean sword down against the barrier of light. Bang! A loud explosion resounded as the barrier of white light shook violently but didn't shatter. This allowed Lu Nan and the others to immediately heave sighs of relief. However, Yang Yi raised the Herculean sword again and smashed it down once more. Bang! 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 After being struck a few times, cracks had started to appear on the barrier of white light. Lu Nan and the others were shocked. Especially Lu Nan. He was really quite terrified right now. Actually, he was already terrified when Yang Yi defeated that elder who was a high-rank half-saint. He was no fool, so he knew that had offended a formidable existence. But he was even more clearly aware that reconciliation was impossible. So, his only choice was to crush Yang Yi and put an end to all future troubles. Head thought that the joint strength of hundreds of inner court students and their joint attack technique could crush Yang Yi with ease. But he hadn't imagined that Yang Ye's physical body would actually be even more terrifying than a half-saint demon beast, and had never expected that even Yang Ye's own strength would be formidable to the extreme. After all, their formidable could resist the attacks of high-rank half-saints. However, Yang Yi was only at the monarch realm. It wasn't just Lu Nan. All the other inner court students were stunned. Just like Lu Nan, terror had started to arise in their hearts. Everyone, he has gone mad, and he'll definitely slaughter all of us if he breaks through the formation. We have to work together and kill him if we want to survive. Lu Nan stared fixedly at Yang Yi, while ghastly killing intent could be seen in his eyes. He knew that the supreme experts of the academy were locked in battle with the experts of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, so they couldn't stop Yang Yi at all. The only way to survive was to rely on himself. One of the inner court students said, He's the outer court's instructor. It wouldn't be a problem if they'd been able to kill Yang Yi earlier. After all, they could blame it on Yang Yi being too weak. Moreover, a dead instructor was completely worthless to the academy, so it would punish them too much for someone who's worthless. But now, not only was Yang Yi not weak, Yang Yi was extremely strong. So, they would be in a dire situation if they couldn't kill Yang Yi. Lu Nan glanced coldly at that student and said, "Do you think that he would spare us?" Their expressions instantly turned gloomy when they heard Lu Nan. Lu Nan continued, "We have so many people in our inner court, so if we're not even a match for an opponent at the monarch realm, then our inner court will truly be famous from now on. Besides that, since he killed a member of our inner court, then why can't we kill him? Are you saying that the students of our inner court should be bullied?" When he spoke up to this point, Lu Nan spoke loudly, "Everyone, we students of the inner court can't fear death. We must make him pay with blood. Come with me and kill him." Many inner court students started to reveal ferocious expressions when they heard Lu Nan. Bang! Suddenly, the barrier of white light exploded apart. Lu Nan roared, "Kill! Kill! Pay with your blood!" Countless voices resounded atop the city walls, and then countless attacks blotted out the sky as they surged towards Yang Yi. However, many attacks were utterly useless against Yang Yi, and he didn't slow down at all as he charged into the crowd. As soon as he did, numerous figures were blasted flying in succession, and they were either killed on the spot or heavily injured. In the beginning, there were still some who charged forward fearlessly, but once they saw Yang Yi instantly kill everyone like a god of death, countless students started to feel fearful and terrified. Then, some didn't dare charge forward and started to retreat instead. In less than 2 breaths of time, no one stood in Yang Yi's path anymore. As for the area around him, there were over 100 students lying on the ground, and some were dead while the others heavily injured. At this moment, all the students of the inner court were terrified. While they were geniuses and had experienced battles in the past, they'd still been shocked and deterred by Yang Yi's bloody ways and ruthlessness. As for Lu Nan, even his hands had started to tremble. Had never imagined that this instructor of the outer court would actually dare to slaughter the students of the inner court. Yi Yang, you kill so many students of the inner court. You're dead. Qian Zhao suddenly walked over to Yang Yi and pointed a finger at him. However, she hadn't even been able to finish speaking before Yang Yi slapped her, and her figure was slapped flying. Yang Yi gazed at those students of the inner court while he walked towards Lu Nan. I'm not one who likes to cause trouble, but I'm not afraid of it as well. In the beginning, only a single person had to die. Unfortunately, all of you weren't willing to let that happen and insisted on getting so many killed. Since it's like that, then I have no choice but to fulfill your wish. Now, all I want to ask is if there's anyone who is willing to die with him. Meanwhile, a student of the inner court stepped forward and said, "The Academy won't forgive you for slaughtering the students of our inner court." Yang Yi stopped moving and pointed at Lung Yuan and the others as he said, "Earlier, all of you clearly could have opened the city gates, so why didn't you? Do you realize that all of them were so close, so very close from dying outside the gates? At that time, did all of you think about how they are students of the Academy as well?" That student spoke in a low voice. Aren't they still alive? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi had appeared in front of him, and then Yang Yi grabbed him by the collar. After that, Yang Yi smashed his fist against that student's stomach, causing his face to instantly twist together and warp. Because Yang Yi had shattered all the bones throughout his body, Yang Yi released him, and his figure slumped down to the ground. At the same time, Yang Yi spoke indifferently. Now, aren't you still alive as well? As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi's figure shot towards Lu Nan. However, a middle-aged man who wore black armor appeared in front of Lu Nan when Yang Yi was just about to arrive there. Senior brother Yu. Lu Nan was overjoyed when he saw the middle-aged man. Such wicked actions are no different than the actions of the demon beasts. Out of consideration for the fact that you're the instructor of the outer court, I won't kill you, but am going to cripple you so that you can't slaughter the students of the academy again. As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, the spear in his grasp emanated a ghastly cold glow as it shot towards Yang Yi. Chapter 904. The spear was very calm in the beginning, but once it arrived before Yang Yi, a ray of dazzling light erupted from its tip, and Yang Yi was blasted almost 300 m back. He was a high-rank half-saint. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the spear returned to his grasp. He glanced at the corpses of those students, and then ghastly killing intent instantly filled his eyes. To think that you're an instructor of the academy, yet you actually slaughtered the students. Do you realize that all of them will become the pillars of our academy in the future? Senior brother Yu. Kill him. Meanwhile, Lu Nan hurriedly walked over to the middle-aged man's side and said, "He injured an elder, killed the students of my inner court, and even intends to kill me now. He has gone mad. Besides that, he even hit Qin Zhao." The middle-aged man tightened his grip on his spear and pointed it right at Yang Yi. "I didn't want to kill you, but your actions are truly too wicked. It would be impossible to relieve the anger in my heart without killing you. Even if the dean will punish me later, he'll accept my punishment." Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly walked over to the middle-aged man and said, Senior, why don't you ask why he wants to kill them? Yu Wushuang continued before the middle-aged man could answer her. Because of the sudden change in the situation within Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, we participants of the recruitment test had no choice but to work together and travel back to the city. We finally returned to the city with great difficulty. Yet that fellow, Lu Nan, ordered for the city gates to be closed and made us miss the best opportunity to enter the city. His actions almost caused all our deaths. Senior, tell me, how could we not feel resentful because of that? The middle-aged man turned a glance at Lu Nan, and the latter's expression changed slightly and quickly said, "It was Qian Jiao who asked me to do so. She said that fellow, Yi Yang, humiliated her in the past, so..." The middle-aged man gazed at Qian Jiao instead. The latter was quite fearful of the middle-aged man and didn't dare look at him. She just spoke softly, I merely wanted him to beg me to open the city gates. I never expected it to become like this. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang suddenly pointed at Lu Nan and said, actually, he's to be blamed for all of this. Instructor Yi revealed his identity earlier, but he still refused to open the city gates. Moreover, he even gave the order to kill Instructor Yi just now. If Instructor Yi wasn't strong, then he would probably be dead now. Yu Wushuang took a deep breath when she spoke up to this point, and she continued pointing at Lu Nan as she said, he occupied an important position yet listened to the nonsense of a woman and disregarded the fate of us, outer court students. He was clearly aware that Head made a mistake, yet he refused to repent and intended to kill Instructor Yi to put an end to all future troubles. Such actions truly deserve death. What nonsense! Lu Nan roared furiously. The situation was critical, and there were so many demon beasts behind all of you. So how could I dare to open the city gates? What if the demon beasts seize the moment that the city gates are open to enter the city? Would you be able to bear the responsibility for that? Moreover, even if I did make a mistake, the discipline elders are there to administer punishment to me. When has your outer court ever had the right to pass out judgment? Lu Nan laughed coldly when he spoke up to this point. Earlier, the disciple elder had said to let the matter go. But not only have all of you disobeyed his orders, that fellow, Instructor Yi, even injured the discipline elder and killed the students of my inner court. See those inner court students on the ground? They didn't die beneath the claws of demon beasts. They died at the hands of one of their own. They couldn't even die in peace. Yu Wushuang intended to say something, but the middle-aged man waved his hand. Lu Nan's decision was improper, but his mistake doesn't deserve death, and those disciples of the inner court didn't deserve death as well. When he spoke up to this point, he gazed at Yang Yi and said, you injured an elder and killed dozens of students. Such actions are the real actions that deserve death. Even if the dean would punish me, I still intend to seek justice for these fallen students. Yu Wushuang's expression changed slightly. She intended to continue, but Yang Yi pulled her behind himself and said, actually, right and wrong isn't important. The important part is that I must seek justice for all of us. They refused to give it to us earlier, and they refuse to give it to us now. Then I'll get it myself until I succeed. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the middle-aged man. I tried to reason with that discipline elder, but I failed. He wanted to play the matter down and just let it pass. That's unfair to us, so I refused. Now, we tried to reason with you again. Unfortunately, we failed again. Since it's like that, then let's fight. If I lose, you can kill me. But if I win, then I'll kill you. Yi Yang, who do you think you are? Senior brother Yu is at the high rank of the half-saint realm. Fight him? Are you even worthy? Lu Nan ridiculed. A high-rank half-saint? A cold smile arose on the corners of Yang Yi's mouth. I once got tired of killing them. Got tired of killing them? What a huge joke. Lu Nan laughed coldly. Yang Yi glanced at Lu Nan and said, just wait. They'll be coming for your head, and it won't be too long. The middle-aged man said, let me see how formidable the instructor that the dean found for the outer court is. Actually, I really anticipate it quite a bit. After all, the dean's judgment has always been very good. I only hope he hasn't made a mistake this time. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man shot into the sky, and he stabbed his spear towards Yang Yi, Sunsplitter. A strand of terrifying flames erupted abruptly from the spear, and the spear that was enveloped by flames seemed like a meteor that shot down from the sky towards Yang Yi. Everywhere it passed, space was completely torn apart into pieces, and an extremely long spatial rift appeared behind the spear and was growing longer as the spear descended. The middle-aged man hadn't underestimated Yang Yi, and he didn't dare to do that as well. After all, the disciplined elder was a high-rank half-saint yet, had still lost to Yang Yi. So, how could he dare to underestimate his opponent? Yang Yi didn't choose to flee and couldn't choose to flee because the spear had locked onto him. The profound energy within Yang Yi's body surged into the Herculean sword, and then Yang Yi stomped the ground with his right foot and shot into the sky. After that, he held the Herculean sword with both hands as he smashed it forcefully towards the spear. The Herculean sword smashed against the spear. Bang! An explosion rumbled like a thunderclap, and then a terrifying wave of energy swept out from the sky. Everywhere it passed, space rippled and warped, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment from the force within the wave of energy. It was an extremely astonishing sight. Yang Yi was blasted towards the ground by the force carried within the wave of energy, but he forcefully stopped himself before he reached the ground. Yang Yi held the Herculean sword with both hands as he looked up into the sky, and there was a trace of a solemn expression in them. Meanwhile, the space throughout the entire sky suddenly started warping, and the waves of energy were instantly warped into nothingness. Die! The middle-aged man's furious roar suddenly resounded from the sky, and then a pitch-black spear tore through the sky as it shot towards Yang Yi. Space was actually minced into pieces before exploding apart in its wake. The spear was still descending through the sky, but the terrifying pressure it emanated caused the ground below the city walls to collapse inch by inch. But it didn't take long for a strange force to appear from beneath the ground and stop the pressure from causing the ground to collapse further. However, Yang Yi was the center of the pressure, and the powerful pressure caused his entire body to tremble as if he would explode apart at any moment. A wisp of excitement flashed through Lu Nan's eyes when he witnessed this scene, because he felt that Yang Yi would definitely die. As for Lung Yuran and the others, they revealed shock in their eyes. Even though they were very confident in Yang Yi, they had to admit that the middle-aged man was too strong. Looks like my pure physical strength is still insufficient to defeat a true, high-rank half-saint who hasn't relied on any external sources to advance in his cultivation. Yang Yi took a deep breath and took a step forward. Bang! Suddenly, a strand of terrifying sword intent erupted from within Yang Yi, and the terrifying pressure instantly vanished without a trace. 3 level heaven rank sword intent. The expressions of everyone here changed when they witnessed this scene, and it included the disciplined elder who was being restrained by the outer court students. It was the same for the middle-aged man who was looking down at Yang Yi from above. "You are from the ancient sword school." The middle-aged man spoke solemnly. There was a serious and heavy expression in his eyes. After all, 3 level heaven rank sword intent could be said to be completely sufficient to fight him, and Yang Yi's original combat strength was already that formidable. Yang Yi held the Herculean sword with both hands while his profound energy surged madly, and his sword intent merged soundlessly with his sword. Once his sword intent entered the Herculean sword started to tremble violently. Moreover, the dragon pattern on the sword suddenly emanated dazzling golden light. Crack! At the same time that the dragon pattern lit up, the space around Yang Yi instantly started racking apart like an egg that was knocked lightly. Crack! Crack! The cracks grew larger and greater in number. In less than a breath of time, the space and area of over 500 m around Yang Yi had cracked apart, and that area of space was actually unable to recover under the suppression of his 3 level heaven rank. Actually, it should be said that the space was recovering at an extremely slow speed. Everyone here was stunned by this scene before their eyes. "Come, take this." As soon as Yang Yi finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the sky. It was swift, extremely swift. It was swift to the point they only saw a ray of light flash. Bang! A huge explosion resounded in the sky, and then the light dispersed before an arm which held a spear crashed down from the ground while accompanied by a trail of blood. An instant later, a figure descended to the ground, and it was Yang Ye's figure. Moreover, there was a figure lying beneath his foot, and it was the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was still alive and breathing. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the tip of the Herculean sword pressed against the center of the middle-aged man's forehead. I've really killed numerous high-rank half-saints. Do you believe me now? Chapter 905. Who exactly are you? The middle-aged man stared fixedly at Yang Yi. Besides bewilderment, there was a trace of unwillingness as well. After all, had never imagined that he would actually lose to a monarch realm cultivator. Yang Yi gazed indifferently at the middle-aged man. You've lost, so you have to die. Stop. Meanwhile, a figure suddenly tore through the sky at an extremely swift speed, and it was swift to the point the figure's body tore through space as it traveled. As soon as the voice finished resounding, a beautiful woman had appeared in front of Yang Yi, and a spatial rift that was over 3 kilometers long could be seen behind her. Based on outward appearance alone, the beautiful woman was around the age of 27 or 28. Her hair was pinned up elegantly in a bun. Her face was gorgeous and still had a youthful look, and her jet-black brows were slightly raised. It made her seem very dignified, graceful, and heroic. But at this moment, her eyes that were deep like the starry sky carried a trace of ghastly coldness. Instructor Shang. All the inner court students immediately bowed to her, and Lu Nan was even excited to the point of crawling over to her. Lu Nan was actually filled with terror when Yang Yi defeated the middle-aged man, and he was overwhelmed with despair as well. At that moment, he felt that he really had no hope, and it was even to the extent that had prepared himself for death. However, the heavens were good to him and gave him hope once more. The feeling of suddenly gaining hope in a state of despair was simply impossibly to describe with words. Lu Nan, who had crawled over to the woman, started laughing with joy. You're the outer court instructor that the old fellow recruited? The woman stared at Yang Yi, while the killing intent within her eyes seemed material. Yang Yi replied, If the old fellow you speak of is the dean of the academy, then I am. Who gave you the right to kill the students of my inner court? The beautiful woman spoke in a low voice, while a violent aura swept out incessantly from within her. At this moment, she seemed like a volcano that was about to erupt. No one did. Yang Yi continued, They wanted to kill me, so I killed them. Of course, it was much more complicated than that, but I don't want to explain or waste my breath anymore. You can just treat it as them intending to kill me, but they were weaker, so they were killed instead. Good, good. She started laughing from extreme rage. Then I can kill you if I'm stronger than you? Yang Yi answered, You can try. She said, Let him go and we'll give it a try. Yang Yi shook his head. He wanted to kill me as well. I can imagine that he would definitely not let me go if I were to have lost to him. So, how can I let him go? Of course, it's not set in stone. I can consider sparing his life if you're willing to pay 1,000,000 extreme-grade energy stones for his life. The woman spoke ferociously. You're really courting death. Hiss. She had just finished speaking when the middle-aged man's head started rolling on the ground, and a pillar of blood sprayed out. Yang Yi shrugged and said, Since you refused, then I have no choice but to kill him. You're courting death. Her face instantly turned savage. She stretched out her fair hand and clawed swiftly in Yang Ye's direction. Yang Ye's expression changed slightly as his figure flashed away, and head just moved away when the space where he was standing collapsed into pieces. Yang Ye's eyes narrowed slightly. Meanwhile, a huge palm tore through space, arrived in the sky above him, and then slapped down towards him. Bang! The area Yang Yi stood on was immediately blasted apart. However, Yang Yi had suddenly appeared in front of the beautiful woman, and his Herculean sword swept towards her. Her expression didn't change at all when she saw the Herculean sword sweep over, and she clawed the Herculean sword. Clang! The Herculean sword shook violently while Yang Yi took around 100 steps back. As he felt the numbness that came from his arm, Yang Yi raised his head to look at the woman, and there was a trace of seriousness and bewilderment in his eyes. Even a demon beast at the high rank of the half-saint realm wouldn't dare to use its bare hand to resist Yang Ye's Herculean sword, but the woman dared. Moreover, she had pushed him back without suffering any injuries. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then his gaze descended onto her hands. Her hands were very fine and long. Most importantly, they were translucent. He could clearly see the meridians, blood, and bones within them. Your physical strength isn't bad. Unfortunately, you harbor wicked intentions. They'll cripple you today. As soon as she finished speaking, the beautiful woman took a step forward, and she instantly arrived in front of Yang Yi with just that step. At the same time, a mysterious and powerful force locked onto the space around Yang Yi, causing Yang Yi to be unable to dodge. The expression on Yang Yi's face changed slightly. Meanwhile, her claw attack had arrived before his chest, and Yang Yi didn't hesitate to raise the Herculean sword and block it. Bang! A muffled bang resounded as Yang Yi's figure shot backwards. However, had merely taken over a dozen steps back when his figure was stopped by an invisible force. Besides that, the Herculean sword in his grasp was trembling violently and had almost left his grasp. Yang Yi was astonished. The profound energy within him surged madly into his right hand, while he quickly grasped the Herculean sword with his left hand. Only after he held it with both hands did the Herculean sword return to normal. Meanwhile, the woman had appeared in front of him again, and her hand clawed down once more. Space simply seemed like paper before her claw attack, and it was clawed open with ease. This time, Yang Yi didn't utilize the Herculean sword. He put it away, and then clenched his right fist tightly and smashed it against her claw attack. While the Herculean sword was formidable, it was quite heavy and slow. It wasn't suited for close-quartered combat, but the woman was clearly an expert at close-quarter combat. So, not only would the Herculean sword be of no help to him right now, it would be a burden instead. Their attacks collided. Bang! This time, Yang Yi wasn't blasted back. Or it should be said that he couldn't be blasted back, because a spatial wall that was strong like a fort stood behind him, so his figure smashed straight against it, causing the space behind him to tremble violently. Moreover, there were 5 bloody marks on his fist. In next to no time, she waved her claws at him again. While Yang Yi wasn't defeated by her successive attacks, he was in an utterly disadvantaged position, and he was even suppressed to the point of being unable to fight back. Ha ha ha! Lu Nin immediately started roaring madly with laughter when he witnessed this scene. See that? That's the strength of the so-called instructor of the outer court. See? He isn't even able to fight back before our instructor. He can't even fight back. Lung Yuran and the others glanced at Lu Nan when they heard him, and there was a wisp of ridicule on the corners of their mouths. Even the other inner court students glanced at him with disdain and moved away from him. After all, while Yang Yi was completely suppressed in battle, they still really admired his strength. Because Yang Yi was only at the monarch realm, while the woman was a high-rank half-saint. Could someone be considered as weak when he was able to persist for so long against a senior high-rank half-saint, while only at the monarch realm? If even that was considered as being weak, then wouldn't all of them be even worse than ants? So, many of them immediately felt detested when they heard Lu Nin laugh at Yang Yi. Lu Nan's face fell when he noticed their attitude towards him. He knew that had become too full of himself, but he didn't mind because so long as that fellow, Yang, was dead, then he would still be the leader of the inner court. Yang Yi seemed like someone who was trapped in a tiny little space and was transformed into a punching bag, whereas the woman had become the person training with the punching bag. Bang! Yang Yi's fist collided with her claw again. As expected, Yang Yi was blasted back once more. As for the woman, she naturally followed up with another attack. However, a terrifying strand of sword intent surged out explosively from within Yang Yi, and the woman's figure was instantly stopped on the spot. 3 red-level heaven-rank sword intent could suppress half-saints, and that was no joke. The woman spoke in a low voice, 3 red-level heaven-rank sword intent. I really underestimated you. Yang Yi glanced at his hands. At this moment, his hands were covered in horrifying bloody marks. Fortunately, They were only injuries to his skin. He raised his head to look at her, and then his gaze descended onto her hands. As I expected, there's something strange about your hands. I'm really curious about what allowed your hands to actually possess such terrifying strength. She replied coldly, someone who's about to die has no need to know that. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment and said, let me ask you a question before the moment we decide the outcome of the battle. Would an old fellow come after me if I were to kill you? Of course, I'm merely afraid of trouble. There will, she continued. An extraordinary old fellow will come for you, and even your ancient sword school's Jin Wuchen wouldn't be able to protect you. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, everyone seems to have backing. Even though I know that I'll have to face some trouble if I kill you, I still find it quite difficult to restrain myself. You can just beat her up. Meanwhile, Yu Wushuang spoke loudly from afar. Beat her up, and it's best to smack her butt. In that way, you can vent and avoid having a saint seeking revenge from you. The beautiful woman glanced at Yu Wushuang. The latter instantly shut her mouth and lowered her head to look at her feet. She acted as if she wasn't the one who spoke those words. Actually, while others thought that Yang Yi was boasting, she was very well aware that he wasn't. Because based on the information she possessed on Yang Yi had once utilized a mysterious force to kill Wang Yinyang, who was a formidable expert of the Tao Order. While Wang Yinyang's cultivation was inferior to the woman, his strength was absolutely not inferior to the beautiful woman. So, since Yang Yi said that he could kill the woman, she fully believed him. Yang Yi nodded and said, that works. The beautiful woman said, you can try. I'll do it right now. As soon as he finished speaking, a few thousand rays of light erupted from Yang Yi's body, and they instantly enveloped her. At the same time, a mysterious force suddenly appeared here, and the battlefield was instantly isolated from the outside world, causing the others to be unable to detect what was going on within the ball of light. A few moments passed before the ball of light dispersed, and then both Yang Yi and the beautiful woman appeared within everyone's fields of visions. Everyone here was dumbstruck when they witnessed the situation in the battlefield, and Lu Nan even slumped down to the ground. Chapter 906. After the ball of light dispersed, Yang Yi and the beautiful woman had appeared before everyone. At this moment, Yang Yi was standing in front of her, and his hand was wrapped around her throat. The surroundings were deathly silent. She gazed at him while only shock remained in her eyes. Instructor Shang. The inner court students were shocked when they witnessed this scene, and they shot towards Yang Yi. Fuck off. Yang Yi glanced coldly at them, and all of them immediately stopped out of fear towards him. None of them dared to take a step forward while they looked at Yang Yi, who had a slightly ferocious expression on his face. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, I know who you are now. Yang Yi laughed coldly. So what if you do? She glanced at him with a slightly complicated gaze and said, I know why he chose you. Besides your strength, your ruthlessness and fortitude are reasons as well. Indeed, only someone who possesses your strength and character might have a chance to tear open a path in the central divine prefecture that's filled with geniuses. Yang Yi suddenly said, You think I wouldn't dare to kill you? She replied, Would you? Yang Yi revealed a slight smile on the corners of his mouth while he squeezed down slowly. However, it didn't take long for Yang Yi to frown because an invisible force had suddenly appeared around her neck, and it dispersed his strength. It was the energy of a saint. Yang Yi nodded and said, So you have the protection of a saint. No wonder you are so fearless. However, that saint's energy seems to only show itself when you suffer a threat to your life. In other words, while I can't kill you, I can beat you up. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi held her by the throat as he slammed her against the ground. Bang! The ground cracked apart while countless stones shot towards the surroundings. Yang Yi didn't stop. His hand moved down and grabbed one of her legs, and then he started smashing her against the ground. Bang! 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 In next to no time, there were numerous craters all around Yang Yi. Just like that, around 15 minutes passed before Yang Yi stopped. She was still alive, of course. She was a high-rank half-saint at any rate, so even if she didn't cultivate her body intentionally, It would still be stronger than an ordinary demon beast at the half-saint realm. But while she hadn't died, it was absolutely worse than death for her. Yang Yi naturally wasn't interested in paying any attention to whether she was suffering. He just kicked her stomach, and her figure was dragged against the ground as it flew over 3 kilometers away. As soon as he was done, his figure flashed over to Lu Nan and grabbed Lu Nan by the throat. He lifted Lu Nan up and said, "Now, no one can protect you." Suddenly, the sky trembled, and then a howl of pain resounded. After that, the demon beasts that were attacking the city walls like they'd gone mad raised their heads and let out sorrowful howls. In next to no time, the pack of wolves grew even more frenzied, and all of them madly attacked the city as if they were ready to lose their lives in the process. The city's defenses that were quite solid just moments ago started to crack open before the army of wolves that smashed successively against the city walls. Meanwhile, 7 old men appeared not too far away from Yang Yi. All of them were saints. However, their auras weren't very stable while their countenances were quite pale. Obviously, they were injured. Dean. Lu Nan saw hope once again when he saw those 7 old men. Yang Yi looked along Lu Nan's gaze, and the gaze of an old man whose beard was practically touching the ground had descended onto him as well. Yang Yi knew that the old man was the Dean because the old man's aura was the strongest amongst their group of 7. The Dean said, "You really aren't someone who can avoid causing trouble." Crack. Yang Yi squeezed down slightly, and Lu Nan's neck was instantly broken. As for Lu Nan, his eyes had opened wide at the moment of his death, and he gazed at Yang Yi with disbelief. Had truly never imagined that Yang Yi would actually dare to kill him before the Dean and 6 other saints. Yang Yi was very well aware that he might not have a chance to kill Lu Nan if he didn't kill him right now. So, he struck first. The 6 saints and even the Dean frowned upon witnessing this scene. Such character. It's fine even to reject him. One of the saints spoke abruptly. Bold but foolish, and he acts so ruthlessly and goes to such extremes. "He isn't worthy of being an instructor," said another old man. "The academy will never be peaceful with him around." Lung Yuran and the others' expressions changed when they heard the evaluations of those Saint Realm experts, and worry appeared in their eyes again. After all, these old men were the supreme experts of the academy. So wouldn't their disapproval of Yang Yi represent that Yang Yi would be dismissed? The Dean gazed at Yang Yi for a short while before he said, "Do you know that if you exercised a little forbearance, then not only would you obtain what you wanted, you would even become someone who had rendered meritorious service to the academy and be rewarded by the academy. But now, not only have you lost it all because of your willfulness and impulsiveness, you'll even have to pay a price that you shouldn't have." Yang Yi shook his head and said, "Old man, I know that I went a little too far this time, but I don't think that I did anything wrong. You consider the lives of the inner court students as valuable, but aren't the lives of the outer court students valuable as well?" He arbitrarily ordered the city gates to be closed and denied us entry into the city. Such actions are undoubtedly like trampling upon the lives of my students of the outer court. However, not only did the disciple elder have no intention of punishing him, that fellow even wanted to play the matter down and let it pass. When he spoke up to this point, Yang Yi pointed at the students of the inner court and said, "Earlier, all of these fellows were clearly aware that I'm the instructor of the outer court, yet they still obeyed Lu Nan's orders to kill me. So are they not at fault? At this moment, the only reason all of you think that I went too far is because they were weak, and all of you are pitying the weak. However, did all of you think about what would have happened? If I didn't possess some strength, then how horrifying would the fate that awaited them be? They were at fault, but they didn't deserve death." One of the old men spoke solemnly, moreover, even if they'd committed a crime, it should be my discipline department that deals with them instead of you punishing them on your own. Another old man spoke coldly, slaughtering students as an instructor is an offense that deserves death. Wouldn't those students have died for nothing if we don't kill him? Another old man said, "I suggest that the dean should immediately sentence him to death and give justice to those fallen students." The dean gazed at Yang Yi and said, "While those inner court students and Lu Nan were at fault, they didn't deserve death. You've broken the rules of the academy by killing them, so you should be sentenced to death right away. However, Out of consideration for the fact that you brought the outer court students back, you can avoid death but can't escape punishment. From this moment onwards, you're no longer the instructor of the outer court, and you're sentenced to facing a wall and repenting for 100 years. Yang Ye's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He didn't care about losing his position as an instructor, but face a wall and repent for 100 years? What a joke. Not to mention 100. He wasn't even willing to do it for a year. Right when he was about to object, the dean didn't give him the slightest chance and waved his right hand. An invisible restrictive force locked down onto Yang Yi, causing him to be unable to move, and then his vision warped before he vanished into thin air. One of the old men gazed at the dean and spoke, "Aren't you letting him off a little too lightly with just that much of punishment?" The other saints gazed at the dean as well. After all, Yang Yi had only been dismissed and sentenced to repenting before a wall. Needless to say, it wasn't much punishment at all. The dean shook his head and said, "He's a disciple of the ancient sword school. Do you think that old fellow, Jian Wuchen, would let us kill him? Of course, we can kill him first before letting Jian Wuchen know. But at that time, it wouldn't just be a few inner court students who lose their lives. Don't even think that I'm just scaring all of you. It isn't just the founding ancestor of the ancient sword school who thinks highly of him. Even that old bastard of the Tao order thinks highly of him. We can punish him. But trust me, if we kill him, then those two old fellows would immediately come looking for trouble with us." One of the old men said, "He's that fellow, Yang Yi, who challenged the Tao order on his own and caused it to be utterly humiliated." The dean nodded while a trace of bitterness could be seen on the corners of his mouth. "In the beginning, Jian Wuchen told me that he was a source of disaster, but I didn't really believe Jian Wuchen. Now, I have no choice but to believe him. That fellow's character. TSK. It's truly horrible." One of the other saints said, "You intend to make him represent our academy in White Deer Academy's competition?" The gazes of the other old men descended onto the dean. The dean nodded. "What do all of you think?" After a moment of silence, one of the old men said, "He's unyielding, ruthless, and bold enough. Just his strength is slightly insufficient, but that's fine because it can be improved." The others nodded with agreement. "I feel that we should first think about how to deal with the situation before us." One of the old men spoke abruptly. "While the Demon King is heavily injured, we're heavily injured as well. Of course, we naturally wouldn't have to fear him if we were only up against Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. However, this incident isn't that simple." "It really isn't." A cold glow flashed through the dean's eyes. On the peak of a mountain, there was a mountain wall standing before Yang Yi, and there was a painting on it. Yang Yi stared fixedly at the painting while there was a bewildered and dazed glow in his eyes. A voice suddenly resounded from behind Yang Yi. "Your sword intent will attain the void rank if you're able to comprehend that painting's secrets." It was the dean of Ocean of Clouds Academy. A long time passed before Yang Yi spoke. "Who made this painting?" "Someone called the Unfettered One." The dean's voice carried a trace of incomprehensible emotion. Chapter 907. The Unfettered One. Yang Ye's figure trembled slightly when he heard that name, and he turned around to gaze at the dean. "The Unfettered One?" The dean nodded. "Someone who once reigned supreme over the Central Divine Prefecture." "Why? Do you know him?" Yang Yi shook his head, and then he turned around to look at the painting. At this moment, tempestuous waves were surging through his heart. He hadn't expected that he would actually be able to hear about the Sword Sect's founding ancestor again after arriving at the Radiant Dimension. Moreover, it seemed like the Unfettered One did very well for himself all those years ago. Yang Yi asked, "Is he in the Central Divine Prefecture now?" "He vanished." The old man gazed at the painting and said, "He vanished after he challenged the number 1 expert of the Central Divine Prefecture all those years ago. Some say he died while others say he won and went to an even higher plane. However, perhaps only that fellow who fought him all those years ago knows the true answer." Yang Yi didn't speak a word, and he just stared at the painting. There was only a single mountain on the painting and a river below the mountain. Besides that, there was nothing special about it. However, Yang Yes' gaze couldn't move away once he laid eyes on it. Even he wasn't able to say why it was like that, but he was instinctively attracted to it. The dean said, "This painting is something he left behind for his disciple. Later on, his disciple didn't need it anymore and gave it to me." Right. His disciple's sword in tint attained the void rank as well. I don't know much about the sword Tao, so I don't know what secrets this painting holds. However, based on your reaction, I know that it's definitely useful to sword cultivators like you. Even though I agreed to help you attain void rank sword in tint, whether you're able to accomplish it or not depends entirely on yourself. Yang Yi asked, "I'm really curious. Why did you ask me to be the instructor for the outer court? Is it really because you want me to represent you and participate in that competition in White Deer Academy?" The dean walked over to Yang Ye's side, and there was a trace of sorrow in his eyes as he spoke. "All those years ago, I was a proud genius just like you, and I possessed shocking natural talent as well. Unfortunately, my luck wasn't as good as yours. I offended someone I couldn't afford to offend in White Deer Academy, so not only was I exiled to Pine Prefecture, I even caused my master and senior brothers to be dragged down with me." Yang Yi asked, "So you want to take revenge?" The dean shook his head. "The strength of White Deer Academy is beyond your imagination. It's absolutely impossible to take revenge. Moreover, I don't want to take revenge, because I wouldn't be where I am right now if it wasn't for the Academy. All I want is for those old bastards who exiled me all those years ago to know that my students aren't inferior to their students. That's all I desire." Yang Yi spoke indifferently. "It sounds like you've failed until now." The corners of the old man's mouth twitched slightly, and then he sighed softly. "It isn't that the students here are weak. All I can say is that those monstrous geniuses in the Central Divine Prefecture are too strong. Not to mention anyone else, but you know of Lu Qianxiao and the other 4 geniuses of our prefecture, right? Do you know that they can only be considered to be not bad in the Central Divine Prefecture? Moreover, White Deer Academy is the #1 academy of the Central Divine Prefecture, or I should say the #1 academy of the Radiance Dimension. So just think about it. How terrifying would the geniuses there be? That's even more reason for me not to go." Yang Yi continued, "There are so many monstrous geniuses there, and even innate saints. If I were to go there with this weak body of mine, then wouldn't I be like a sheep walking into the mouth of a tiger?" The corners of the old man's eyes twitched. A short while passed before he said, "No one is a fool here, so there's no need to beat around the bust. Just tell me what your conditions are." Yang Yi replied, "I'm actually quite curious. There are so many geniuses throughout the prefecture, like Lu Qianxiao and the others. So why have you not chosen them and chosen me instead?" "Because they aren't ruthless, bold, and wicked enough." The old man spoke solemnly. "You don't know how terrifying those kids from White Deer Academy are. All of them are more ruthless and wicked than wolves. The strengths of many of our past students were actually not bad, but all of them lost. Besides the main reason, which was their strengths, there was one other reason. They weren't ruthless or insane enough." When he spoke up to this point, the old man glanced at Yang Yi and said, "As for you, while your strength is currently inferior to Lu Qianxiao and the others, you absolutely surpass them when it comes to boldness and ruthlessness. As for your strength, it can be improved. Moreover, your strength isn't much weaker to theirs, and you wouldn't be weaker to them at all if you can attain void rank sword in tint. You might even be stronger than them." Yang Yi remained silent for a long time before he spoke again. "What can you give me for going?" The old man pondered deeply for a long time and said, "My academy has 7 saints. The 7 of us can help you 3 times for free before the competition. After that, if you're able to obtain the top 3 positions in the competition, then you'll be the next dean. At that time, besides having all 7 of us as your backing, you can use the resources of the entire academy. Moreover, it won't affect your position in the ancient sword school." Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the old man. "Why?" The old man took a deep breath before he looked up into the sky. "Would you believe me if I said that it was to vent and prove myself?" Yang Yi gazed at the old man for a short while, and then he said, "Deal." He had no reason to refuse. After all, the assistance of 7 saints was exactly what he needed right now. After all, if nothing unexpected happened, then he would definitely enter into conflict with Sky Divine Hall. If the ancient sword school refused to lend a hand then wouldn't he be at their mercy then? Now that he had the old man's promise, he would at least have no need to fear that the saints of Sky Divine Hall would bully him when he faced it in the future. Of course, he knew that the most important thing for him was still to improve his own strength, because only his own strength was true strength. There was a smile on the corners of the old man's mouth when he heard Yang Yi agree, and then he said, "All right, since you've agreed, then you belong to the academy. Since you belong to the academy, then I won't hold back. I'm sure you've noticed that our academy is facing extreme danger. As a member of the academy, how can you stand by idly, right? There's no need to observe that painting for now. Just keep it and study it in the future. As for now, quickly head over and help us protect the city." What the fuck? The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. "You tricked me." The old man grinned. "How can that be considered as tricking you? We're all members of the academy, so we should help each other in troubled times, right?" Yang Yi replied, "I'm not the outer court instructor anymore." The old man stated, "You'll be one right away if I say so." Yang Yi continued, "I even killed numerous students of the inner court." The old man answered, "You're not being pardoned to protect the city. You're atoning for your crimes." Yang Yi was speechless. The old man continued, "Right? Those outer court students of yours are quite close to you, huh? All of them have actually knelt before the city gates to ask for your release. Otherwise, they intend to kneel forever." A stream of warmth flowed through Yang Yi's heart when he heard this, and his gaze shot off in the direction of the city. Meanwhile, the old man continued, "While I've promised all of that to you, if you want to obtain the acknowledgement of the academy and take command of it, then you must display some accomplishments, especially to those 6 old fellows. Only by obtaining their acknowledgement would they willingly assist you. Otherwise, if I were to be gone one day, then not to mention helping you, they might even beat you up because they can't stand the sight of you." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a long while, and then he said, "I encountered someone from Sky Divine Hall on the way here. They've joined forces with Welkin Wolf Mountain Range. They even invited me to join Sky Divine Hall." The old man stated, "I know." Yang Yi was surprised, "You know?" The old man nodded. "They didn't hide it. However, they didn't send any saints and only helped Welkin Wolf Demon King in secret. The reason they haven't dispatched saints is probably because they are waiting for something." Yang Yi asked, "Why have they attacked the academy?" The old man answered, "I know why Welkin Wolf Demon King is attacking the academy. After all, the academy possesses the best spirit vein in this area and abundant or veins of all types. However, Welkin Wolf Mountain Range doesn't have such veins, and its spirit vein is about to dry up. So, he has to attack our academy for the sake of his descendants. Otherwise, the Welkin Wolf clan would vanish from this world if the current situation there continues for long." When he spoke up to this point, the old man frowned. "As for Sky Divine Hall, it's far away in the north. Logically speaking, it has no reason to attack us, but it just so happens to have done so. Moreover, it even joined forces with the demon race. That really puzzles me. After all, the human race and demon race have always been hostile to each other." Yang Yi asked, "Do we have backup?" The old man smiled. "Of course, it's the ancient sword school and the Tao order. However, the ancient sword school and Tao order won't act unless Sky Divine Hall attacks. The reason they are helping is naturally because they want to prevent the forces of Sky Divine Hall from entering the south. The territory available to humans here is already insufficient, so how could they tolerate another power that intends to encroach on their territory?" Yang Yi said, "So the situation isn't that bad." The old man shook his head. "Perhaps it's worse than you think. Now, only the Welkin Wolf clan is attacking us, but I dare not guarantee that the other demon kings of the south won't launch a sudden attack. In short, no matter what happens, we have no need to be afraid because our academy isn't weak." Bang! Suddenly, a huge explosion resounded in the sky, and then numerous wolf howls resounded through the distant sky. "They're going to attack the city again." The old man continued, "Kid, from this moment onward, you're in charge of the front gates. Don't let a single demon beast in. If you want to obtain the full support of my academy, then you must contribute to the academy, and not is the moment for you to do that. As soon as the old man finished speaking, 6 beams of light shot into the sky from the city. At the same time, the old man transformed into a beam of light that vanished into the sky. Yang Yi withdrew his gaze, pondered deeply for a moment, and then waved his right hand. He instantly put away the painting which hung on the mountain wall, and then his figure flashed and transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the horizon. Even if it was only for the sake of Lung Yuran and the others, he still had to head to the city gates. Chapter 908. Ocean of Cloud City. The entire city was surrounded by towering mountains that formed Welkin Wolf Mountain Range, so it could be said to be being attacked from all directions. The army of countless wolves charged successively towards the city. They attacked the city in the most violent manner, and that was to smash their bodies against the city. Such terrifying and insane attacks which completely disregarded their survival caused cracks to appear all around the city walls, whereas the effects of the powerful formations and attacks of the experts within the city was growing weaker and weaker. Because there were truly too many wolves, and a new pack would immediately charge over once one had just died. Countless cultivators had charged up onto the city walls to protect the city. These included the students of the academy, the army of the city, and many independent cultivators. All of them were very well aware that the outcome they would face if the demon beasts breached the city was death. Below the walls, and within the city, was a group of over 80 that were kneeling in a row. Such a scene caused countless people who were defending the city to be unable to help but shoot their gazes over in that direction. Those 80-plus people were naturally Lung Yuran and the others. Why was Yang Yi punished? They knew why. Yang Yi had been punished because he sought justice for them. They were unable to use their strength to save Yang Yi when they had to face the entire academy. So this was the only way they could try to help. Yu Wushuang, who knelt on the ground on the left of the first row, prodded Yu Wujiao with her elbow and said, "Big sister, weren't you not going to kneel?" Yu Wujiao's face turned slightly red, and then she glared fiercely at Yu Wushuang. "I don't want to owe anyone a favor or my life. While I can't stand the sight of him, it's a fact that he saved both of us. So, I. As she finished speaking, Yu Wujiao was at a loss for words. Yu Wushuang was quite nice and immediately gave her a way out of the awkward situation. "We have to do something for him, right?" Yu Wujiao hurriedly nodded. How truly laughable. Suddenly, cold laughter resounded from afar. They looked over to its source and saw 2 inner court students walking over from afar. The inner court student on the left who held a sword glanced coldly at Lung Yuran and the others, and then he laughed coldly. "That fellow, Yang, killed the students of my inner court and committed such heinous crimes. Yet all of you actually dream of pleading for mercy on his behalf. How truly laughable. If all of you are students of the academy, then pick up your weapons and fight with us. Not kneel here and plead for mercy for a heinous criminal." "What bullshit." How Shuaibua spoke furiously. He Sha, who knelt by his side, nudged him and said, "Don't be so uncivilized." "My ass." How Shuaibua stood up and pointed at those inner court students as he spoke with rage. "Why didn't you speak about how we're students of the academy when we weren't allowed to enter the city earlier? All of you stood by idly then. Did all of you ever think about how we're students of the academy? If it wasn't for Boss Yi, then we would have been fucking transformed into a pile of mush. So, you're asking us to defend the city? Defend my ass. You're courting death." The inner court student who held a sword was furious. He immediately pointed his sword at Hao Shuaibua and was about to attack. However, the others behind Hao Shuaibua immediately stood up and surrounded those inner court students, and all of them stared fixedly at the inner court student with the sword. Obviously, they would definitely swarm him if he were to dare to attack. Meanwhile, the other inner court students on the city walls noticed this scene, and they leaped down and stood before Lung Yuran and the others. At this moment, they were in confrontation. However, Lung Yuran and the others were at a complete disadvantage when it came to their respective auras. After all, the inner court students weren't just completely superior in numbers to Lung Yuran and the others, they were an entire realm stronger than Lung Yuran and the others as well. The student holding a sword was instantly filled with confidence. and he pointed his sword at Long Yuran and the others as he spoke angrily. Aren't all of you really arrogant? Why don't you show me how arrogant you are? Come on, show me. Suddenly, a voice resounded. Since he said that, then what are all of you waiting for? Lung Yuran and the others were slightly stunned when they heard this voice. They turned around to look towards its source, and they saw a person standing there. It was naturally Yang Yi. Lung Yuran and the others were immediately overjoyed. They paid no further attention to the inner court students, and they ran over to Yang Yi and started hugging him one by one. As for the inner court students, their expressions had changed and seemed like they'd seen a ghost. It was especially so for that inner court student who held a sword. His sword was already on the ground. A short while passed before only Xia Bingwei and Yu Wujiao hadn't hugged Yang Yi. Xia Bingwei had naturally not hugged him because she was afraid of him. As for Yu Wujiao, it was because she refused to give in. So, how could she possibly take the initiative to hug Yang Yi? However, Yang Yi had no intention of letting them go. He walked over to them and hugged them lightly before he said, "It's a purely friendly hug." He moved away once he finished speaking. Both their faces turned slightly red. Xia Bingwei glanced at Yang Yi while the fear within her eyes had lessened quite a bit. As for Yu Wujiao, she glared at him out of embarrassment. Yang Yi paid no further attention to them. He walked over to the inner court students instead. Their expressions changed once more when they saw Yang Yi walking towards them, and they couldn't help but move backward. You actually dared to leave without permission." The man who held a sword earlier gazed at Yang Yi while trying hard to maintain his composure, but his hands still couldn't help but tremble. They were truly terrified of Yang Yi. After all, Head killed a few dozen students just like that without the slightest restraint, and Head even dared to beat up their instructor. Yang Yi was a devil in their hearts, an utter devil. Didn't you ask us to act arrogantly? They'll do it right now, all right? Yang Yi started walking towards the man, and every single step he took caused the inner court students to take a step back. At this moment, they didn't dare to attack no matter how bold they were, because they firmly believed that that man who was walking towards them would definitely not hold back if they dared to attack him. That student's face had turned pale. You? Meanwhile, the inner court's instructor, the beautiful woman whom Yang Yi had fought earlier, appeared in front of those inner court students. All of them instantly heaved sighs of relief when they saw her. She gazed at Yang Yi, while Yang Yi gazed at her as well. While he hadn't come here to cause trouble, he would definitely beat her up if she dared to attack him. She said, "Is it fun to bully those who are weaker than you? It's completely meaningless." Yang Yi said, "Actually, I don't feel like fighting any one of the people here, including you. However, they just have to constantly offend me. Just like this time. If I hadn't come here, then wouldn't your students have relied on their strength and numbers to bully my students?" The woman spoke in a low voice. It's very normal for students to spar with each other, and it's something that the academy approves of. Just ask my students, which one of them hadn't been bullied by other inner court students when they were still outer court students? Now that they're inner court students, which one of them hasn't been bullied by members of the secret court? The woman pointed at Lung Yuran and the others. If you don't want to be bullied, then you have to work hard on becoming stronger and not look for the support and backing of others. If we're talking about backing and support, then I can get 2 saints to help me right now. At that time, can I kill all of you? Yang Yi was at a loss for words. The woman continued, only in such an environment would these students be able to grow stronger and not grow weaker instead. Because you're bullied for being weak, and you'll suffer beatings for being weak. If every instructor acts like you, and they stand up for their students when they're bullied, then wouldn't it be better for all the instructors to gather together and fight each other? What's the point of asking the students to work hard? After all, they can avoid being bullied by having a strong instructor. Yang Yi was speechless. When he noticed that she intended to continue, Yang Yi hurriedly spoke. "Stop, I was wrong. I think that everything you said makes sense. Students really do need pressure and motivation. If I help them deal with everything, then they really won't be able to grow. So, I want to stand up for them in the future." The woman glanced at him with a wisp of surprise when she heard him. Obviously, she hadn't expected him to admit his mistakes. As far as he was concerned, Yang Yi was definitely someone who would think highly of himself after regaining his freedom. Bang! Bang, bang. Suddenly, the city walls started trembling. All of their expressions changed, and they flashed onto the city walls. Yang Yi flashed onto the city wall as well, while Leng Yuran and the others followed closely behind him. Beneath the city walls was a boundless ocean of wolves. They came in all sizes, but many were very huge. The largest was almost 300 ms tall and around half the height of the city walls. There weren't many huge wolves like that, and there were only around 100 of them. However, every single one of them was a high-rank half-saint. Moreover, the damage they caused to the city walls was extremely terrifying, as every single collision caused numerous cracks to appear on the city walls. The beautiful woman suddenly gazed at Yang Yi. "Hey, do you dare to make a bet with me?" Yang Yi asked. "What bet?" "Let's compete to see if your outer court or my inner court kills more demon beasts. We'll use the inner cores as proof, all right?" She continued. "The time limit is 1 day. Do you think that's fair?" asked Yang Yi. After all, the number of inner court students far surpassed the outer court, and their strengths far surpassed them as well. So, only a fool would accept that bet. There was a slightly provocative gaze in her eyes as she said, "Each demon beast killed by your outer court will be counter as 2. Do you dare now?" Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, "What's the wager?" "The men on the losing side will have to run naked around the city. As for the women, they have to wash the undergarments of the men on the winning side for 10 days. She gazed at him and spoke flatly, "Including both of us. Do you dare? Do you dare? They're just a bunch of people who've never seen blood in battle. How could they dare to accept? Why don't we consider each demon beast you kill as 100? Ha ha ha." The inner court students behind the woman immediately started making noise, but none of them dared to gaze at Yang Yi and provoked the group behind Yang Yi with their gazes instead. "Boss, agree to it. What the fuck are we afraid of? Agree to it. Let's fight them." Agree. After all, they didn't like each other, and the inner court students were even provoking them now, so how could they endure it? They immediately started shouting for Yang Yi to agree. A slight smile appeared on the corners of the woman's mouth when she heard them. "Ready the formation. Starfall." As soon as she finished speaking, all the inner court students immediately formed strange seals. In next to no time, numerous dazzling balls of energy actually appeared in the sky, and it was like an array of stars. In the next moment, those thousands of balls of energy rained down to the ground. Bang! Almost 1,000 demon beasts lost their lives in an instant. The outer court students behind Yang Yi were stunned, and the face of the fellow who shouted the loudest earlier, "How Schweibwa," had completely stiffened. Yang Yi's expression turned slightly unnatural as well. A short while passed before he turned around to look at them. "It was all of you who agreed to it. It's none of my business." Chapter 909. Boss, quickly think of a way. Otherwise, we'll really have to start running naked. How Schweibwa laughed bitterly while the others behind him did the same. They'd never imagined that the inner court students' formation would actually be so powerful. Otherwise, not to mention considering 1 kill as 2, they wouldn't dare to agree if 1 kill was considered as give. "I don't want to wash their clothes." Yu Wushuang walked over to Yang Yi's side and said, "Quickly think of a way out of this situation for us." Yang Yi pondered deeply for a moment, and then he pointed at the army of wolves and said, "Let's head down there." Head down there? All of them were stunned, and then they shot a glance at the area outside the city walls. A chill instantly ran down their spines when they saw the dense ocean of wolves there. How Schweibel laughed dryly and said, "Boss, are you joking?" Yang Yi replied, "They have their formation, so they can kill from above the city walls. But do we? We don't. We have to head down there if we want to kill the demon beasts. Of course, if all of you don't dare, then you can just surrender and go run around naked." "They'll do it." Meanwhile, Yu Wujiao stepped forward. She glanced at the group of inner court students and said, "I don't want to wash those bastards' clothes." As soon as she finished speaking, she glanced at How Schweibwa and the others. "If all of you are men, then stop fucking hesitating and just be a man. Don't act like we haven't faced so many demon beasts." "They'll do it as well." Li Maojin stepped forward. Am too shy to do something like running naked. Me too. Feng Wuchao stepped forward as well, moreover. I don't want Bingwei to wash someone else's clothes. It didn't take long for more and more to step forward. Boss, do you have some sort of trump card? How Shuaibo walked over to Yang Ye's side and grinned. Yang Yi glanced at him and said, the inner court's instructor is right. There are many things that you have to rely on yourself to accomplish. So, while it'll help later, it'll only be killing demon beasts and not protecting all of you. If you don't want to die, then fight with all your strength. Don't worry, it'll kill a few more demon beasts to avenge all of you if you die. All of them were at a loss for words. Let's go. Yang Yi flipped his palm, and the Herculean sword appeared in his grasp. He suddenly stomped his right foot against the city walls, and then his figure leaped off from them. Yang Yi shouted in midair as he grabbed the Herculean sword with both hands and swung it down. A ray of sword energy surged out from the tip of the Herculean sword. Bang! A few hundred demon beasts were instantly annihilated. Kill! How Shuaibo and the others' blood instantly started boiling when they witnessed this scene, and then they leaped off the walls and followed behind Yang Yi. How Shuaibo arrived at the edge of the city wall and was about to leap off when he suddenly frowned. We can only leave, but can't enter through the formation. How will we get back later? How Shuaibo had just finished speaking when He Sha's voice resounded from behind him. What's with all the crap? As soon as He Sha finished speaking, How Shuaibo felt a huge amount of force come from behind him, and then his figure was blasted off the city walls. The inner court students were stunned when they saw Yang Yi and the others jumping off the city walls. Obviously, they hadn't imagined that Yang Yi and the others would actually dare to fight outside the city. My God, there's an army of countless demon beasts down there. Aren't they afraid of death? The beautiful woman gazed at Yang Yi for a short while and said, what a mad man. After they leaped off the city walls, they immediately did as they'd done before this. They converged together with their backs against each other. Yang Yi led the group while Li Maojin and the others stayed closely behind him. Actually, if it was under normal circumstances, then not to mention killing demon beasts, even the imposing aura of these demon beasts would be sufficient to crush them. However, the auras of the demon beasts were useless towards them because of Yang Ye's presence. Because the aura emanated from the demon beasts was nothing before the suppression of Yang Ye's 3-level heaven rank sword intent. Moreover, the oppressive effects of his sword intent even caused the combat strength of the demon beasts to fall by quite an amount. Besides that, some Exalt Realm demon beasts didn't even dare to charge forward. As for the comparatively weaker demon beasts, they were in worse states. Not to mention fighting, then couldn't even stand still beneath the pressure from Yang Ye's sword intent. It wasn't just the sword intent. Yang Yi had let the dragon and the violet mink out as well. The effects of both their bloodlines caused many wolf demons with comparatively weaker strengths to be unable to fight back at all, and only those demon beasts at the half-saint realm could resist their bloodline pressure. So, a strange scene had appeared on the battlefield. A group of over 80 was actually slaughtering their way through the army of demon beasts. Are those demon beasts going easy on them? The inner court students on the city walls were stunned. As far as they were concerned, Yang Yi and the others were courting death. However, the facts proved that not only were they not courting death, they were even able to slaughter their way through the army. The beautiful woman was shocked as well while she gazed at Yang Yi, who seemed like a god of war. She wasn't just shocked by Yang Ye's strength, she was stunned by his courage as well. After all, even if someone was confident in his own ability, that person would absolutely not dare to take the students down there as well. After all, it was no different than playing with their lives. But Yang Yi dared to do so. Forget about them and continue killing. The beautiful woman withdrew her gaze and spoke coldly. After all, the amount of demon beasts that Yang Ye's group had killed was on the verge of catching up to their own, and she didn't want to wash Yang Ye's clothes. Yu Wushuang ran over to Yang Ye's side and asked in a low voice, "What's your plan?" Yang Yi killed a demon beast with a single swing of his sword, and then he turned to look at Yu Wushuang as he answered in a puzzled tone, "What plan?" Yu Wushuang replied, "You definitely had a plan when you let us down here, right?" Yang Yi shook his head. "There is no plan." Yu Wushuang's face instantly darkened. "Have you thought about how we'll get back later?" Yang Yi was stunned when he heard her, and then he said, "Right? I would have forgotten about that if you didn't ask me that question. How will we get back?" Yu Wushuang's face instantly warped upon hearing him. Yang Yi waved his sword again, and those demon beasts that charged towards him were instantly slashed into two. He turned around to gaze at Yu Wushuang and grinned. "Do you know? People are most likely to bring forth all their potential at the instant of life and death. See that? While their cultivations are weaker than those demon beasts, and their numbers are far inferior to the demon beasts, many of them are able to kill those demon beasts which are stronger than them. Do you know why?" Yu Wushuang pondered deeply for a moment and spoke solemnly. "Courage, confidence, and fearlessness." Yang Yi nodded. "It's fine for one to lack strength, but one can absolutely not do without courage and confidence. There are very few saints in this world. Why is that? Because very few have the courage and confidence to fight the heavens. Many lack courage and confidence not because they lack strength. It's because there's fear in their hearts. The only way to overcome that fear is to allow oneself to be reborn in a moment of life and death. When death is unavoidable unless they fight, then their desire to survive would overcome that fear and cowardice in their hearts." When he spoke up to this point, he glanced at the others behind him and said, "The one class I'm teaching today is to overcome yourself. I'm teaching you to overcome the cowardice and fear in your hearts." Yang Yi shot off ahead, and countless wolves in his path were blasted flying. Yu Wushuang gazed at Yang Yi for a long time before she sighed softly. "I wonder if it's a blessing or a disaster to have that fellow as our instructor." Obviously, Yang Yi's strength was absolutely sufficient to be their instructor, but his character was the problem. He didn't do anything according to convention and acted quite willfully instead. Just like this very moment, Head thought of how this decision could temper their courage, so Head led them down here. As for their way out, he hadn't given it any thought at all. Roar! Suddenly, a loud roar resounded from afar. The wolves around Yang Yi's group moved aside, and a completely pure white wolf appeared before them. The white wolf wasn't very large, or it should be said to be comparatively small as if it wasn't an adult wolf. However, it was a high-rank half-saint. Its entire body was snow white, including its claws. So, it absolutely seemed completely harmless if based solely on its outward appearance. However, one wouldn't think that way upon looking at its eyes. After all, boundless viciousness was surging with its eyes. Moreover, there was a black-robed woman riding on the white wolf's back. She was a high-rank half-saint as well. The black-robed woman asked, "Are you Shangguan Yunhai?" Yang Yi's gaze swept through both the woman and the wolf, and then he gazed at the violet mink and said, "Take them back to the city gates." The violet mink nodded and waved her claw, and then countless strands of violet energy enveloped Hao Shuaibua and the others before they appeared in front of the city gates. Yang Yi shot another glance at the white wolf and the woman, and then he flashed over to the city gates. This time, no one dared to keep the city gates closed, and Hao Shuaibua and the others immediately entered the city under Yang Yi's orders. As for Yang Yi, he naturally couldn't enter as well because he had to stop the demon beasts that were charging towards them. Once they'd entered the city, Yang Yi was just about to flash in as well. However, his pupils suddenly constricted because the shadow on the ground behind him had suddenly started wriggling before the black-robed woman appeared right behind him. At the same time, a dagger swept towards his neck at a speed which he couldn't dodge at all. Hiss! A strand of blood sprayed out into the air. Chapter 9-10. No! Yu Wushuang's voice suddenly resounded from atop the city walls. At this moment, the others behind her were terrified out of their wits. The beautiful woman and the inner court students were stunned as well. That insufferably arrogant instructor of the outer court is dead. Just like that? He was killed with just a swing of a dagger? Once Lung Yuran and the others recovered from their shock, they were about to charge off the city walls when the beautiful woman obstructed their path. All of them were furious, but the woman suddenly said, "He's still alive." They looked over and saw that Yang Yi's hand was holding onto the black-robed woman's dagger, but blood was still flowing from his neck. Bang! A strand of terrifying sword intent swept out from within Yang Yi, and it instantly blasted her over 30 m away. Yang Yi turned around to gaze at the woman, and there was an extremely solemn expression in his eyes. After all, had almost died just now. Actually, her dagger had pierced through the skin on his neck, but it hadn't been able to slice through the meridians and veins within his neck, because Head grabbed it at the critical moment. So long as he was a little slower, just a little bit, then his head would have left his body. 3 level heaven rank sword intent and a powerful physical body. You're really surprised me quite a bit, said the black-robed woman. It's impolite to not return the favor. Try a swing of my sword as well. As soon as he finished speaking, the Herculean sword carried 3 level heaven rank sword intent as it transformed into a ray of light that shot forward explosively. The powerful sword intent and aura it carried caused the space before it to split apart, and the demon beasts in the surroundings were pushed back repeatedly. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly, and then her figure vanished on the spot. At the same time, Yang Ye's sword energy suddenly vanished, and then over a dozen strands of blood sprayed out from him. The expressions of everyone watching from above the city walls changed drastically when they witnessed such a shocking scene. Bang! Yang Ye's 3 level heaven rank sword intent surged out from within him once more, and it formed a powerful barrier of sword intent around him. After that, he stomped his right foot against the ground, and his figure shot around 30 m back. Yang Yi looked down at his body, and he saw countless blood-red injuries on himself. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely deep to the bone. Yang Yi raised his head to look at the black-robed woman, who'd returned to where she stood earlier. The laws. At this moment, he understood why her strength was so terrifying. It was because she possessed the energy of a law. However, he didn't know which law it was. But he had no doubt that it was an extremely powerful and mysterious law. Your sword intent isn't bad, and so is your body. However, that's all you're good for. The black-robed woman waved her dagger around, and then her figure flashed back into the army of wolves. In next to no time, a howl resounded from within the army, and then the white wolf led countless other wolves in a charge towards the city walls. Ow! The white wolf howled furiously. Its figure grew larger and larger as it dashed forward, and it became the largest amongst the wolves here in less than 2 breaths of time. It was an entire 300 m tall and was still growing in size. There were countless frenzied wolves behind it. Quickly get back in the city. Yu Wushuang and the others spoke anxiously from above the city walls. A ruthless expression flashed through Yang Ye's eyes as he gazed at the army of wolves that was charging towards him. He flipped his palm, and the ancient sheath appeared in his grasp before he sheathed a sword within it. After that, he drew it swiftly, slash. As soon as he spoke, a sword howl shot into the sky, and then a ray of sword energy carried 3 level heaven rank sword intent as it swept forward from Yang Yi. Moreover, not only was it carrying 3 level heaven rank sword intent, it was enhanced by the critical strike technique and light speed technique, and it was formed from 20 overlapped heaven rends. Yang Yi swiftly stomped his foot against the ground and instantly entered the city once he drew his sword. Meanwhile, almost 10,000 demon beasts behind him were slashed into two, and an endless torrent of blood sprayed into the air while miserable howls resounded incessantly. However, it didn't take long for those miserable howls to be drowned out by the furious howls and footsteps from the army. The black-robed woman's eyes narrowed slightly as she gazed at Yang Yi, who had already entered the city, and there was ghastly killing intent in her eyes. Yang Yi had just got onto the city walls when Yu Wushuang and the others surrounded him, and their eyes were filled with concern. Yang Yi shook his head to indicate that he was fine. Bang! Meanwhile, the city walls started to tremble violently, and some cultivators were caught off guard and almost fell off the city walls. Everyone's expressions changed, and they shot their gazes towards the area outside the city walls. At this moment, countless wolves were madly smashing themselves against the city walls under the white wolf's lead. Especially the white wolf. At this moment, its body was as huge as a mountain, and it was almost as tall as the city walls. Every single time it smashed its body against the walls would cause both the walls and the ground to shake, and it didn't take many collisions for cracks to start appearing on the walls. All of them were astounded when they witnessed this scene. After all, if the city was breached, then everyone within the city would be killed, because they would definitely be no match for the army of demon beasts once they lost the city walls. The woman suddenly gazed at Yang Yi and said, "The old man said that you possess full authority for the defense of the main gates. So, what do we do now?" Yang Yi glanced at the area outside the wall and the dense ocean of wolves there. At this moment, the formation and cannons on the city walls weren't very effective against the army of demon beasts, because there were truly too many of them, and a new pack would immediately arrive after the last one was annihilated. Moreover, many cannons had been damaged by the army. So, Ocean of Cloud City was at a complete disadvantage. Yang Yi spoke solemnly, "How many high-rank half-saints do we have on our side?" She replied, "Around 100. However, they can't join the battle because they're keeping the high-rank half-saints of Welkin Wolf Mountain Range busy. Once there's no one to keep them busy, then they would probably only need an hour to breach the city with their joint strength." Yang Yi suddenly gazed at her and asked, "Do we have anything else up our sleeves?" She nodded. "However, we can't use those trump cards, because they are our last resort. If we use them now, then we'll be helpless to stop the army when they launch a full-scale attack." Yang Yi said, "Actually, I don't know anything about defending a city. If you have any suggestions or methods, then feel free to tell me. I'll assist you on it." She glanced at him and nodded. Actually, she was waiting for him to say that. Her gaze descended onto the white wolf, and she said, "If I'm not wrong, that wolf should be one of the Welkin Wolf King's 5 sons, but I don't know which one he is. I'm sure you've realized that his attacks are extremely destructive. If he's allowed to continue, then it'll take 4 hours at most for the formations to be destroyed. Once we lose the formations, then the city walls would be like pieces of paper before those demon beasts. So, we must stop him." "What about the other demon beasts?" Yang Yi asked. "Even if that white wolf is taken care of, we still can't stop that ocean of wolves." The beautiful woman pondered deeply for a moment before she said, "So long as you can stop that white wolf, then you can leave the rest of the demon beasts to us. I can't annihilate all of them, but I can push them back for now." Yang Yi glanced at her and asked, "What's your name?" She was slightly stunned by this, and then she answered, "Shang Qingying." Yang Yi nodded and said, "Dealing with that white wolf isn't a problem for me. The problem is that black-robed woman. I'm sure you noticed that she's quite mysterious. She'll definitely launch a sneak attack against me if I head out to deal with the white wolf. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with her?" Shang Qingying's gaze descended onto the black-robed woman. A long time passed before she spoke solemnly. "She's probably Sky Divine Hall's Yu Wuying." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at Yang Yi and said, "Besides Shangguan Yunhai, no one within the academy can stop her. But Shangguan Yunhai isn't here now. Sky Divine Hall's Yu Wuying?" Yang Yi frowned. He hadn't expected her to actually be from Sky Divine Hall. Shang Qingying nodded and said, "She can be considered to be the strongest expert beneath the Saint Realm within Sky Divine Hall. Her strength is only inferior to Lu Qianxiao. Right, she's his wife as well. So, she's the Divine Empress of Sky Divine Hall. I never expected Sky Divine Hall to actually send her here. Looks like it's really planning something big." Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Her strength was truly quite formidable. Not only could she break through his physical defenses with ease, she had even comprehended a mysterious law. But even then, she couldn't compare to Lu Qianxiao. So, he could imagine how strong Lu Qianxiao was. But so what? No matter how strong he is, he's still a human, and he can be killed. Yang Yi feared no opponent, but he didn't underestimate any opponent as well. Meanwhile, the violet mink suddenly appeared in front of Yang Yi, and then she pointed at the white wolf before pointing at herself. Yang Yi frowned. "Are you sure that you can deal with him?" Zier was furious when Yang Yi doubted her, and she flickered over to the top of his head. She grabbed both his ears and started pulling on them. All right. I believe you. I believe you." Yang Yi quickly took her down from his head and said, "Be careful, all right? Right? I'll send a dragon to help you. Remember that you must flee if you can't win. Don't force yourself. I'll smack your butt until it's swollen if you dare to let yourself get hurt." The violet mink flushed red, and then she glared at Yang Yi with embarrassment before flashing out of the city. After she left the city, the violet mink's body instantly enlarged almost 100 times, and she wasn't smaller than the white wolf at all. Moreover, there was a long pair of violet wings on her back. The white wolf immediately stopped attacking when he saw the violet mink, and besides a vicious glow, there was a trace of seriousness in his eyes. The violet mink waved her huge claw, and a ray of violet light instantly descended onto the top of the white wolf's head. Bang! The white wolf howled with pain as it shot backwards. Yang Yi's heart eased up slightly when he witnessed this scene, and then he shot his gaze towards the black-robed woman. The black-robed woman shot her gaze towards him as well, but her eyes were completely tranquil. It was disregard. Your laws are mine. Yang Yi spoke in a voice that only he could hear, and then he stomped his right foot against the ground and transformed into a ray of light that shot out from the city. A sword howl resounded as the ray of light tore through the sky. Chapter 9:11. Once she saw the violet mink keeping the white wolf busy and Yang Yi charging towards Yu Wuying. Shang Qingying immediately flashed into the sky above the city walls, and then she formed a strange seal as she shouted, "Inner court students, take your places. Divine lightning Armageddon." As soon as she finished speaking, many inner court students immediately formed seals. In an instant, numerous bolts of lightning tore through the clouds and rained down from the sky. Every single bolt of lightning obliterated at least a few hundred demon beasts. They possessed extremely shocking might. However, it didn't take long for the countenances of those students to start turning pale. Outside the city walls, Yang Yi immediately entered into battle with Yu Wuying. No demon beast dared to interfere in their battle, and no demon beast could. Bang! A huge explosion resounded as Yang Yi and Yu Wuying split apart, and a powerful wave of energy swept swiftly through the surroundings. Some demon beasts who couldn't dodge in time were instantly blasted into mush by it. Countless demon beasts didn't dare to get close to Yang Yi and Yu Wuying when they witnessed this scene, and they moved aside and created a huge space for their battle. Yu Wuying held a dagger in her grasp as she walked towards Yang Yi. "You are the only person who has been able to stay alive for so long against me, while only at the monarch realm. Needless to say, you're very strong. If you attain the high rank of the half-saint realm in the future, then perhaps both of us can truly fight each other, but you're still too weak now." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Wuying vanished on the spot. At the same time, Yang Yi's expression changed slightly as he raised the Herculean sword. Clang! A clear and melodious sound of metal colliding resounded. Yang Yi was pushed backwards repeatedly, but there was no one in front of him. In the next moment, Yang Yi swiftly turned around, and the Herculean sword swept forward horizontally. Clang! A loud explosion resounded, and the direction Yang Yi moved backwards towards changed. If someone else was here, that person would notice that there was no one in front or behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi seemed to be fighting with the air, and it was an extremely bizarre sight. Just like that, the battle continued for around 15 minutes. Yang Yi was completely suppressed during this time. Not only was he unable to fight back, there were even a few dozen injuries throughout his body. Bang! A strand of sword intent surged out from within Yang Yi, and the battle between him and Yu Wuying immediately stopped. Yu Wuying was suddenly standing 30 m away from Yang Yi. She gazed at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. 3 red-level heaven rank sword intent is formidable indeed. However, if that's all you've got, then a year from now will be the anniversary of your death. Yang Yi looked down at his shadow, and then he chuckled. "I know why you can come and go without a trace now. So it was my shadow. If I'm not wrong, then your law should be related to shadows. No, it should be related to the night. Because I noticed that your strength would multiply by at least 10 times during our battle when there was no light hitting you." The laws of darkness. Yu Wuying walked towards Yang Yi again and said, "Anywhere without light is my territory." As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Wuying's figure vanished on the spot. This time, Yang Yi had already taken precautions, so his gaze had descended onto his shadow at the instant she vanished. Just as he expected, his shadow actually transformed into a woman. That woman was Yu Wuying. Yang Ye's figure flashed and instantly vanished on the spot. However, Yu Wuying was still behind him like a ghost. Yang Yi didn't choose to continue fighting her. He transformed into a ray of light that shot towards the distance, and it only took an instant for both Yang Yi and Yu Wuying to vanish. Yang Yi stopped once he left the wolf army. At this moment, it was night, and coupled with the dense forest around him, even the moonlight couldn't illuminate the area. So, it was pitch-black darkness that surrounded him. Yu Wuying didn't attack again, and she just stood not too far away from Yang Yi. There was a trace of bewilderment in her eyes as she said, "There isn't even a trace of light here. My strength would be much stronger here, and even your sword and tent wouldn't be able to protect you. I'm really curious why you've done this." A smile curled onto the corners of Yang Ye's mouth as he said, "Because I would only be able to reveal my strength without any worries at a place like this." "Oh." Yu Wuiying's brows rose up as she said, "I'm really curious about exactly what trump card it is that has given you such confidence and courage. Why don't you let me see it?" "All right." Yang Yi took a step forward, and then everything in the surroundings suddenly went still. The wolf howls from afar had vanished, the clamorous noise in the surroundings had vanished as well, and even the whistling of the wind was gone. It was deathly silent. Domain. Yu Wuiying's intermittent voice suddenly appeared amidst the darkness, and her voice wasn't as calm as it used to be. It carried astonishment within it. In next to no time, everything returned to normal, and both of them were still standing on the same spot. A moment of silence ensued. Hiss. Yang Ye's clothes suddenly split apart as countless strands of blood sprayed from his body and instantly covering him in blood. The sword domain. The laws of speed. Yu Wuiying gazed at Yang Yi, while shock and disbelief filled her eyes. It didn't take long for the color in her eyes to dim down, and then there was no more color left in her eyes. At the same time, a strand of blood sprayed from her throat. I still underestimated my opponent. Yang Yi closed his eyes slowly. Actually, while Yu Wuiying was dead, Shed almost killed him just now. Yes, Shed almost killed him even while facing the sword domain and laws of speed. He hadn't expected that her laws of darkness would actually have been terrifying to the point Shed been almost able to struggle free from his sword domain. At that instant, he truly experienced how terrifying the laws of darkness was. The entire darkness of the night was transformed into a terrifying force, and that force was simply omnipresent. If he didn't have the sword domain to suppress it, then he would have been minced apart by that force just now. Even if he had the sword domain to suppress it, he still suffered heavy injuries. Besides that, he would have definitely died if he relied solely on the sword domain and didn't possess the laws of speed, because the strength of her laws of darkness had surpassed the endurance of his sword domain. Of course, it didn't mean that the sword domain was weaker than her laws of darkness. It was because his cultivation was much weaker than her. The main reason his sword domain wasn't able to suppress her laws of darkness was the gap between their realms of cultivation. He was at the low rank of the monarch realm, while she was a high-rank half-saint. Of course, that was no excuse. If he had taken her seriously earlier and didn't choose such a disadvantageous location to fight her, then perhaps he would be injured, but he would have absolutely not have almost lost his life. Simply speaking, Head courted death a little. Fortunately, it allowed him to understand something. He wasn't invincible even if he possessed the sword domain and the energy of the laws. Besides that, he realized that his cultivation was still too low. Perhaps his low cultivation didn't affect the outcome when he faced some ordinary high-rank half-saints, but the gap between their cultivations would be obvious when he faced true experts like Yu Wuiying. A long time passed before Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he walked over to her corpse and waved his right hand. He placed her corpse within the ancient sheath, but didn't return immediately to the city. He chose to sit down cross-legged and recuperate first. He was very well aware of the ability that the violet mink possessed. Even if she wasn't a match for the white wolf, even 10 experts like that white wolf wouldn't be able to catch her if she decided to flee. 2 hours later, Yang Ye's injuries had practically fully healed under the effects of his violet profound energy. However, he still ceaselessly withdrew extreme-grade energy stones and absorbed them. because he was on the verge of advancing. Head finally understood how important his cultivation was after he experienced that battle just now. At the very least, the might of his sword domain would increase along with his cultivation. If he was a half-saint just now, then she would have been absolutely incapable of doing anything to his sword domain, even if her laws of darkness were 2 times stronger than before. He had to improve his cultivation. Time passed by slowly. When Head almost exhausted all the extreme-grade energy stones he possessed, an imposing aura surged out from within Yang Yi, and it obliterated everything around him. Yang Yi stood up and let out a breath of foul air. He was at the mid-rank of the monarch realm now. Actually, the realm of cultivation was the foundation of one's strength. If one didn't possess a sufficient cultivation, then it would be useless even if that person possessed a domain, the energy of the laws, or divine rank techniques. After all of those things required a certain realm of cultivation to be utilized. Once I'm done with the matters here, I must enter closed-door cultivation and advance to the high rank of the monarch realm, Yang Yi decided in his heart. The black-robed woman's strength was absolutely terrifying, but even then, she was inferior to Lu Qianxiao. So, he could imagine how terrifying Lu Qianxiao's strength was. If he didn't improve his strength as soon as possible, then how would he fight Lu Qianxiao? In Yang Ye's opinion, since Sky Divine Hall had forced Nanjing to marry Lu Qianxiao, then Sky Divine Hall was his enemy. Moreover, Head killed so many members of Sky Divine Hall now, and Head even killed Lu Qianxiao's wife. So, Sky Divine Hall would definitely not let him go. As for who would kill who, that would depend on their respective strengths. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of terror suddenly appeared in the depths of Yang Ye's heart, and he instantly felt sharp pain coming from his heart. It simply felt like his heart had been stabbed by a blade. Zir. Yang Yi was horrified, and he immediately utilized the laws of speed to rush towards the city. In less than 1/100th of a breath of time, Yang Ye's figure was below the city, and the scene before him caused his eyes to instantly turn blood red. In the sky above Ocean of Cloud City, the violet mink's enormous body was bound by pitch-black chains that were thick like buckets, and a yellow-robed young man was standing at the other end of the chain. Meanwhile, the white wolf was swinging its claws crazily at the violet mink, while countless blood-red injuries covered the violet mink's body. Even the violet mink's fur had turned completely blood-red. Moreover, one of the violet mink's wings was nowhere to be seen. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.